His weapons ranking is atrocious. Well, that's why it has so many views. He fucking played your ass, bro. He played you.
Seals, please rank all the shield.
Hold on, let me see how loud this actually is.
I need to know. Ranking all katanas.
That's pretty loud, eh?
Ranking every particle effect. Elden Ring ranked types of grass.
Ranking every particle effect is so fire.
Video,
let's put this in cinema mode. Whoa.
Have you ranked the skyboxes in the flora and fauna ranking? Yeah, but did you
Alright, this number 36, if this isn't... Nah.
I already ranked these. But
if this isn't a freaking... I want to see Millicent's quest right at the bottom here, bro. Because, I mean, her quest is fine. She just pissed me the frick off, man. How do we not get copyrighted? What, for watching Rusty's video? We probably would get copyright. I mean, I don't know. I assume he would copyright me for watching his video. I don't know who he is, so I'm not going to watch his video. But everyone's done, like, loads of people have done reactions to the Vati video guy's videos, and he hasn't copyrighted them, so I'm going to go probably pretty safely with him. I just want to see if Millicent's near the bottom of this.
Marvel tier, which has a nice function, but isn't exactly rare once you hit Nokron and realize people are picking larval tiers out of their feels how impactful the quest is.
No.
Supporter in this. Number 33, Sorcerer. Number 32, Hieta. Hieta's quest. Number 31, Gatekeeper.
Wait, what did he actually put for this one?
Gustok's quest line, if you're having second thoughts. Number 36, the Reminiscence paintings. Number 30, Gallery. I can
is this
I
mean, it's not
run into a lot of quests like this. Overlapping side quests are one thing, but having an NPC quest
yeah, it's not exactly Millicent's quest.
You're done. Number 29, Kenneth Height. He is. Number 28, the Jar Baron. For a trash can or something, and now he won't talk to me anymore. Cool, good quest. Number 27, Rodrika. Rodrika can be stud. Number 26, Gorenk. This egg. Number 25, D, Hunter of the Dead.
I don't think I did his quest properly. Or his. I don't know, actually. 23, D, Beholder of Death, Lonesome Dung Eater. Bro, I didn't like the Dung Eater quest. Brother Corin. Bro, she's going to be up the top. Sarah Gideon, Offner, Nephili, Lou, Via. What did you put for this one?
Number 17.
Patches. Yeah, well, fuck Patches, bro. I fucking hate that guy.
Number 16, Eri.
Oh my god, he's put as number 1. Oh my god. I will be fuming. I will actually be fuming. Oh my god, it's never been more over, guys. Whoa! Relax! Help me! Let me out! Oh.
Number 11, Ronnie. I don't think I
Ronnie, yeah, that's a pretty good one.
Number 9, 10.
Oh my god, he's put number 1.
Number 8, Blythe.
Doesn't matter. Oh yeah,
Number
Blythe.
7, Latenna. In addition, Number 6, Bernal is involved. Number 5, Bogart.
Oh my god,
Bogart
it's
is a
okay.
ray of hope and a shrine.
Dude, is everyone just looking for Millicent on here?
Then I will
he said Vike's War Spear is the best in the entire game, even though Frenzy Status Effect only works on fellow Tarnished. Does it? I didn't know that. It's not even that good in PvP. Yo, what's up, PvP Fanatic? What is up?
Happily accept that as part of my job description. Number 4, Millicent. This quest line is sort of controversial.
Rani's quest is fun, but it's extremely hard to follow without a guide. Yeah, that's true. I think Rani's quest is fun, but it's just a pain in the ass. And it's annoying as well, because you go to a lot of the places that she requires you to go. And, like... You've already been to those places. And I know that you can just... It makes it kind of easier that you can just TP back there, because you've got a grace there or whatever, but it's just kind of annoying. Like, it's a shame. More than anything, that you just TP to the place and then you open the chest that you couldn't open before, and it's just annoying. You have to go back and forth. Yeah, it's annoying.
Firstly, its length. Millicent's quest line begins as you complete the first step in Gallery's quest for the Golden Needle, and use it to start with
dude, how does she get up to number 4, dude? I don't even know who those two are. Do I? Oh. Okay. Fucking hell, how is she number 4, bro? I'm not having that. Alright. So this guy, people seem pretty... Like this is the go-to lore person that everyone watches, and I don't think they've been copyright struck. I think he's okay for people to react to his stuff, as far as I'm aware. I could be wrong, in which case I guess I'll get hit with summon. But I don't even make money off of my videos, so I can't, like, surely, right? I don't know how it works. Like, he can strike me and I won't... I guess the thing that I would lose is that maybe I'd get like a mark on my channel, and that would be pretty problematic. But other than that, like, I'm not making any money off of any of this. So it's like... I'm just watching the videos, bro. Millicent's quest literally starts at the beginning of the game and ends after you defeat Melania. Why is the rank so high? Dude, he don't know you're not getting strike trust. Yeah, exactly. Like, I'm not even, unless this video somehow blows up and you know, this stream somehow gets like 5 billion views, I don't think nobody knows you. Yeah, I'm aware, Gino, you don't need to say it like that, I know, but I'm just saying, unless this somehow is like the biggest video ever, I don't think it's gonna happen that way, to be completely honest. I have some questions going into this stream, right? Okay, so first and foremost, I want to know a few things. Hold on, let me just check this is actually playing on Twitch fine. Okay, that looks fine. Oh, did anyone here vote in my poll on YouTube about what boss I have on my shirt? You can't really see it right now, but does anyone want to take a guess at what boss is on my t-shirt? You voted Mesmer. Nobody voted for Midra. I guess that's not a popular boss, I don't know. But I wanted to go for ones that all began with M, which is quite easy. But Melania's on your shirt. Is your motive based on how cool they are or look? Melania, yo, what's up, Royal Rope? Welcome back. Okay, is your vote for Melania based on like how cool and fun she is as a boss, or is it just purely based on how she looks? You looked at the votes just now. Malekith, okay. He wasn't on the list, but he also begins with M. That was a good guess though. I was between putting Malekith and like one of the other bosses. Like, I was gonna swap. It was a you know, last minute decision to go for the ones that I did go for. Okay. Hold on, I'm gonna look at the votes as well. I wanna see how many people were wrong. I don't think it was that many, but I'd like to know. So 14 votes, dude. Oh my god, we're famous. Wait, hold on. Hold on. Guys, I hate to break it to you. I think it's 1. I don't actually know what 7% of 14 is, but I think that only one person may have got this right. Guys, what's 7% of 14? Quick. Go now. I could just Google it. What is 7% of 14? Oh, it is one person. Okay. Right, so this is the fit for today. This is what we rock in. I just thought it was cool. It's you know, it's actually the back motif, but I realized that too late, and I wasn't gonna wear it backward. Like, I wasn't gonna wear it the normal way around and then like have to spin around. You're mad because you got it wrong. So there you go. Do you not remember when I fought this guy? I was like, damn, this guy's fucking sick. Anyway, whatever, it's my opinion. I like the fucking boss, alright? Is it such a crime? Okay. God damn. I didn't think that was gonna be so controversial. Okay. Yeah, see some people are into it, there you go. Yeah, I'm actually wearing the shirt backwards because the other side is just like some kind of Elden Ring, like small little logo-y thingy. But this side is like the actual motif, so I'm just wearing it backwards because I didn't want to have to like spin around. Okay, is Elden Ring lore videos. And I think this is the one that people typically react to when they do these videos. Okay.
Our story doesn't begin.
That's loud as fuck. Is the audio like loud enough? Is this
Our story doesn't begin.
Is this a good volume or is it too loud?
It begins in the cosmos, far away, with an outer god called the Greater Will.
Yo. Dude, I don't even recall the greater will at all. Audio good, thank you. Okay. Alright. I have some questions going into this. I don't know if it'll be explained in this video because it's only half an hour long. But here are my questions, right? How often in the game am I forced to be the bad guy, if at all? I don't know if at any point... I've got like actual sticky notes, by the way. I don't know if at any point you're actually forced to be the bad guy in this game. You just got sleepy. Do you listen to this guy while you fall asleep? But yeah, I don't know if you're ever actually forced to be the bad guy in the game, like explicitly like doing a bad thing, like objectively, or if that's debatable. But I know there are obviously endings that you can choose that are less than ideal, or choices you can make that are pretty evil. And then you've got, how often do you get the choice to be bad? Because there are quite a few. You got like the choice to like burn the whole place down or some shit, you know? Or the the chaos one. You're not the good guy, but that doesn't automatically mean you're a bad guy. Okay, but then then my follow-up question is, who are the good guys? Killing Melania is pretty mean. I did think that, Davin Crash, welcome to the stream. I did think that, you know. I thought she's just chilling down here, rotting away, mourning her brother. Well, she's not mourning him, he's alive. Is he alive? I don't even know, bro. He's like a spectral man. You have your own goal to change the world without anybody's vote. You eventually force your order upon the lands. Yeah, that's so true. I'm like, I will be Elden Lord. Fuck all of you guys. That's true. I'm a little bit of a dictator in this. I'm gonna be honest. Okay, so who are the true victims of Elden Ring? That's another question of mine. Okay, who are the victims of Elden Ring? Okay. How did we get here? Who are the tarnished and why are they tarnished? Right, guys, you don't have to answer these now. I'm hoping to find these out in the videos, and if I don't, then you can answer them. And if you know you want to answer them, go ahead. That's fine as well. Okay, and I want to also know who are like all the allies, you know, throughout. Like, who are the people who actually like have your back? Who has the best motives? Who's like, you know, the victims usually the demigods and their empires. Well, let's find out more.
Our story doesn't begin in the lands between. It begins in the cosmos, far away, with an outer god called the Greater Will. There are a lot of outer gods mentioned in Elden Ring. You can think of these kind of like the Great Ones of Bloodborne. They're distant beings, they're all-powerful, and they're quite unknowable by design. But many of these outer gods want to make their presence felt in the world. The Greater Will, maybe most of all. To this end, it sent a golden star hurtling towards the lands between. The Elden Star's incantation tells us that this golden star was bearing a beast, an Elden beast. The Elden Remembrance calls it a vassal beast of the Greater Will. If you didn't
Wait. Okay. Okay, this is a good place to start because I was like, what the fuck even is the Elden Beast, bro? This is a crazy angle.
A vassal is someone who holds land on behalf of their overlord.
We've got some crazy god out the outer god. The Elden Beast came on a frickin' star. Okay, right, there's a lot going on here.
Obviously, this is fitting in this case, because the Elden Beast occupied the lands between on behalf of the Greater Will, and was a living incarnation of the concept of order. As such, this beast would later become the Elden Ring. The Elden Ring itself is made up of runes of power, some great, some small, that together represent a sort of logic for the world to follow. Thus, the Elden Ring represents order. The true nature of this order is a subject of constant debate and research undergone by fundamentalists. But two of the key fundamentals are the laws of causality and regression. You can think of the law of causality as cause and effect, where actions have consequences, and those consequences are new causes that branch out into infinity. These are the relationships between things. Then there's the law of regression that states that all things eternally yearn to converge and return to their roots. Fittingly, then, the Elden Ring is housed within the Erd Tree, which towers over the lands between. But it's very important to stress that life in the Lands Between did not begin with the Erd Tree, the Elden Ring, or the Elden Beast. No, the Lands Between were occupied well before the Greater Will came. There were other beings here. There were other factions here. There were other gods here. And there was even another great tree here before the Erd Tree. And this is where a huge twist regarding the Erd Tree comes in. So there are incantations in the game called Aspects of the Crucible. According to their descriptions, these are manifestations of the Erd Tree's primal vital energies. And I quote, "They are an aspect of the primordial crucible where all life was once blended together." But how could all life be blended together in the Erd Tree if the Erd Tree appeared after life existed? Well, there can only be one answer, right? That the Erd Tree is a parasite, and it took over a tree that existed here before. This ancient tree was called the Great Tree. So the Great Tree was almost certainly the location of this primordial crucible, and it must have been a very powerful primordial force for the Greater Will to have commandeered. It might even be the reason the Lands Between is important to the Greater Will in the first place. It also explains why spells and enemies related to the Great Tree's crucible would eventually be looked down upon. For example, the Knot Talisman is fashioned from a knotted vestige of the crucible, and it was considered a signifier of the divine in ancient times, but is now increasingly disdained as an impurity as civilization has advanced. Enemies related to the crucible are the Omen, the Misbegotten, and the Crucible Knights, and all three of them would be shunned, enslaved, or imprisoned. Those who speak for the Erd Tree don't want you to know its roots, so to speak. According to the spell, Protection of the Erd Tree, in the beginning everything was in opposition to the Erd Tree, but through countless victories in war, it became the embodiment of order.
In Marika's own words, the Erd Tree governs all. The choice is thine. Become one with the order, or divest thyself of it, to wallow at the fringes, a powerless upstart.
But the Greater Will needed...
The Crucible was the original governor of the Order, by the way, and its aspects were considered heretical after the Golden Order took over. So the Crucible is not actually evil. Aspects of Tailhorn Scale. Oh. Okay. Okay, so the Crucible, so those who touched the Crucible, they were just like, sort of taboo. It was like, the Crucible was like the taboo, like, old... Okay. Gosh, this is the... Dude, we're only, what, 4.5 minutes in? And there's so much information all at once. There's so much to process. Okay. So... I thought whenever they say the order, I always think like, oh, the Order is just like some group of people or management, government system of like, you know, higher ups, gods, other things, whatever. But it feels like it is literally like, I mean, when they say like cause and effect, that's literally just like, I guess that's like, it's not like they create cause or they're not like philosophers. They're just like it's just like I don't know. It's just like, you know, you could start a cult and be like, guys, think about things in terms of cause and effect, and everyone will be like, wow, that's so thought-provoking. But really, it's just like, guys, imagine you're a tree, and, you know, I don't know, you drop seeds and that can make another tree infinitely, like, and then they're like, yes, guys, this is the new order, the Golden Order.
More than a big tree,
I don't fucking know.
It needed loyal agents in the Lands Between to this.
Yeah, cause and effect is literal physics. I was like, how can you, like, are you saying they created the laws of, like, the universe? Like, I don't understand. Because I was just like... In that bit, when he was, and the regression thing I get is like some, you know, the belief that things will, you know, always go back to their roots, so to speak. But the cause and effect thing, I was like, what is bro yapping about for real?
This end, it has the two fingers, who are its envoys. The two fingers heirloom has a weird picture of them, but it reads, of course, fingers cannot speak, yet these are eloquent. Persistently they wriggle, spelling out mysteries in the air. Thus did we gain the words of our faith. These words are interpreted by the finger readers. These are the undying old crones that you would have found throughout the lands between. They pass down the wisdom of the two fingers, or at least they used to.
Your fingers, please, your fingers. I can read them.
Most of them appear to have lost their purpose.
I was going to say...
They're desperate to read your fingers and tell you annoying riddles, since their two fingers are likely dead.
Yeah, I was going to say, like, why do they want your fingers, bro? Like, your fingers ain't telling you shit. I don't have magical hands, bro.
Of course, there are multiple sets of two fingers. You would have found their corpses on the tops of the divine towers. Atop these towers, you loot the fingers in order to activate the true power of a great rune. Specifically, though, you are giving benediction back to your great rune.
I think I've only activated 1 or 2 great runes. I might have only activated 1 great rune. But I think it's only just occurred to me that if I don't remember if I did 2 or 1, but if I did do 2, then I didn't realize that they were both found at, dead fingers. I didn't actually realize that. I activated Godric's, yeah. I don't remember activating another one, but I do remember seeing like lots of dead fingers around at least more than once. But I didn't remember that Godric's was on fingers. I guess I probably just thought it was like ruins or something. They kind of look a little bit, rock-like, okay. And didn't use it once. Yeah, because I didn't need to, because I'm the goat.
You're taking a blessing back from the 2 dead fingers, essentially.
Oh, okay.
This is just one of many blessings that the 2 fingers can
and
bestow.
That's why the frickin' finger crones provide you with the remembrance items.
And my point is kind of that the 2 fingers clearly have more than just influence. They have real power on some level. The Greater Will needs these powerful envoys and agents because, while it's obviously incredibly powerful, it does seem limited by a few things. First is space. The Greater Will didn't come to the lands between itself, it sent an Elden beast to do its bidding instead. Second is time. There is a moment later in the game where your pair of 2 fingers go still because they're forced to commune with the Greater Will for guidance.
When they are finished, the fingers will again offer their guidance. But thousands, if not tens of thousands, of moons must first pass. No matter for me. But you, how will you ever manage the wait?
So the Greater Will needs a physical manifestation of order. It needs envoys to convey its will, but what it also needs is a god. Introducing Marika the Eternal. I have this enormous mind map of Elden Ring's lore, and there's a reason she's at the center. She's essentially the equivalent of Gwyn from Dark Souls, except unlike Gwyn, Marika didn't just crawl out of the dark and find power. To an extent, it seems like she earned it. We don't know much about her origins, except that she is of the Numen race, which is actually an origin that you can choose in the character selection screen. Numen come from outside the lands between, and are supposed descendants of denizens of another world, long-lived but seldom born.
Oh, is so in the DLC land? Oh, what the fudge is that place called? Yes, she lives in DLC land. I don't remember what it's called, but that's what I'm calling it.
Marika was chosen as
she's
an Empyrean. What is an Empyrean? Well, an Empyrean is a being chosen by the fingers as a candidate for godhood. As an Empyrean, Marika received the aid of a shadow.
Wait, how did that happen?
At some point, Marika
she just was. At just some point, she just was. Great.
What is an Empyrean? Well, an Empyrean is a being chosen by the fingers as a candidate for godhood. As an Empyrean, Marika received the aid of a shadow to do her bidding.
Oh, this video was made before the DLC came out, so there's some unanswered holes in this video that weren't answered until the DLC. Oh! Okay, I'm sure he's got a video after the DLC that we can watch after this.
So what is a shadow? Well, it's a wolf, shadowbound to its Empyrean by the 2 fingers. Luna Princess Rani is another example of an Empyrean with a shadowbound beast. You would have met Blythe. These creatures are the Empyrean's very own shadow. They are completely loyal to their needs and, by definition, incapable of treachery.
Okay, no, actually this can't be the same thing because Blythe is like a dude. I was going to say Red Wolf or Radagon, but that's just a wolf. That's straight up just a wolf.
Marika's shadow was a beast called Malakath.
Oh.
Every Empyrean uses their shadow in different ways, but Marika's sole need of her shadow was as a vessel to lock away destined death. So what is destined death? Well, according to Enya, it's the rune of death.
The rune of death goes by 2 names. The other is destined death.
We mentioned earlier that the Elden Ring is made up of runes, and at some point, maybe when she was chosen as a god, Marika plucked the rune of death from the Elden Ring. She gave the rune of death to Malakath, her totally loyal shadow, who bore a black blade imbued with this rune. It's kind of genius, really. In a single act, she removed the concept of death from the lands between, while also commanding total control of death through her shadow, who could deliver it at her whim. Now, some of you might be asking, if death is removed from the lands between, how come I can kill this dog? First off, shame on you. Second, from a lore point of view, that dog isn't really dead. It's simply in the process of its spirit, or its soul, returning to the Erd Tree. Catacomb dungeons, for example, are specifically constructed near the roots of the Great Tree for this reason, so that the Erd Tree can reabsorb their ashes back into it. This process replaced the concept of a death that you were destined to have, but this random spirit outside of a catacomb dungeon says it best. As another example of this theory, when you kill a major boss, you receive a remembrance of them. These are spirits, and they are hewn into the Erd Tree. In this way, thanks to the Erd Tree's grace, their spirits are immortalized, in a sense. This new form of death also explains what's happening when you summon spirits.
From ash and return to the Erd Tree.
However, some spirits never return to the Erd Tree, and they rise within death as corpses or skeletons instead.
Okay.
So this was the new order, and it's important to stress that it was in this moment, when the rune of death was removed, when destined death was taken, this is when order became the Golden Order.
The forbidden shadow plucked from the Golden Order upon its creation.
Specifically, this was Marika's Golden Order. So not only did she become a god and a vessel for the Elden Ring, she became renowned as Marika the Eternal for her removal of destined death. It was a huge part of her character and her reign as well. However, Marika had more than just death to conquer. She had wars to fight, as the world was occupied by many forces.
By doing Celavis's quest, you can turn certain NPCs into enslaved souls and use them as spirit summons, usurping their souls. Progress towards the Erd Tree. Oh my gosh. Wow. That's crazy. Okay. So, Marika was just like randomly chosen by the fingers. We don't know why. Maybe actually, to be fair, the DLC probably does tell you why, because she's from DLC land. Okay. So she was chosen by the fingers. She deleted death, which is kind of fire, but also she works for the Golden Order, which people don't like because it came here because it's here from another like god, outer god, and the god is trying to force its presence onto the lands between. And the old order is called the Crucible, and people who still follow the Crucible are shunned and you know, it's a taboo whole thing because, you know, horns and shit. I don't really know why. I guess because it's not the thing that they, you know, the Golden Order wants to fucking get rid of that shit. You know what I'm saying? Any of that even close to accurate? You can literally turn Nepheli into a dead slave to fight for you. Kind of messed up, but you can do it. Okay, well that is an example of one of the many choices you can make that are really messed up. Okay. Okay, cool. I feel like it's going well so far. Good overview. Sweet.
That could threaten her Golden Order. There was war with the Stormlord, who likely ruled over Stormvale, and there was a war with the Giants, who were masters of a flame that could burn the Erd Tree. There was war with the ancient dragons, who incidentally had stones that could twist time and thus slay a god. And finally, there was war brewing with the Carrion royalty, who had previously obeyed laws which contravened the Golden Order. Thus, sort of similar to how the Greater Will needed an Empyrean to enforce its will, Marika herself needed someone to wage war. So there was
That's
to be
what husbands are for.
a consort, an Elden Lord. The man chosen was Horalu, a ferocious warrior who became known as the Lord of the Battlefield. His crown was warranted with strength, and while it was for this strength that Marika married him, he was also required to take a vow to conduct himself as a lord. To suppress the ceaseless lust for battle that raged within, Horalu
You're
took
saying
the
you're
beast
Horalu?
Regent Sarosh upon his back. You'll notice this is another example of a beast being given for the purpose of serving order. Thus, in this moment, he went from being Horalu, warrior, to Godfrey, the first Elden Lord, consort to Queen Marika, and a certified demigod. Godfrey and Marika had 3 demigod children together. There was Godwyn the Golden, who you saw.
So how come then, when you're fighting Godfrey, sorry, so many Godwins, Godric, I start getting fucking lost. When you're fighting Godfrey, how come he's Godfrey first and then Horalu last if he started as Horalu and then became Godfrey? Maybe because Horalu is like, Horalu is like his non-lord version. Like, he's like, bro, I'm taking the freaking mask off. I'm going full mask off. Going back to Horalu. You will, bro, I'm not going to conduct myself as a lord right now. I'm going to go sicko mode. Because he kills the lion. Oh, shit, yeah. He tries to hold back and then goes full Horalu when he realizes he's losing. Is the dog on his back? So I thought, okay, because he's all shiny and shit, I thought the dog was like, or the lion or whatever it is, I thought it was like a spectral, you know, like projection, because it's another one of those souls that can't be sucked back into the tree. Sarosh said is holding back his true intentions, his true instinct. I see. Oh, the lion holds the beast inside. Oh, and then he goes sicko mode. Yeah, of course, naturally. I mean, all right, go on. Fair enough. Okay, let's go back a second.
Marika had 3 Marika and a certified demigod. Godfrey and Marika had 3 demigod children together. There was Godwyn the Golden, who you saw being killed in the opening trailer, and there were also the reviled Omen twins, Morgoth, who guards the Erd Tree, and Mohg, who became Lord of Blood.
I didn't know they were twins. Dude, the video I uploaded a short recently that was like, it was like me because I'm still like on a backlog of my videos that I'm like editing them, and they're from like, you know, however many weeks or months ago. Is where I first fight Morgoth, and I'm like, bro, why am I fighting this guy again? It's literally Margit, but he changed like 2 letters in his name and now he's suddenly Morgoth. And then all the comments on this short were like, if you just listened to the lore, you would know that they're the same person. And I'm like, girl, or like somebody was like, if you just remember from the cutscene of Margit, he comes out of like a cloud, you know, and that's obviously him being summoned or, you know, projected. And I was like, girl, that was so many months ago. That was so many months ago. And also I only saw that cutscene once because it doesn't play again when you enter the freaking boss arena. You beat Godric listening to Somewhere I Belong? Hell yeah. Godric's low-key pretty cool. He's pretty chill with it. I like Godric. Cool guy. Okay. Killing Sarosh and covering himself in its blood. Oh, so that's Sarosh's blood. For some reason, I just thought like Horalu was such a warrior that he's just like has blood from his previous battles just like stained into his skin. Okay. Right. His blood marks the end of his lordship. Yes, right. Because it's so like chaotic and disgusting. Like he would not be a lord looking like a mess like that. But he thought it was worth it to stop you, which he failed. Yeah, eventually he failed. He succeeded a couple of times, I'll give him that. I let the beast out, Smork. That's so fire. Didn't even fight Mergetio yet, bro. In the fucking short, I made it like a joke at the end that I was like, can't wait to fight Merget. Yeah. People didn't like that one because they were like, bro, You already fought a different projection of Morgoth. Like, you fought 2 Margits already in the lead up to this guy. You should know this already. And I was like, girl, there's a lot going on in this game. Cut me some slack.
You might think that Godric was another demigod child, but he actually wasn't. Instead, he was probably descended from Godwyn. Anyway, we'll talk about the demigods.
Oh, wait. Are they suggesting that Godric is their grandchild? Dude, how old are these motherfuckers?
Think that Godric was another.
I'm like, well, Marika has to be at least like
godchild, but
you know, she maybe she had a kid, maybe, you know, then like Godwyn is maybe like 30. Godric would be like, Godric's like 16 when I kill him.
Actually wasn't. Instead, he was probably descended from Godwyn.
Yeah, that's anyway. That's a teenager. Godric is hopping on the god name. I know, that's crazy. Yeah, I mean, the Godric the Grafted does make sense. He does have a lot of... Clearly, he has grafted people. Oh, power he doesn't have initially. He's a joke in the order. Oh, okay. Dude, if it was really that easy, why didn't we do that? Godric has arms grafted onto his arm. He has arms. Yeah. I mean, hey, if I could, I would as well. I don't see the downside. I don't know why that wasn't an option for the Tarnished.
We'll talk about the demigods more in detail in another video, so subscribe for that.
Oh, hell yeah.
For now, just know that Godfrey and his offspring were the first demigods, henceforth known as the Golden Lineage.
Oh, okay.
In his wars, Godfrey led his 16 Crucible Knights into battle, who were named so for they fought with the primordial powers of the Erd Tree. Their incantation...
To be fair, these guys are no freaking joke. This fight... Oh my god, it made me so upset. I recently watched like the VOD of this fight and I was like, dude, this fight sucked so bad.
Were named so for they fought with the primordial powers of the Erd Tree. Their incantations were aspects of the Crucible itself, and they...
Imagine a whole army of these. Well, he only had like 16 or something. What did he say, 16 of these guys? I mean, it's an army, but like, it's a small army, you know. I feel like now, if you ask me to take on an army of 16 Crucible Knights, I would definitely still lose very quickly. However... I think I could hold my own for at least 1 or 2 of these nights. But yeah, I like how you get that armor as well. Also, when they say the primordial powers of the Erd Tree, are they literally saying like, oh, what exactly are you trying to say with that? Primordial, in my mind, primordial is like, you know, like the biology behind it. It's like the, I don't know, but I could just not know what primordial means. I crashed out at 2. That's true, but that was a long time ago, Maestro. I think now I could take 2, and then maybe I'd crash out on the 3rd one. You gotta think about that. Never mind, 16.
Their incantations were aspects of
Excuse
the
me, I'm a
Crucible
lord
itself,
now.
And they likely fought giants, dragons, the Stormlord, and more to usher in their age, the age of the Erd Tree.
Yeah, just kill stuff.
In Marika's own words, hark, brave warriors.
Primordial means it's so ancient it's basically born at the beginning of existence itself. Oh, shit. See, in my mind, I was thinking of like primordial soup. I thought that was like, you know, I guess that makes sense. It's like the beginning of existence. Primordial soup was the beginning of like the existence of many things. Okay, okay. But I guess maybe I took the soup part too seriously.
To usher in their age, the age of the Erd Tree.
In Marika's own words, hark, brave warriors. Hark, my lord Godfrey. We commend your deeds. Guidance hath delivered ye through each ordeal to the place ye stand. Put the giants to the sword and confine the flame atop the mount. Let a new epoch begin, an epoch glistening with life. Brandish the Elden ring for the age of the Erd Tree.
The Erd Tree would go on to be largely seen as a blessing for all of those in the lands between. Especially those close to it in Leyndell, the capital city of the Erd Tree. The tree bestowed blessings. For example, the dew that dropped from its branches were like jewels. It loomed overhead as a constant reminder of order, and its roots reached far and wide, relieving many of the burden of death. In fact, Erd Tree burial was one of the highest honors a hero could receive.
I'm sure that they'll go into more detail into this later on, but what do you gain from being having your spirit sucked back into the tree? Like, I know that the alternative is you wander around as a skeleton, and that doesn't sound so great, I'll be honest. But I don't really know what the benefit is. Do you then eventually cycle back round into being manifested again into a being? Or do you just stay as a spirit inside the Erdtree? I don't really understand.
One by one, the previous factions of the world fell. The giants were put to the sword, and their fell god was killed by Marika herself. The ancient dragons broke down the walls of Leyndell, but met fierce retaliation. However...
You gain nothing, but the Order gains power. So I guess they just convinced them. They're like, guys, trust me, you want to be sucked into this tree. Believe me, bro. It'll be so fire. And then they just gain power and they gain nothing. Okay, cool. Removing this cycle of samsara is only useful for the Order. Get on my level. I'm a hunter. I'm the Elden Lord. I'm the Lord of Frenzy Flame, the Consort Rani, and the Ashen One. That's real as fuck, dude. I'm not a hunter, but I'm the rest of them. Although you could say I'm a hunter. I did kill a couple of those, like, rabbits and shit in, at the start of the game. No convincing needed, just forced order. I guess that is true. That is true. But I feel like you just said something here about...
One aerial was wide, relieved.
Oh, okay.
From its branches.
Yeah, but it's like...
reached far and wide.
Oh, I guess it's just... They didn't need convincing, but they convinced themselves that this is actually a good thing. Because they say... It says there, like...
The dew that dropped
you know,
from its branches,
they think that the dew of branches are...
As a constant reminder of order.
Are like
and
jewels.
Its roots reached far and wide, relieving many of the burden of death. In fact,
relieves them of the burden of death. Like, they've somehow decided that they've convinced themselves that death, you know, guys, it's not that bad because we get sucked into the tree. It's so sick, actually.
Was one of the highest honors a hero
could receive. An honor of Erdtree burial.
One by one, the previous factions of the world fell. The giants were put to the sword, and their fell god was killed by Marika herself. The ancient dragons broke down the walls of Leyndell, but met fierce retaliation. However, I think the House of the Erdtree encountered the most trouble against the land to their southwest.
I hope we're going to get a bit more about what the minor Erdtrees are. Maybe that's more like just more storages of power, like to siphon out the power, to spread the influence of the Golden Order across the whole of the lands between. I don't know.
Leonia. Here, the House of the Moon repelled their offensives time and time again. And I mean that literally, because there was not just one, but 2 wars fought here, and in both of these, there was no victory for the Golden, nor for the Moon. And I suspect it was probably because of these lobsters. These damn things can snipe you from like a mile away, and it's bullshit. Actually, it was probably because of the Carrier Knights, who, according to their weapons, were able to wield sorcerous battle skills, and despite numbering fewer than 20, this power made them a match for even the champions of gold.
Champions of the Moon? Oh, well, he said neither of those of the gold or the moon. The moon, is that like Renala? Is she of the moon or is she of the gold? Or is she neither? Or does she not have a choice and she has to be for the gold because everybody has to be? If I found out that my mum died but isn't passing through the true soul cycle, samsara, I'd be horrified that she has to exist in constant death. I guess if you believe that the alternative is constant death, then yes, I get that. So is the alternative because she's removed death, if you somehow aren't accepted into the golden death, you know, the tree death, then you are forced into eternal death rather than nothing and nothingness. Unless you mean, yeah, like constant death and eternal death are like different, aren't they? Can't reincarnate. Okay, so just an eternal, just a nothingness, like a non-existence. As a path cycle. I see. But you can they believe that you can reincarnate as part of the tree. Soul still exists but only in death. Okay, that's kind of ass. I agree with you on that. That's ass.
These enchanted knights were anointed by the Lunar Queen, a young astrologer who went on to establish the House of Caria as royalty in this land.
No body, no motive, basically no soul as a soul. Oh. Okay.
Went on to establish the House of Caria as royalty in this land, With her bewitching lunar magic, she won over the Academy of Raya Lucaria, where glintstone sorcery was studied, and united the Carian royal family and the learned scholars of Raya Lucaria defended their home from the golden aggressors.
Oh.
At the head of this great golden army was Radagon.
Lord Radagon was a great champion, possessed of flowing red locks. He came to these lands at the head of a great golden host when he met Lady Renala in battle.
These two champions clashed, fell in love, and joined their houses.
Sure.
Radagon once cleansed himself with celestial dew, repented his territorial aggressions, and swore his love to Renala. The order
Okay.
of the
So this one was less of a political move and more like actual they fell in love.
Erdtree and the fate of the moon were conjoined, and all the wounds of war
Okay. Dude, that's crazy. I could have literally just played and had my questions answered because I was like, what? Renala and what's his name? This guy, Radagon, were fighting. I thought they were married, and then they're married.
given.
You might think it strange that the Greater Will would permit this union, but it's not too odd, all things considered. As with most From Software games, sorcery and faith are just two sides of the same coin, and both of these powers stem from the cosmos. Radagon and Renala were known to have 3 children together.
Hold on, let me cook. Radagon and Renala. So they had Rani. Who are the parents of Melania and Mikola? I mean, they're not gonna look. Surely they're not gonna do with 2 M names when they have 2 R names and they've got a third. You know, they've got a kid with an R name. They're not gonna do. Oh, let's do Radagon, Renala, Rani, and fucking Mikola and Melania. That makes no sense. I don't know what the other 2 are.
Lunar Princess Rani, who inherited her mother's propensity for lunar magic. Radan, who
Oh,
took after
shit.
his father Radagon and would...
Shit, bruh. Okay, well, they did go for a name I wasn't expecting, however. Okay,
on
and then
to master
Rykard. I knew
Gravity.
Radan and Rykard were
Rotational magic,
brothers.
and Rykard, who pioneered new hex sorceries and would go on to feed himself to a great serpent.
Fire.
It follows that at some point after this, Marika began to harbour doubts. Doubts about the Golden Order, that she had had a hand in creating.
In Marika's own words, I declare mine intent to search the depths of the Golden Order through understanding of the proper way. Our faith, our grace is increased. Those blissful early days of blind belief are long past. My comrades, why must ye falter?
And it's at this point that we should talk about Marika's motivations.
Yes, that would be good. Damn, that's crazy. Okay. And also, why does Melina know all of this stuff, bro? Has she just been alive for so long that she just knows everything?
Her character. This is surely going to be one of those huge points of debate in the coming years, but for now, my working theory is that she wanted to discover the truth behind order and the truth behind the greater will, and she believed that bonds had to be broken so that they could be better understood. She believed that there was great meaning to be found in hardship.
Queen Marika has high hopes for us.
Melina has been through many timelines of the cosmology. Yeah, I guess that makes sense. She's clearly just been around, you know? But why is she in every room, or does she just hear these rumors over, like... Because she's got, like, the exact, like, verbatim fucking quotes, bro.
That we continue to struggle. Unto eternity.
For Lord Godfrey, his struggle ended at the end of his campaigns. According to his armor, he led the war against the giants, faced the Storm Lord alone. And then there came a moment when his last worthy enemy fell. And it was then, as the story is told, that the hue of Lord Godfrey's eyes faded. In truth, he was robbed of his grace.
She's helped many Tarnish go through the same story. Yeah, that's true. Resetting the timeline when she fails and going through it again? Dang. Then if she resets the timeline, and a lot of the things that she says might not be true in that current timeline. I don't know.
Then, Marika sent him away.
My lord, and thy warriors, I divest each of thee of thy grace. With thine eyes dimmed, ye will be driven from the lands between.
I guess if it's that far back, though, then it's going to be before the timeline that she's resetting, I suppose.
Ye will wage war in a land afar.
Hold on, what did she say?
With thine eyes dimmed, ye will be driven from the lands between. Ye will wage war in a land afar, where ye will live and die.
This became known as the Long March of the Tarnished, as Godfrey and his tarnished descendants walked away from the lands between.
I was going to say, what are the Tarnished exactly, and why are we... So we're Tarnished descendants of Godfrey. What does that mean exactly, and why? She's an expert because out of her 1,000 years of existence, she's been living solely in the lands between. I guess she's probably going to know better than anyone. I'll give her that.
But Queen Marika absolutely had a plan here, that Lord Godfrey and his descendants would one day return stronger, having struggled outside of grace.
Then, after thy death, I will give back what I once claimed, return to the lands between, wage war, and brandish the Elden ring, grow strong in the face of death, warriors of my lord, Lord Godfrey.
Soon after, she found a new husband. Either that or a new husband was found for her.
When Godfrey, first Elden Lord, was hounded from the lands between, Radagon left Renala to return to the Erdtree capital, becoming Queen Marika's second husband and king consort.
Bastard. He said he loved her. He said that she was the love of his life. Man. Fucking...
Queen Marika's second husband and king consort, taking the title of Second Elden Lord. The mystery endures to this day as to why Lord Radagon would cast Lady Renala aside.
Yeah.
And moreover, why a mere champion would be chosen for the seat of Elden Lord.
Well.
Whatever the case, as a part of this union, Radagon's prior 3...
That's why Renala's curdling her egg in her boss fight, all sad. What does that mean exactly? What egg? Like, I know what egg you're referring to, but why? What is the egg? What is the egg exactly? Is it her child? Why is she laying eggs, bro? Okay.
Lord.
Whatever the case, as a part of this union, Radagon's prior 3 children with Renala...
She's holding on to the last thing Radagon gave her. Gave her an egg? Damn, that's fucking bleak, actually, bro. Damn, that's so sad. Poor Renala. And I tried to kill her as well. That's so crazy. Why did I immediately walk in and go, yeah, let me kill this woman? Anyway.
Renala became demigod stepchildren, granted grace thanks to their new family tree. Renala was broken by this.
Oh.
And so was her country, Leonia. The Queen's set reads, when Renala, head of both the Academy
I remember reading
of
this.
Lucaria and the Carian royal family, lost her husband Radagon, her heart went along with him. And then those at the Academy realized that Renala was no champion after all. In the wake of Radagon's betrayal and Renala's poor judgment, Leonia struggled with civil war, with the Academy of Raya Lucaria on one side and the Carian royals on the other. And it's here, during the age of the Erdtree, that Lunar Princess Rani, daughter of Renala and Radagon, stole a fragment of the Rune of Death.
It happened during the golden age of the Erdtree, long before the shattering of the Elden Ring. Someone stole a fragment of the Rune of Death from Malekith, the Black Blade.
As mentioned previously, Malekith was Marika's shadow, and he had sealed destined death in a black blade. Then a fragment, only a fragment, of this Rune of Death was stolen. And once this happened, Malekith went a step further in protecting destined death. He bound the blade within his own flesh, such that none might rob death ever again. It was too late, however. This fragment of the Rune of Death was used immediately, that night, to kill a demigod, Marika's own son, Godwyn the Golden.
That was the first recorded death of a demigod in all history.
Godwyn immediately. It was too late, however.
Wait, are they suggesting that? I mean, I don't know if that necessarily means Rani did it, because she might have just stolen it and give it to someone else, but that's crazy.
His own son.
Bro, Rani's a murderer. What the
That
hell?
was the first recorded death of a demigod in all history.
You think you know
And
someone?
it became the catalyst. Soon, the Elden Ring was smashed, and thus sprang forth the war known as the Shattering.
She orchestrated the whole thing. Yeah. Dang. I mean, makes sense because she's fucking fuming on her mother's behalf. And I only really, genuinely, I mean this, I watched back when I killed Renala. I literally watched this back yesterday. And I watched the cutscene again because I didn't understand when I killed Renala why she came back. And then I realized that in the first phase, I'm like trying to beat up Renala for some reason. It's just some woman sitting in a room and I'm like, yeah, let me fucking scrap. And then Rani comes in and is like, I will protect my mother from her slumber. You will not disrupt her slumber or some shit. And then I fight a projection of Rani. And so she just loves her mum and is like, yo, mum, I got your back. I'm gonna fuck up that Golden Order. They're, you know, his new fucking son that he's just inherited from marrying into this family. He's gonna fucking die today. I'll tell you that for free. I respect it. Renala's second phase is an illusion, yes. Yeah, her first phase, I like rough her up a bit. I don't know how she doesn't die then because I literally smack her like multiple times with the sword and she's just like laying on the ground tanking it. But then Rani comes in and she's like, I don't know if that's Renala in, because she doesn't look like Rani. Unless it's like an old version of Rani before she went all like broken doll mode. But she says like, you won't wake up unless she creates the projection of Renala, and that is actually Renala in this second phase. But is created by Rani. Because Renala's too depressed to create her own illusion.
The Elden Ring was smashed, and thus sprang, and it became.
It's an old version of Renala, but as an illusion. Created by Rani or created by Renala? Because Rani does come in and she's like gives her whole little speech, you know, and then Renala's like, my daughter. I don't know. And then I just like wake up Renala and I'm like, hey, my character looks too young. Can you make her look wrinkly and can you also give her red hair? Created by Rani.
That was the first recorded death of a demigod in all history, and it became the catalyst. Soon, the Elden Ring was smashed, and thus sprang forth the war known as the Shattering.
Oh, they smashed it because they were mad?
There is a lot of really credible evidence that Marika was behind this plot to have a fragment of the Rune of Death stolen. There's also a ton of evidence that Marika is behind the entirety of your tarnished quest, but we'll talk about that in another video.
Yes.
For now, all you really need to know, in terms of the timeline at least, is this. After the marriage of Marika and Radagon, and after a fragment of the Rune of Death was stolen, Marika went on to shatter the
Okay, so
Elden
she
Ring,
did it.
and Radagon attempted to repair it, to no avail. The Elden Ring had been broken into runes, some great and some small.
You know, it's said that Lord Radagon harbored a secret. A famed sculptor of the Erdtree capital was once summoned to render Lord Radagon's likeness in giant stature, when he glimpsed the skeleton in Radagon's closet. And as such, it's said the great statue harbors his secret too.
Of course, the huge twist in Elden Ring is that Radagon is Marika.
Dude, oh my god, this was so confusing when I was playing through it the first time. Because, well, the first time, I've only played through it once, but when I played through it, and when we went into the final boss, and you go, oh my gosh, like, why is the cutscene a bloke? No, why is the cutscene of a statue that looks like a woman, aka Marika, and then, like, out of it, you know, molds out this little man. And I was like, dude, why is the statue, you know, Loki got chest, but this man is just, you know, regular bloke. And then that's when the conversation was opened.
In Elden Ring is that Radagon is Marika, or depending on what you believe, he became her, for she knew it was going to happen.
In Marika's own words, O Radagon, leal hound of the Golden Order, thou art yet to become me. Thou art yet to become a god. Let us be shattered. both mine other self.
You can tell when From Software is keeping something a little bit open-ended and...
Somebody in chat blurted out Radagon is Marika, and we had to tell him to delete it before you saw. I appreciate you all protecting me from the spoilers. That's so fire. Yeah, no, because I was watching the cutscene and I was like, okay, that's a statue of Marika. I've seen plenty of those in my time from when I have to respawn over and over again on a side boss. And then I'm like, wait a second. This is bro, not sis. Which, hey, you know, I'm not one to judge. That's why initially I was just confused and I didn't say anything. But in hindsight, I'm seeing what happened there.
Yourself. Yeah. Thou art yet to become a god. Let us be shattered, both mine other self.
You can tell when From Software is keeping something a little bit...
Marika pretty much broke the rules. A god needs a consort. Marika created her own consort. Did I turn... Well, did Rani and I turn each other into gods by... Oh wait, no, because I'm a lord. I'm not a god. Because we got married. We are in a little consort situation going on. Consort situationship. And then... Okay. You know what? Marika girl bossed that for real, bro. That's so fire. Yo, what's up? What's up, Mishra? How are you today? Mikla had to reincarnate Radahn, lol. I was gonna say, did he... Because that bit I'm gonna get onto, obviously, after we do, like, all the base game stuff that he knows. You turn Rani into a god and you're a consort. Oh, the Lord is the consort. Oh, so I did turn her into a god. Me good, what about you? I'm good. I'm chilling. Today's not a massive gaming day. Today is watch videos and get confused even more kind of day. But yeah, I'm good. Okay.
Open-ended.
Dude, Marika's such a girl boss.
You can tell when From Software is keeping something a little bit open-ended, and of everything in Elden Ring's lore, this will also go on to be one of the biggest unknowns as we move forward. For
Oh yes, Godfrey was consort, here's the Elden. That makes sense,
example, the wording, "Thou art yet to become me," reinforces that Marika and Radagon were two separate entities before the shattering. However, in contrast, there is also evidence that Radagon was always part of Marika. For example, Enya says that
the demigods are each and all the direct offspring of Queen Marika.
But how can this be if Radagon married Renala and had those demigod children? The only way that makes sense is if Radagon was always Marika and he just went over there to seduce Renala long ago. I'll present more concrete theories in the future.
Hold on, this is so fire. Yes, DLC done, Radahn dead twice. Dude, wait, hold on, this is so crazy. This is actually so crazy.
Radagon
this is so
two
fire.
Separate entities before the shattering. However, in contrast, there is also evidence that Radagon was always part of Marika. For example, Enya says that
the demigods are each and all the direct offspring of Queen Marika.
Wait, so is So is Radagon a god? Or a demigod? Or is he just a consort? Because he's a champion, isn't he? And he just becomes a lord. He doesn't actually become a demigod. Oh, wait. Radagon is... Dude, who's Radagon's parents again? It's nicely watching lore now because lore is so fire on so many levels. Don't be started on the side lore. Good god, man. This game is complicated as hell. So, wait, who are Radagon's parents again? So... Oh, wait. Where did Radagon come from? I thought that he was a descendant of... Same person. He's a physical creation from her, but... Also, it wasn't explained earlier that he was, like, somebody's kid. Like, they had 3 children, and one of them was Radagon. Radagon and Radahn? Wait. No, Rykard and Radahn. Dude, this shit's confusing as hell. They need to use some other letters in the alphabet, bro. Please. I'm just trying to see if there's any suspicious familial relations happening in this family tree, okay? I'm just a bit confused. Dude, did they only think that M and R were the only letters in the alphabet or something, bro? It takes the piss.
How can this be if Radagon married Renala and had those demigod children? The only way that makes sense is if Radagon was always Marika and he just went over there to seduce Renala.
Wait, that's so crazy. That's so crazy. Okay. Yeah, yes, because Renala couldn't have demigod children on her own. And if Radagon is just a champion, how could that happen? How could they have demigod children? Because you can only have a demigod child if you are like a god or demigod yourself. That's crazy, dude. That's crazy.
And had those demigod children. The only way that makes sense is if Radagon was always Marika and he just went over there to seduce Renala.
That's so fire.
I'll present more concrete theories in the future.
That's girl boss energy.
Matter, the most important thing is, what do you think? While you can figure out a ton of Elden Ring's story, not all of it is open to interpretation.
Okay, but what I think is they are the same person, and that Marika just girl bossed her way into having 3 kids with she united, maybe she just didn't want the conflict anymore. She united the moon and the carrion whatever, and then, Marika's existence kind of like a glitch in the system capable of rivaling the forces of Great Will as a whole. Yeah, I was wondering, why is she so goated? She's just an Empyrean, which is to do the bidding of the Greater Will, right? But then somehow, I don't know, they gave her a little bit too much power and they went, oh shit, we kind of fucked that up. You know what I'm saying? I don't remember what the Outer God is called at the start, but the Outer God is like, oh shit, we kind of created a monster. Or something that we can't contain. There's no true explanation, she was just kind of lucky. Yeah, I mean, it seems that way. Or unlucky, depending on how you... Although, she can make her own husband. Make your own husband, build a bear. That's kind of fire. She's kind of got it. She's got it all figured out.
You can figure out a ton of Elden Ring's story. Not all of it is open to interpretation. Certain things are...
That's fire. In my lore, Marika and Renala are exes. That's so heat.
A ton of Elden Ring's story. Not all of it is open to interpretation. Certain things are, and this is one of them. And your interpretation is a big part of what makes this
so
story
true,
special.
Bestie.
At any rate, the union of Radagon and Marika seems to be a union of 2 fundamental
She can kind of edit reality like a sandbox to an extent. She can't change human nature, though. Our mother, father, consort embodiment of a god. He's, Marika? Or Radagon. I guess Radagon, because Radagon is yeah, she can't change human nature. Is a tarnished all humans? Actually, no. Surely not. No, because a lot of the creatures are tarnished as well. I don't actually know. I don't really understand the whole tarnished thing.
Radagon and Marika seems to be a union of 2 fundamental opposing laws of the Golden Order.
Oh,
we mentioned these
causation
laws
and regression.
Actually. There's the
causality.
law of causality, and Marika is an agent of cause and effect. And there's the law of regression, as Radagon is a character who aspires to be complete and regress together. So I have a theory that forcing these 2 beings that represent these concepts together...
Wait, what?
Radagon is a character who
aspires to be complete and regress together. What the fuck does that even mean?
Complete and regress together. So I have...
Human nature encompasses the existence, including misbegotten demi-humans, tales, etc. Oh, okay.
The theory that forcing these 2 beings that represent these concepts together would have corrected Marika's deviance. But even so, she was imprisoned in the Erd Tree for the crime of the Shattering.
Marika's trespass demanded a heavy sentence. But even in shackles, she remains a god and the Vision's vessel.
The conjoined Radagon and Marika even had 2 demigod children of their own, Mikola and Millennia.
Yep.
These 2 children were born afflicted. Mikola was cursed with eternal childhood.
Oh my god, dude. That is why Mikola sounds like a girl, bro. Because he's just got a little prepubescent boy voice.
And millennia harbored a horrific rot within. Even
What would you rather, be a child forever or be literally rotting from the inside out? Thoughts? God, women always get it worse, guys.
And millennia harbored a horrific rot within. Even so, these two children were both chosen as Empyreans. They were immensely sacred beings and eligible to inherit godhood from the Greater Will. Perhaps the Greater Will was just desperate to find a worthy successor, and indeed in the Shattering War to come, many would try to claim the shards of the Elden Ring, and they would try to take the throne, including, of course, the Tarnished, who returned from their long march at long last, which we'll talk about in the next main lore video. I should probably also mention here that if you become a patron, you'll see upcoming lore videos early, as that's one of the rewards you get.
I don't think there are that many upcoming now.
If you think my channel really has a lot of value to the Souls games for you, to the point where you pledge $20, then in this new tier, you'll receive a new mug every 3 months that has a unique design on it, to do with the games by From Software. There are 4 to collect. The first one you'll get is inspired by Dark Souls, then Elden Ring, then Sekiro, and finally Bloodborne. And they all have fantastic art.
Oh, that's fun.
But anyway, I figured this is the right place to end this video,
Okay.
because the information here is memory.
Is there anything else?
I hope you guys are doing alright. One thing.
Damn, bro.
The conjoined Radagon and Marika even had.
How does she have kids on her own, bro? Marika is literally the goat.
Mikola and Millennia. These two
she don't need no man.
Mikola was cursed with eternal childhood, and Millennia harbored a horrific rot within. Even so, these two children were both chosen as Empyreans. They were immensely sacred beings and eligible to inherit godhood from the Greater Will. Perhaps the Greater Will was just desperate to find the worthy successor, and indeed in the Shattering War to come, many would try to claim the shards of the Elden Ring, and they would try.
Yeah, okay, so gosh, dude, there's so much going on. That was only half an hour, but it felt like a bajillion words were just spoken. Okay, so Mikola is a perma-child, which I guess is the point that you guys were making earlier about Moog, or whatever was being said about Moog. Okay. Demigods Explained, do you think that's the next one? The lore of Elden Ring is rotten. Oh, the lore of Millennia. Oh my god, bro, these are fucking long. Holy shoot. Brother. Okay. Let's do the demigod lore. That seems like a good follow-up. Oh, brother. Okay, we'll do the demigod lore because it's a half an hour long. That seems pretty reasonable.
Each and all.
The side lore videos are the longest. I've got a lot to get through, but I'm seeing. Okay. So, we'll do this. Well, that is a good point.
The direct offspring of Queen Marika.
Okay.
There was Godwyn, Morgoth, Moog, Radahn, Rykard, Rani, Mikola, and Millennia, Blade of Mikola. Millennia, Blade of Mikola.
Yeah.
Millennia, Blade of Mikola. And Millennia. Not again. All of these demigods had fallen from grace by the time the Shattering occurred. But in this video, I want to mostly talk about the origins of these characters. Who these demigods were before the fall.
Okay, this is good.
Some of these demigods fell a long way indeed.
Yep.
Before he became this unsightly mess, Godwyn the Golden was quite the heroic figure. He was born of the promising union between Lord Godfrey and Queen Marika, and he achieved great renown for his bravery in one of their wars at least, the War of the Ancient Dragons. This war began when Grandsax, a great ancient dragon, rained calamity down upon Leyndell, marking the only time in historical record that Leyndell's walls had fallen. It's not clear why Grandsax first attacked, but fortifying themselves against lightning, the Knights of the Erd Tree weathered his assault, and Grandsax was defeated.
Wait, is it that guy?
However,
isn't this the dragon that, like, you fight for 2 seconds and then he flies away?
It was only the beginning, and a bitter war against the ancient dragons was to follow. During this war, the Erd Tree Sentinels had an epiphany that the only way to truly protect the Erd Tree was to become dragons themselves. And so, despoiling the corpses of their foes, the grotesque Sentinels served the Erd Tree, but fought with the claws of the enemy instead. In the end, the ancient dragons were routed once again.
I did wonder why they were called draconic tree sentinels. Like, I was like, what makes them draconic? But
in a graveyard of swords by the Stormcaller Church, the end of the war is commemorated. Here, we learn that
I didn't realize. I put it in full screen mode without realizing that I'd done that, but it does work, so that's fine. Okay, that's good. I wasn't sure if that was going to work.
When the Golden defeated Fortisax, called the mightiest dragon of them all. However, he did not kill Fortisax. Instead, he befriended him.
Smart.
And it was in this act that the powers of the ancient dragons truly became a part of Leyndell. After all, only those loved by dragons can survive the ordeal of cladding their bodies in lightning. So, from an unlikely friendship, an ancient dragon cult was born in the capital city, and the Knights of Leyndell learned to worship the dragons and wield their lightning.
Nice.
Lanciax, sister of Fortisax, even took human form to better commune with the knights. It was officially decided that the worship of the ancient dragons did not conflict with belief in the Erd Tree, and it was all thanks to Godwyn, commander of the dragons' golden lightning, and a true child of the golden lineage.
Wow. It'd be a shame if someone killed him.
Morgoth and Mohg,
oh god,
the Omen
these little
twins,
freaks.
Who were also born of Godfrey and Marika's golden lineage. First, what is an omen? Well, to put it simply, an omen.
Okay, so they.
Twin.
Why were they? Okay, I do. I'm glad we're gonna find out, because I was confused as to why are they afflicted with the omen if. Oh, because they touched the crucible, but they can't. They both touched the crucible, like, girl.
Talk about Morgoth and Mohg, the Omen twins, who were also born of Godfrey and Marika's golden lineage. First, what is an omen? Well, to put it simply, an omen is an accursed child, seen as impure, as they are born with horns on the body and face.
God, that must have
hurt. When this
hurt.
happens, the correct thing to do, culturally at least, is to cut off the horns of the omen, an act which usually causes them to perish. It's pretty messed up.
That is messed up.
Some omen do survive this process, and some omen are even given a cleaver, crafted specifically for them and awarded as a tool of war, although these weapons are bestowed with a readiness to take them away. We find one such omen in an Erd Tree camp upon the Altus Plateau. Before you fight it, you might have noticed another omen nearby.
Yeah, I feel like I vaguely remember
in its
this.
Sleep. It's said that omens see evil spirits in their nightmares, and I think this omen is dreaming, haunted by the vengeful spirits of its accursed kin. This brings us to the Omen Killers, who are horrifying butchers of twisted conscience. They wear these horned masks that make a mockery of the Omen's nightmares, and these butchers hunt the Omen and amputate their horns. The first Omen killer was named Rollo, a famous perfumer who had to imbibe a physic to rid himself of emotion so that he could better perform his tasks.
Wow.
Remember, it seems many Omen have their horns excised when they're very young. That's definitely disturbing enough to warrant an emotion-killing physic in my book. However, if the Omen is born of royalty, then their horns are not cut off, but the Omen is kept underground, unbeknownst to anyone, and imprisoned for eternity. By way of example, you would have seen all kinds of Omen confined to the sewers beneath Leyndell. But why are Omen considered to be accursed in the first place? Some of them are clearly intelligent, so what's inherently wrong with being born with horns and great strength? Well, it's important to remember, I think, that this curse might only really exist in the context of the Golden Order. After all, those afflicted with Omen horns are not able to return to the Erd Tree for rebirth, and are said to be born outside of its grace. But why does the Golden Order disavow the Omen, then? Well, it's hard to say for sure, but my working theory is that it's to do with the Crucible. According to this ancient incantation, horns were once an aspect of the Erd Tree's primordial crucible, where all life was once blended together. And with the exception of a couple of Crucible Knights in and around Leyndell, we know that the Golden Order has started to distance itself from most things that touch upon the Crucible. While things like horns, knots, feathers, and scales once grew on the human body and were considered signifiers of the divine, now they are disdained as impurities as civilization has advanced. We learn this from the knot, scale, and feather talismans all of which are guarded by Omen, or dropped by Omen killers, no less. Unfortunately for the Order of the Erd Tree, these once divine impurities seem to crop up in some births, whether they like it or
okay.
not.
I was going to say, how does that
Almost like
happen?
it's a genetic trait, as if it touches upon the crucible at the root of the Erd Tree. And so you have to ask, is it really a curse to be born as a graceless omen? Well, as with most curses in these games, I think that depends on your perspective. In any case, Mohg and Morgoth were omen royalty, and thus they were born into a wretched mire far below the earth, horns and all. Here they were kept under the strictest confinement. Each of them were bound with charmed shackles that were covered in roots or thorns and bathed in golden magic. It seems very few people were supposed to know that they even existed. Morgoth, for his part, renounced and despised his accursed omen blood, but
bless
his
him.
brother Mohg embraced it. Deep underground, Mohg stood before an outer god, a being called...
Caught up yet? There's so much, dude. I don't think I can ever be caught up. I genuinely think there's no way I'm ever going to know half of what's going on in this universe, dude, honestly.
the formless mother who craves wounds, a being capable of bestowing power upon accursed blood. In this moment, Mohg's accursed blood erupted with fire, and he became besotted.
Wait, hold on.
Mother who craves wounds, if they even existed. Morgoth, for his part,
I feel bad for
renounced
Morgoth a
and
little bit here.
despised his accursed
Gotta say.
blood, but his brother Mohg embraced it. Deep underground, Mohg stood before an outer god, a being called the Formless Mother who craves wounds, a being capable of bestowing power upon accursed blood. In this moment, Mohg's accursed blood erupted with fire, and he became besotted with the defilement that he was born into. Here, deep below the earth, he would go on to build a dynasty of blood in reverence of a mother, something it seems he never truly had.
Shit.
As for Morgoth,
Morgoth's most religious of all the demigods. He was so loyal, he shunned the names of other demigods that are usurping the Golden Order, same order that hates Morgoth's very existence. Yeah, it's quite sad actually, bro. He's got like Stockholm syndrome. Oh, it's depressing.
he was born into the same accursed fate as his twin brother, but despite not being blessed with grace, he loved the Erd Tree all the same, and even took it upon himself to crawl out of the sewers and become the Erd Tree's protector when the Erd Tree needed him most. In the end, he rightfully became the Omen King and Lord of Leyndell. Omen or not, he was, after all, born of Godfrey and Marika's golden lineage. Of course, the marriage between Godfrey and Marika would be ended, and before long, Marika remarried with another man, a champion named Radagon, who Marika calls her other half.
Yeah.
He became second Elden Lord and the king consort, but he also brought with him 3 children from a previous marriage that he had had with a Carian queen named Renala. These children were Rani, Rykard, and Radahn, and they all became demigod stepchildren after Radagon's reunion with Queen Marika. Possessed of his father's flaming red hair, Radahn was fond of its heroic implications and considered himself to be born of a great champion. Yet he also looked up to another man, Godfrey, the first Elden Lord, Queen Marika's first husband and the Lord of the Battlefield.
It's like, screw you, Dad. I like the other guy. But what do you even call that? Like, I like our stepmom's ex more than I like my own biological father.
Radahn wasn't
Good luck on the lore hunt. Oh, you're streaming? Oh, that's sweet. Good luck on your stream.
just the son of Radagon and an aspiring Lord of the Battlefield, he was also the son of Renala, who was head of the Academy of Raya Lucaria and Queen of Caria. So, as a Carian royal, inclined towards sorcery, Radahn went his will towards mastering.
Excuse me. This cold hasn't quite kicked.
The Carian
yet.
royal, inclined towards sorcery, Radahn bent his will towards mastering gravitational magics.
Yes, indeed.
Rock sling, gravity well, collapsing stars. These techniques were taught to him in Celia, the town of sorcery, all so he would never have to abandon his beloved but scrawny steed. That said, before long, his powers would be put towards a more cosmic purpose than simply allowing him to ride his own horse. Radahn was taught gravitational magic by an Alabaster Lord, a member of a race of ancients with skin of stone who was said to have risen to life when a meteor struck long ago.
Oh.
And when his lessons were complete, Radahn uttered these chilling words.
Thank you for your tutelage. For now, I can challenge the stars.
And of course, he did conquer the stars, and the very constellations would be halted by his strength. But of course, you kind of have to ask, why? Why
Yeah, what
was
does that
it
mean
necessary
exactly?
to conquer the stars in the first place? Well, I have a couple of theories. Theory one is that it was done in self-defense. After all, according to the sword gravestone, Radahn was protecting Celia. What's more, gravitational magic has destructive power, and many gravitational beasts are proof of that destructive power. A being named Astel had even come down to the lands between in the past and destroyed a place called the Eternal City.
I thought that Estelle's name is like, says like true born or natural born of the underworld or something. Something like that.
What's more, Celians are descendants of the Eternal, positioned right above the Eternal City underground, so there is an argument to be made for Radahn purely defending Celia for some reason here. But it's possible for Radahn to have fought in this conflict and to have made the first move as well, so this is theory 2, that Radahn conquered the stars as a preventative measure in service to the greater will.
The wisdom of stone grants magical prowess, and the stars themselves govern literal fate. Radahn challenged the stars and halted their movement, arresting the progress of literal fate. So, like, the world just, like, stops still and nothing can happen? Well, like, fate. I mean, at that point, okay, so in this universe, it's suggested that fate actually exists but can be halted. I guess the only purpose for fate to exist is the fact that it can be halted, but then at that point, isn't that just your new fate? I don't know. Fate is a complicated word, bro.
According to a set of astrologer items, the night sky cradles fate. There's even a banished sect of people called the Nox, who live deep below the earth in eternal anticipation of the coming age of stars and their lord of night.
By killing Radahn, you resumed the movement of the stars and continued fate. In Rani's questline, Radahn needed to be killed for her to progress her goals. Oh! Wow. So, I guess my question is, like, if Rani's fate is to become a god, then she simply just, like, can't achieve that fate without, like, can't achieve that goal without fate being continued. But then, what? But, like, we can obviously do stuff in the world. It doesn't, like, stop everything still. It doesn't, like, stop existence and time and space. Then how does that... I mean, I guess then you're getting into questions that are, like, unnecessary to ask. Like, how does that function? How does that work? But maybe there's no answer to that.
Long ago...
Fate can be altered unless it is stationary. So, like, she wouldn't have been able to do an alternative... So if she did anything else, and then the stars resumed, she would still end up being a god because of the stars. Like, it's always her fate to be a god.
Anticipation of the coming age of stars and their lord of night. Long ago, these people invoked the ire of the greater will. So it would make sense that those in service to the greater will might have sought to arrest the stars and put an end to this fate. What's more, Radahn was just a huge fanboy of Godfrey, and he seems to have more loyalty to the Erd Tree than to the moon. Finally, the telescope item description says that the fate once writ in the night skies had been fettered by the Golden Order. So surely this is referencing Radahn's actions, and it levels the blame at the Golden Order. But putting Radahn's motivations aside, it's a fact that the stars were held back, and that this had great consequences for many, especially for the rest of his Carian royal family.
Let me explain. The fate of the Carian royal family is guided by the stars, as is the fate of Lady Rani, first heir in the Carian royal line. But General Radahn is the conqueror of the stars, who stood up to the swirling constellations, halting their movement in a smashing victory. And so, if General Radahn were defeated, the stars would once again resume their movement, as would Lady Rani's destiny.
Luna Princess Rani was the daughter of Radagon and Renala, and sister to Radahn. Interestingly, if you look at her true body atop the Divine Tower, it looks like she might have also inherited the red hair of Radagon. Cool detail. But unlike her brother, Radahn, she quite clearly took after her mother more,
That's
who
my goat.
was Renala, head of the Carian royal family. The House of Caria has this storied history.
Are you Team Renala or Team Radagon? I'm Team Renala, bro. Fuck Radagon. I mean, and Marika, I guess, for that sake. I think Marika's a girl boss, don't get me wrong, but I'm fuming that he broke they broke Renala's heart. I'm Team fuck them all. So true. What did Renala even do wrong? She, like, brought an end to a conflict. She fell in love. Team Rodrika, the spiritual, only normal person in the entire game. To be fair, Rodrika is pretty chill. She's pretty chill. Don't be a demigod. Maybe.
One that seems to go way back to the astrologers. In the Carian Manor, we find one of their treasures, the Sword of Night and Flame. It reads, astrologers who preceded the sorcerers established themselves in mountaintops that nearly touched the sky and considered the fire giants their neighbors. Renala herself was an astrologer, always chasing the stars in her youth. Then she met the full moon, and in time, the astrologer became a queen, establishing the House of Caria as royalty. Caria appears to have a matriarchal hierarchy.
Hell yeah.
With multiple princesses and Carian knights that serve as their retainers. Now, however, there is only one princess, Rani, daughter of Renala. And at the time of her birth, she would have been set to inherit quite a lot of power indeed, for the Carian royal family was at its height, and her mother was not only queen, she was also head of the Academy of Raya Lucaria, having bewitched them with the enchanting power of the full moon. Leading the young Rani by the hand, Renala guided her daughter to a meeting with a moon of her own. What Rani beheld was cold, dark, and veiled in occult mystery. A dark moon, a sort of twin to Renala's own full moon. You can even see both of these hanging in the sky if you stargaze from the heights of the Moonlight Plateau. Another who guided Rani was a character called the Snowy Crone, who the young Rani encountered deep in the woods. When you look at Rani, it's actually the likeness of this snow witch that you're seeing, as the doll that now houses Rani's soul was modeled after her, probably as a sign of respect. Clearly Rani looked up to this mysterious woman. She became Rani's secret mentor, and she even knew about the Dark Moon, teaching the young Rani to fear it as she imparted her cold sorceries. So, what do these moons represent? That's just a theory, but I think the moons kind of act as guides. The lost black moon of Noxtella, for example, was the guide of countless stars. What's more, Rani and Renala were heavily influenced by their moons. Renala's moon bewitched the academy that she became the head of, and Rani's dark moon, for its part, also imparts wisdom and leads a voyage in the Age of Stars ending. They could even be outer gods. And yet, for all of this guidance, Caria and Leonia as a whole have experienced steep decline. Radagon betrayed the House of the Moon.
Yeah, prick.
Radahn locked the stars out of motion.
Yeah, prick.
The Academy town is flooded to the north. Caria has been ruined in the west, and the stars and moon have gone their separate ways. Nevertheless, Rani, last princess of Caria, remains, carefully setting new plans into motion. Sibling to Rani
She's smart.
and Radahn.
Would I rather have one Elden or two? You mean like Elden Lord? One Elden Ring? I want all the Elden Rings. That was actually when you provide how is George such a genius? You're such a fanboy, it's crazy. But yeah, like I would rather have, I want 2 Elden Rings, 2 Elden Lords. I will be a god and have 2 Elden Lords. Why can't you just have multiple Elden Lords, bro? Wouldn't that make you a super god? If having a consort is like that, you're now a god. If I have 10 consorts, I'm like a mega god. That's my theory.
Was a man named Rykard, who was lord of the Volcano Manor. There is evidence that Rykard was friendly with his siblings. He conspired with his sister Rani later on, and there's even a portrait of Radahn hung in the Volcano Manor.
It should have been an ending where you could just not be Elden Lord. You can do that if you just don't touch anything after you kill the Elden Beast. If you just don't click anything, I think you've got your ending right there. Nah, I'm good. Yeah, there should be one that's just like, nah, I just want everything to just go into disarray. There's no Golden Order, no Crucible, no anything. Let's just go fucking sicko mode with it. Just complete anarchy. That's what life is about. Not a super Elden. That makes you a player, not a super Elden Lord. Dude, not a player. Not if you have true love for all of them. Think about it. You can't change human nature. Having two lords could cause division in your order purely by human emotion. What if they also love each other? What if the lords love each other? Guys, everyone wins. Pretty sure I described the Lord of Frenzy Flame ending. What, the anarchy? Yo, what's up, Dark Money? Welcome back. I guess the Frenzy Flame ending is like just anarchy, like blow everything up, fuck everyone, just destroy everything. Rani's ending is most pure. Yeah, Rani seems to have like reasonable aspirations in her existence. Like her fate seems like mostly quite reasonable, like not too crazy. Everyone dies, which might be mercy. I agree. I want a polyamorous relationship between the Elden Lords. If it works, it works, guys. Super Lord, Super God, multiple Lords, like that order is never getting broken apart, bro. I'm telling you. The more the merrier. That's my theory. And I would like to see them put that into the test in Night Rain DLC 5. Also, how do I fall asleep watching YouTube? Wake up on Elden Ring lore watching Raven. It's like YouTube itself wants you to... I'm telling you, maybe YouTube does want you to be here. That's what I'm saying. One of them is a dragon? Yeah, exactly. So that means they'll live forever. I think that's something dragons do. Oh, yeah. Yeah, for the frenzied, for sure. That's actually a good point. You know, that's not that crazy, actually, when you think about it that way. All roads lead to Raven. Yeah, so I've heard.
As well as a portrait of Rykard himself.
I like he's got a self-portrait. That's so fire.
Descriptions mark Rykard as stern, ambitious, heroic, and blasphemous. A part of this blasphemy was opposing the Erd Tree.
Hell yeah.
Which actually drew many knights to his banner, for Rykard believed in taking by force, just as the gods did, and clearly many believed that he would usher in a new age. The armor set of the Gelmir Knights reveals to us what were once very loyal soldiers. The crest of red feathers are there to symbolize Rykard's pedigree as Lord Radagon's son, and the emblem upon their chest piece represents a lord who had lofty ambitions.
See, all of these like feathery headpieces to look like all these people, it's just so confusing. When I was fighting like Melania's guards, the rot guards, I was like, they all do the hair thing? Do they all do the red hair thing? I didn't see it because I didn't do the frenzy ending, but Melina reveals her closed right eye and claims she'll hunt you down for what you've done? Whoa, that's so scary. Oh, I feel terrible. I'm glad I didn't do that because that sounds awful. I don't want Melina to be mad at me. She did say for many times before, don't do the frenzy thing. Watch a video of the frenzy after. Yeah, okay, well, that's fire.
However, as Rykard delved into the ancient secrets of Mount Gelmir, he came across the immortal Great Serpent, an ancient deity that aligned with Rykard's ambitions. And so, Rykard fed himself to the Great Serpent, that he might devour, grow, and live eternally. Alas, this was too much for his knights. They believed that their master's heroic ambitions had degenerated into mere greed. So they searched desperately for a weapon with which they might halt their lord, and they found it too. The immortal serpent had lived for a long time, and so there was also
immortal, yeah,
to kill it that had been designed long
can't be that immortal then, can it?
ago as well, a serpent hunter. But it was too late. As the Lord lost his dignity, so too did the knights lose their master. Not that it bothered Rykard.
No, we can give our God together.
He's just so stupid.
Next, we need
Sorry.
that it bothered Rykard.
No, we can give our God together.
So fire.
Next, we need to discuss
Immortal just means you can't age, but you can still die. I guess in this context, yeah.
Melania and Mikola. These two were twins, as they were born. No, Rykard, please. Anyway, as you know, Radagon's marriage with Renala did not last. Afterwards, he returned to the Golden Order.
I'm aware.
And became Queen Marika's
And still mad about
consort.
it.
But what I haven't yet mentioned is that, together, they were blessed with two demigod children, the so-called twin prodigies. Now, in the last lore video, I briefly proposed that these two twins were born after the Shattering, after Radagon and Marika had merged together to become a single god.
Oh, he
However,
did say that.
I've since changed my mind. I think Melania and Mikola were clearly born before the Shattering. There's just so much proof that these two twins were a force that were influencing the world long before the Shattering took place. Anyway, both of these twins were born afflicted. Specifically, in the Japanese text, it's said that their births were vulnerable. Mikola was born afflicted with eternal youth, and Melania, for her part, was vulnerable to rot.
Vulnerable.
Interestingly, Melania's scarlet rot is actually an outer god.
Oh.
This outer god, like many others in the game, seems to have an order that is able to be imposed upon the world via an Empyrean vessel, and Melania was that vessel. And while the scarlet rot is pretty terrible, you can sort of argue that it's got a beauty to it. According to Gowry, the order of rot is resplendent. It's a cycle of death and rebirth, kind of like the lotus flower, which is a flower that blooms anew, beautiful and fresh from mud. I actually have art of this flower hanging in my home. I always love the symbol of it. I actually have lots of art hanging now, and I'm going to talk about all of this artwork that you can buy at the end of the video. Anyway, so Melania the Empyrean was vulnerable to and afflicted by the scarlet rot. There was said to be no cure to this, and while fire and consecration seemed to be somewhat effective at warding it off.
Or you can't die of age, at least. That makes sense. That makes sense. So Melania is the Empyrean for this outer god, and she's rotted, which sucks because, dude, how come bro got away with being scot-free? He's just a kid forever, which, like, yeah, sucks. But also, she's literally, like, rotting from the inside out, bro. She is actually just, like, in constant just turmoil, right? Okay, so then she's, you know, she spreads this rot across the land. He says it's, like, a beautiful because it's so supposed to represent the cycle of death and life and blah, 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 lotus flower, etc. But, like, it represents this, but the embodiment of that is just, like, literal lakes of rot. And, like, death and fucking, you know, destruction and blah. Outer Wills, Golden, Rot, Blood, Crucible, Frenzy, Flamestone. Yes, Outer Wills. So the Frenzy Flame, I guess, does that mean that Midra is the Empyrean for the Frenzy Flame? But who's the, I don't know if there's an Empyrean of the Crucible then. Because it wouldn't be the twins, would it? And then, are Melania and Mikola twins, or are they just siblings? And I'm not referring to them when I say twins, I'm referring to Morgott and Moog. And then you've got the golden one, who chooses Marika. Okay. Blood, is that... I guess the blood one is that Moog? Stone were those guys. Melania has access to the flower nuke at least. True. Although Mikola has access to, like, a guy who can literally just nuke you any second of the day, so I don't know. A lot of bosses you fight are catalysts for the outer gods. Moog is the catalyst for blood, yeah. Melania for rot, Midra, frenzy, flame, etc. Yeah, okay. So they're catalysts, but not all of them are Empyreans. Or is they same? Is that the one in the same? Melania cheated. Cheated at what? What did she cheat at?
Off, Millennia would slowly lose her physical self to the rot.
Oh, the nuke was cheating. Oh, I see. That is fucked up, to be fair. But I mean, they got to give her something. She's literally look at her. She's fucking rotting away.
Interestingly, old legends of the Scarlet Rot have persisted in the world for generations, and we learn more about the Rot God from the Blue Dancer charm. The Dancer in blue represents a fairy who, in legend,
she destroyed a continent. See, this is what I'm saying, bro. But she was born into it. What was she supposed to do? She didn't even want to become an Empyrean for the fucking golden for the rot, bro. She didn't want this. If anyone, the only person who chose this really was Marika. Not destroy the continent. Yeah, but what if she didn't though? Then what would the rot do to her? You know, go to the Halig tree, do it there. Real shit, man. Real shit. Also, she could just, like, die. Which, I meant sacrifice herself is, I guess, the better way to put that. Just die at this point. Okay, well. You do feel bad for Melania. Her eyes have literally rotted away and fights you blind. Imagine fighting her at full strength. I know, imagine fighting her with her eyes and arms and all sorts. It'd be so over. It'd be so over.
A flowing sword upon a blind swordsman. Blade in hand, the swordsman sealed away an ancient god, a god that was
hold on.
From the Blue Dancer charm.
Okay.
The Dancer in blue represents a fairy who, in legend, bestowed a flowing sword upon a blind swordsman. Blade in hand, the swordsman sealed away an ancient god, a god that was rot itself. Specifically, this god was long ago sealed away in the stagnant water that is downstream of the Ainsel River underground.
The
and
Lake of Rot.
Wherever rot appears, the kindred of rot appear as well. These are pests and servants of the rot. And now, in the current age, these are servants that have been forsaken by Millennia, who is their new goddess. So, this blind swordsman with the flowing curved sword actually went on to become Millennia's mentor. So technically it's him that we have to blame for this goddamn attack. The prosthesis wearer heirloom tells us more.
Well, good thing her mentor was blind as well, because then it means that she's really good at fighting with no eyes. Hopefully. I don't know. If she wasn't blind by that point, maybe that's not very transferable.
For this goddamn attack. The prosthesis wearer heirloom tells us more. A talisman engraved with a scene from a heroic tale. Though born into the accursed rot, when the young girl encountered her mentor and his flowing blade, she gained wings of unparalleled strength. Millennia's ridiculous attack is called the Waterfowl Dance, and aesthetically it makes sense that, flowing waters would counter the effects of rot. For just as still waters turn foul, stagnation turns to decay. Thus, warriors must remain ever drifting. And indeed, Millennia does resist the call of the rot. There's a lot of evidence that she's not really a willing vessel, but through sheer will and sense of self, she resists the rot, and only when she is truly pressed in battle will she abandon this will and bloom into the goddess within. Millennia's first bloom was during her fight against Radahn.
To be fair, the fact that she is so insanely powerful without even being in goddess form, she's literally just a warrior at that point. She's kind of the goat.
And releasing her Scarlet Rot was a last-ditch effort that would forever taint the land of Caelid and cripple Radahn. So, whatever she was fighting for in this fight against
I was going to say,
Radahn,
why was she fighting Radahn in the first place? And yeah.
Somehow, it was worth this terrible act. In general terms, at least, it's clear that Millennia was fighting for her brother. Apart from the times where she relapses into being the goddess of rot, she is known as the Blade of Miquella. She actually goes to great lengths to tell you this. I don't know if you heard. Despite being the toughest boss in From Software history, she's actually fighting for his right to godhood, not her own. In Millennia's own words, her brother Miquella possesses the wisdom, the allure of a god. He is the most fearsome Empyrean of all. For his part, Miquella did a lot to earn his sister's
I was going to say,
not the least of which was inspiring her armor and a prosthetic of unalloyed gold. And it's not just his sister that loved Mikola, many people did. The bewitching branch is an item that you can use to turn enemies into temporary allies, and it reads, "Indeed, he has learned very well how to compel such affection." For his father Radagon, Mikola fashioned and gifted to him a fundamentalist incantation.
Yo, what's up, the astral potato? You also here? I've killed the big Radahn after killing the first little Radahn, and now I'm learning about Radahn. Hey, I live an exciting life, what can I say? How are you, the astral potato?
Called Triple Rings of Light. Radagon then returns the favor, gifting back an incantation called Radagon's Rings of Light.
Oh, I see. Yes. Welcome to... Yes, I'm also here. So the Twitch stream, I guess, is slightly less delayed, as you could probably tell by how quickly I'm responding. So yeah, welcome.
These interactions show some of Mikola's positive connections with his father.
This one's for you, Maestro. Maestro needs a friend. Yo, thanks. I appreciate the follow. Thank you, Mishra. Or Potato. Whatever you prefer to be called, you know? Alright. I have someone. Let's go.
Also Golden Order fundamental.
Yeah, I've always streamed to like both Twitch and YouTube, but just for Maestro, because Maestro is like the only person who's ever in the Twitch stream, but let's freaking go.
And yet, the young Mikola abandoned fundamentalism, for it could do nothing to treat Melania's accursed rot.
Okay.
This was the beginning of unalloyed gold. So, what is unalloyed gold? Well, an alloy is a composition of metals, so unalloyed gold is pure gold, essentially, with no external mixtures. This gold apparently can ward away the meddling of outer gods. And so Mikola bent a lot of his efforts towards creating an unalloyed gold needle. Specifically, this needle was crafted for his sister, to ward off the rot god and forestall the effects of the incurable rotting sickness. We see the bond between the siblings as well when we visit Mikola's Halig tree. We see a statue of a one-armed woman embracing a child, Mikola. In this place, we see the biggest example of Mikola's benevolence, the Halig tree, and the society that was built into the brace that supports it. This was a promised land, seen as a salvation to many who were shunned or persecuted, provided that they can actually find the path here, of course. And like many other Empyreans, Mikola seems to have had the will within them to create a new order, and his is an order that's somewhat modelled on the ones that came before it. The biggest thing is that the Halig tree is clearly inspired by the Erd tree, but the difference is that Mikola's Halig tree is said to be accepting of all, even those the Erd tree shuns. Mikola himself was once embedded inside of the Halig tree, and he watered it with his very own blood since it was a mere sapling. Tragically, however, he was ripped out of this womb during the shattering, and his Halig tree ultimately failed to grow into an Erd tree, becoming a misshapen husk instead. But that's the story for another day.
Why would he want it to become an Erd tree, unless it's an Erd tree of his own order rather than, you know, Erd tree of the Golden Order? Can you have multiple? Can you have an Erd tree for each order?
Cut content to do with Mikola, and he's one of the most mysterious demigods, who I'm sure we'll learn about more later. But there is one more thing that I want to mention before I go. It's kind of one theory I had during the making of this video. So, Mikola and Melania each have their own butterflies. Melania's is the Aeonian butterfly, which inhabit the swamp of Aeonia and are rumored to come from the wings of the rot goddess herself. And I think it's fair to say that Mikola's butterfly is the nascent butterfly, which appears as if it's just emerged from its cocoon for its entire life. This is a reference to Mikola's eternal youth and his cocoon in the Halig tree. But there is, of course, a third butterfly, right? There's the smouldering butterfly.
Yes.
It's said to be an eternally burning butterfly that serves as kindling. Now bear with me, but it's my theory that this butterfly is a reference to Melina, who the Blade of Calling calls the kindling maiden and the one who walks alongside flame. This might suggest that Melina is a sibling to Melania and Mikola. Again, that's just a theory, but what I really want to talk about here is that, at the very least, Melina is almost certainly the daughter of Marika. We learned this a long time ago from looking at her name in the game's
No way.
We can further infer it from her dialogue, as she has a few lines that refer to mothers and one that says that she was born inside the Erd Tree. So her being the daughter of Marika is also just a theory, but this one is much more concrete than the butterfly one. Although the reason I like the butterfly theory is that it gives us a hint as to who Melina's parents might have been. Her parents would have been Radagon and Marika, which is to say Marika herself alone, I guess, because Radagon is Marika.
That's why she knows everything that
Melina
Marika
as a
said.
character has only become more mysterious since the game was released, and I'm really only scratching the surface with this theory. But speaking of times before Elden Ring was released, back then, a long time ago, I commissioned this piece.
Is this towards the end? Oh, yeah, this is the end of the video.
Named Marco.
Wow, dude. Oh my gosh. Like, they do the whole freaking, like, every kid has to have the same starting letter of the name as the parents. Like, what is wrong with you? What's actually wrong with you, honestly? Maybe it's to help us remember, like, who's part of this, who has this mother, who has this mother, who has this father, blah, 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 blah. You know that it's a daughter of Marika, and if it has an M, or, you know, it's a child of Marika if it starts with an M. You know, it's a child of Renala if it starts with an R. Wait, no. Yeah. Yeah, because Radahn is Rani's brother. Did I cook? I don't know. I think I fucked that up. Frenzy Flame cutscene. Oh, no, that's the Midra one. I cooked, yes. Let's go. Oh, brother. Okay. I like reading the comments. Okay. Oh, good God. Wait, hold on. Oh, okay, so you... Oh, there's... I guess you just touched the statue, but... So, hold on, do you make the decision to do the Frenzied Flame ending before you get to this point, and then when you just try and touch the statue like you can in a normal ending, it does this instead? Sorry, I just have to hear that sound again. Oh, nah. Yeah, you have to set up before getting here. Oh, nah. Gosh. Great googly moogly. Holy moly. Sheesh. Uh-oh.
Lord of frenzied flame. I will seek you as far as you may travel. To deliver you what is yours.
What, which is a swift death? Jeez. Jeez. I was expecting her eye to look different. I don't know. I don't know what I was expecting it to be. Yeah, dude. That's crazy. Can you still summon Torrent after that? Yeah, in the world where Godric, Moog, Rykard, and the Dung Eater exist, we are the most evil alongside Shabriri. Yeah, because Shabriri is the one who wants you to do that shit, isn't he? He's like, you have to do it, the frenzied flame. I'm pretty sure that's Shabriri. Dude, there's just so much. Lord of Frenzied Flame, you have no maidens and you're a loser. Do you still have the horse, though? That's what matters most, man. An Elden Ring movie? Gosh, dang, there's so much content you can make out of this. This is mental. Beginner's Guide. Should watch that. Horse got melted, so you can't summon him anymore after you do that? It's pretty bleak, man. On the shirt, that's my go. You can summon for reasons of the game, sure. Amazing. Good god, there's so much lore. Should we do a tier list? Hold on, I would need to like let's see here. So we could do Elden Ring bosses tier list. You know the drill. Oh god. This is every fucking boss. Jesus Christ, man. Can I get main bosses? Lore-wise, everything's gone. Oh, you're excited now, Maestro, eh? And then we can do more lore after a quick listy poo. Let's do main... Do I have a... I feel like I bookmarked some earlier. Ah, yes. Fabulous. You thought Minecraft would happen soon? You still have 30 hours of lore to get through? So my plan is... I'm going to do... Because you know how I usually stream twice a week, and I haven't been recently because I didn't really know what to do for my, like, second stream. I'm going to do, like, one Minecraft stream, maybe, and one Dark Souls stream, / Elden Ring lore stream, / whatever. I'll probably do, like... I'd, like, start with Dark Souls and end with some Elden Ring lore or something. And then when we finish Dark Souls, we could do Dark Souls 3 lore. Guys, does it get better than that? Although, I feel like that's going to cause spoilers for Dark Souls 1, because I know that it's actually, like, you know, interconnected with Dark Souls 1. Maybe not so much Dark Souls 2. I don't actually really know at all how Dark Souls 2 fits into this scope of things. Okay. That's a good sound. Okay. After the Frenzy Flame... Wait, hold on, let me read the... Dark Souls and Elden Ring are both games. You can watch all the cutscenes and still have zero clue about the story. This is what I'm saying. This is what I'm freaking saying, dude. Like, I posted, like, a short recently. I was saying to people before you shut up, Dark Money, that, I posted this short where, It was the Morgott, like meeting Morgott, and I was like, dude, I already killed Margit. How am I killing him again, bro? And then everyone in the freaking comments of this short was like, clearly you didn't read the fucking item descriptions for every item in the game. Clearly you didn't take notes while you were playing, blah, blah, blah. And I was like, what? Bro, there's so much going on. There's so much going on, man. What do you want from me, eh? After the frenzy ending, you don't get to walk around with a frenzy flame head and see everything destroyed for reasons of the game. But yeah, it doesn't really happen. Yeah. I figured. I was going to say, because surely you don't look like that forever. Alright, let's chuck on stream beats. He still talks to Melina at churches. She just forgets. She's like, wait, what? Frenzy? I don't know what you're on about. Okay. Let's get active, shall we? So. We're doing main bosses first. Main remembrances. Cutscene and required bosses, okay? Because I want to do the side bosses separately because there are so many and I don't want them to be lumped in with the main ones. Okay. So, I don't think this includes DLC, but we'll do the... Is there one that has all the... Hold on, did I say one that has the DLC included as well? That might be good. No. Okay. We're doing base game for now, and then we will do... And then we'll do the other one after. Then we'll do DLC after. Okay. I have my reaction images ready, okay. So, we're starting off with... Dude, I can't even see who this is. Let me zoom in. Who the fuck... Is that Morgott? Dude, I literally can't see. Hold on, let's start with the first boss, Margit. I guess that's Morgott though, isn't it? Do I start with Godric then? Because he's not real. For fuck's sake. Right, let's start with Margit. I think it does it in order. Yeah, it does do it in order. That's fine. They should have turned Melina into the pursuer. You mean from Dark Souls 2? Okay. We'll call this Morgott rather than Margit. Thoughts on that? Because Morgott's a bit more interesting than Margit. Actually, Margit was a good first boss though. Like, I found him really challenging. I had to leave and come back to him and do a bit of leveling up first. So, I liked Margit. I found him to be a pain in the ass. I didn't like his boss arena. That is going to play into things. Okay, there are several parameters I'm doing this under. Do they look cool? Are they fun to fight? Is their difficulty enjoyable? And like, are they a good challenge to overcome? And I guess just like the boss arena as well is going to play a very small part in it because that very much influences my experience. Okay, I'm going to put him in, I feel like he's a B. That's pretty solid. It's a solid, good start, but he's not going to be like above that because that would just be like too much. It'd be too much. Okay. Godric is cool as fuck. Criteria, are they Melania? That's a good point. Okay. Godric's cool. He's not very challenging. He's actually, I found him quite easy, but that's because I'd found the jellyfish strat. You know the drill. So I'm gonna put him below Margit or Morgott, whatever you want to call this guy, in B tier. He might be C tier, sorry. Sorry, Godric. He's cool though. I think, okay, you know what? He's lower B because of how cool he is. However, his boss arena is also ass. Like those gravestones, bro. Don't piss me off. Don't even get me started on the gravestones. Like, I don't know. He's tough. I'm leaving him there for now. I'll move him later. You're also getting B tier, Renala. Because your boss fight's low-key just too easy. And it's not giving. However, the freaking arena is sick. I remember being like, wow, this is really cool. I actually really like the intro cutscene. I really like the boss fight is, you know, it's like Deacon's tier. But it's better than Deacon's, obviously, because you got the second phase. It's fine. The boss fight is fine. All of the other stuff is epic. I like all of the rest of it. What the hell even is this? Oh, I'm stupid. Wait, it's ancestral. Oh, it's a remembrance. I was like, how? Oh, it's Radahn. Okay, we're gonna put oh wait, you can move them like that. Okay, Radahn. Is everyone just gonna be B tier? I didn't like Radahn fight. It's fun though. You know what? The lead up, all of the hype before the fight puts him in A tier. The fight itself, super mid. Dude, Maestro is fuming. He gets A tier because he is the theatrics of his fight are amazing. He comes down on a meteor, that alone is S tier. I'm moving Godric down to C tier, I don't gaff. He has a good I like the scene where he cuts off his arm. That's my favourite part of Godric fight. Other than that, he's just very mid. Is that reasonable? Like cutting like the dragon head into arm, fire. You didn't miss the tier list, we're still going. We've just started. We just started. You're chilling. Yeah, Godric is so mid. His fight is mid. Yo, what's up, Scarlet Switch? You've come at the right time. I'm chatting shit. I'm creating beef. I'm creating drama. Do you understand? Okay. So we've got Godric moved down to C tier because his fight alone is just kind of, yeah, it's fine. The cutscene is cool, but he's still C. His fight and lore and strategy. True, the lore is also mid, bro. They barely talk about this guy just because, oh, he grafted some arms onto himself because he's a loser. Like, come on, grow up. Do you know what I mean? And then we've got Radahn. Radahn is cool. He has good lore. He's got you fight him twice, which, you know, fuck it, why not, I guess. But that's a whole different tier list, bro. That's on the DLC one. Do you know what? Is that controversial? Godric is C, yeah, real shit. The meteor, dude, the fight itself though, you have to draw a line somewhere. Like, the fight itself is cool because you summon all these guys. Like, it's a theatrical event. It's like exciting, it's fun, it's a little bit silly, but it's also like, it's epic. That is fire. But like, the fight itself, dude, I don't know if you remember, when I fought Radahn, I didn't even realize there was no phase 2. I literally accidentally killed him. Like, I wanted there to be a phase 2. I was specifically playing, like, slowly in phase 1 to learn his moves. And then I was like, dude, I'm gonna be so ready when phase 2 hits. And then the minions go, like, no, I say the minions, the summons kill him. And I was just like, oh, he's dead. I guess that's the end of that. I don't know. I need a bit more from you, Radahn. You're in D tier, Spectral. This guy was so annoying. It only took 2 attempts, but it felt like 10 hours of my life because I just spent the whole time running around the arena trying to chase it down. The music is haunting and beautiful. The arena is cool. The color palette, love that. D tier. I use Glintstone Pebble from the horse. Does that make it easy? F for deer. I don't even have an F tier. Do you want me to add an F tier? How do I add an F tier? Add row below. Bruh. Okay. We're gonna put this in grey because it's just so yucky. Yeah, you're right. Deer is ass. Deer is ass. I'm gonna give you that. Okay. Who is that? Guys, who is that? The pictures aren't clear enough, bro. This is so zoomed out. Who has the red sporks? Red fork thing. Is that the guy who has all the abilities? Is it Fortisax? Is it a dragon? I can't even see that. I thought it was a bloke. It's a dragon? Any dragon is not making it above D tier, unfortunately. Apart from Placidusax, who might be lucky enough to make it to C tier. Actually, Placidusax is pretty cool. Bale isn't even making it to fucking B tier, bro. I don't know, actually. No. Let's not get too controversial. But that's not even this tier list, bro. Let's move on. This guy, he's kind of fun. I say he's kind of fun, then put him in D tier. I mean, it is what it is. Do you know what I mean? Yeah, Astel D tier. Is that controversial, or are you agreeing with that? Because, like, he's just like, he beams you, he jumps around, you know, the arena a little bit. His arena is fucking cool as hell, though. His arena is cool as hell. Like, the galaxy sky thing. Fire. The design of the monster of Astel. Fire. Yeah, Astel looks cool, boring as hell, though. That's the problem. The fight really just takes it so far down. It has to be D tier. Has to be. Rykard. I mean, this fight mid as hell as well, but he's fucking cool. High B? I'm thinking high C. Are you crazy? Low A? Together. Together. Okay, he can be with his who was he again? So Rykard is the brother of Radahn, son of Radagon? Who's his parents, bro? Rykard is C for me. You know what? Yeah, you know what? Sorry, Maestro. I put him in C tier to begin with. I'll put him above Godric. That's so fair. That's valid. He goes above Godric, but son of Radagon and Renala. Okay, I wasn't sure if it was Renala. I just needed that. I needed that reassurance. Okay, he gets to go above Godric because he's very cool. The big ass snake is awesome. He's purely the lead up is fire though, but the fight is mid as hell. You know what? We'll revise the list after I've placed everyone, okay? And then I'll make some final changes. Godfrey's projection, completely forgettable. I assume they've got, yeah, okay, Horalu is on here, right? Is Horalu on here? Dude, oh yeah. It's fine. Godfrey Ghost is F. Honestly, you might be right. Dude, this guy, I think I killed him first try. He was boring. Is that crazy? F is too mean. You might be right. He's not bad. You know what? F is actually for things that are like, this sucks, like a little bit. This one, the deer sucked because it took so long, and if you died, which I did, right at the end, it's so punishing, so you have to do it all again. That's why the experience that I had with the deer was an F experience, okay? That's a good way to sort of like gauge it. My experience with Godfrey was fine, it was just boring and over very quickly. The dragon's D tier, because I barely remember it, A, and B, because I don't like dragon fights. Dude, haven't they got Placidusax on here? He will not be in D tier, okay? Don't you worry. His Forsax is boring, real shit. When you realise Raven doesn't like Elden Ring. Look, we've got an A tier boss right here. What do you mean? It's epic. It's mid. Who is that? Guys, who is that? Guys, who's that? Forsax is lame. I'm saying. Who is that? Why can't I remember who this is? You're mid, Raven, you're mid. Fire Giant is going in the D tier. It turns into pixels. Oh. Wait, isn't that Morgott? Wait, what? So the first one was Margit and this is Morgott? Am I stupid? Oh shit, my face cam. Hold on, my bad. It's there. Is that Morgott? I don't remember him having all this fire. I don't remember having him all this fiery stuff around him. Okay. In that case, I've put Morgott here. I mean Margit here. Yeah, I mean... Dude, if they're going to give me a Margit and a Morgott, they should give me 2 Mogs. Because I would actually rank them differently. That's what I'm saying, bro. That doesn't look like Morgott. Morgott is better than Margit. I know, that's why I put him ahead of Margit. I'll put him in A. He's better. He's significantly better. Moog, bottom of B. Nah, that's controversial as fuck. Hold on. Whoa. Morgott does tricks, flips, and throws golden constructs at you, creates golden hammers out of nothing. Badass. Yeah, he is cooler. I will agree. He is cooler. Moog is S tier. Dude, you know what? This is what I'm saying, right? And Moog is not S tier. We've started a fight. Moog is B. Oh my god, there's beef. There's beef. I like Moog's abilities. I think he's cringe. Why does he talk so much, bro? And also, what I do like, his projection is actually way freaking cooler, bro. And just because he doesn't talk, mainly. Obviously, he has fewer moves, but he has like the same basis of his moves. If they gave me Moog's projection, I'm putting Moog's projection in A and him at the top of B. No, can I really put him behind Radahn though, in my mind? I'm putting him at the top of A, at the bottom of A. Bottom of A, okay? He's top of C? That's crazy. He's tough and cool. His horns grew so randomly, one of them stabbed his eye. Of course he's a bad guy. Yeah, a lot of them are going to be bad guys. Bottom of B. I just feel bad because I do think he's better than, like, he's significantly better than these two. I think he's on par with these two, like, but like a little bit lesser. I think he has to go low. I'm taking into account his projection here. If he didn't have a projection, he'd be at the top of B because he is just annoying as hell. And he's cringe when he just chats shit all the time. I like the one that doesn't talk. Melania will leave to the end. Godskin duo. I don't give a fuck. I don't give a fuck. On their own, the Godskin Apostle gets top of D tier just because he's funny. Just because he's funny. Actually, both of them, they get D tier because they're funny. Duo on their own, or like duo together, bro. Like, fuck those guys. They get below Spectral. The hell is this? Is that Placidusax? That's got to be Placidusax. Okay, Placidusax was pretty cool. I don't remember hating this one that badly. Put him in top of B. Yeah. He's a C. I think he's alright, to be fair. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Did you guys hate him that bad? That's hasty. He wasn't that bad. He is a dragon, though, which automatically brings his score down. Mob rule. Okay, you know what, let's find an equal playing ground here and let's put him here. Is that acceptable? Because I don't think he's that bad, though. Although, actually, no, now that I think about it, I don't think he's better than Rykard. Damn, this is where it gets hard, though. I don't think he's better than Rykard. I'll put him here. He's definitely better than Godric. Better than Renala, worse than Margit. I agree that worse than Margit. I like Renala because of just all of the theatrics. I just think it's a cool fight. The fight itself, the actual physical fighting part is ass, but everything around it is just so swag. Damn, this is tough. There's too many parameters. There's too many factors, bro. Malekith gets A tier. Yeah, Malekith's a pretty A tier guy. Pissed me the fuck off, I'm not gonna lie. Made me mad, but he was cool. He was cool. He was cool. Is this Gideon? I hate Malekith. Had the worst time with him. Dude, Scarlet Switch. I think you turned up and, like, therefore I completed it and managed to kill him because, you know, my good luck charm was there. Dude, Malekith was a bastard, actually. You're so right. I'm putting him in front of Moog. Because I think he's just cool. And you know what? His arena is ass, though. That's tough. I would have to move Moog down if I... Because I liked him more than Moog. I don't know, man. This is fucking hard, bro. He has like chaos magic tip for you. He's tough, but he's a good fight. Exactly. I'm gonna put him... Yeah, I'm gonna put him... Man. Alright, no, that's too crazy. That's too crazy. I'm not doing that. No, go away. Not you. Yeah, we'll put him back. I'm gonna leave him there for now. We'll change it later if I need to. Gideon can be like a D. Gideon Z tier. I think his concept is freaking cool. He is just lame as hell. Thoughts? F tier? Everyone hates this guy? I think by the point I got to him, he was just so easy. I like just fragged him and it was over. He could be top of F then. He could be top of F. To be fair, it's kind of creepy that he follows you, but I like the concept that he just... It's kind of not that original though, because, I mean, if you think of like Soul of Cinder, he kind of takes all of the fucking moves from all the Cinder Lords. It's kind of not that exciting. You're right, you're right. Been done before, recycled. It's over. We're over it. Horaloo. Yeah. He's kind of goated. He's kind of goated. Below Duo? No, I'll put him below Spectral Beast. Duo is crazy. The reason why I'm putting Horaloo here is because his design is crazy. Gideon below Duo? Dude, Duo sucked so bad that I freaking summoned for the first time in the game and then it just like, you know. That's true, Gino. And I said at the time, I was like, well, maybe a man can't kill a god, but, you know. That's so true, Gino. He's freaking misogynist. He's the bomb. Never... Which boy did I diss? Oh, Horaloo. Oh, you're talking about Scarlet Switch. I was like, bro, I thought I gassed up Horaloo. Okay. No, I have to... I just like for my own sanity. He has to go here. I'm sorry. Okay, and then... Yeah, this fight was sick. He's cool. Wasn't too crazy challenging to the point that I wanted to rage quit. Pretty cool, pretty cool. This one is like... Is that crazy to put Elden Beast and Radagon in C tier? Is that fucking insane? He's not even that high on C tier, bro. That's insane. Radagon is cool. Design-wise... yeah, Radagon is fun, exactly. Elden Beast is C, you're right. Yes, that's true. Elden Beast is what brings you down. I'm just thinking Elden Beast at this point, fine. You get bottom B tier because of Radagon. Because of Radagon. Elden Beast brings you down like fucking crazy, but Radagon is cool. Yeah, Elden Beast is ass. Okay, fine. He gets bottom of B tier because he's saved. And then, obviously, guys, come on. I actually, unironically, by far, one of my favourite fights was Melania. And not even because of the hype of, oh my god, it's Melania. But because this fight, bro... We need numbers for the tiers because the alphabet isn't long enough. Yeah, dude. We need 26 for each level of the alphabet. Dude. This boss is so fun. She might get her own... She's in a, you know... We'll put S... Hold on. Add row above. S+. Oh, fuck you. Okay. She does get her own because she is actually the GOAT. Unironically the GOAT. This, like, she's just so good. You've put her top of A. You're saying that she's below Horaloo. Dude, everything about Melania is goated, okay? You go in, it's freaking, you know, Melania tier, honestly. Like, yeah, we'll call it, we'll put it M tier. Okay. Because Horaloo is a lion, so does, well, yeah, but fucking Godric has a little dragon head, and you're not seeing me put him in fucking A tier. That, hear me out. She, like, in the whole lead up to her area, you see her in every edge of the fucking, that area of the map, dude. Scarlet Rot is everywhere. You hear her name, you hear echoes of her name, you hear everything. Like, it's like, she is the GOAT. And you hear like, oh, she is one of the only people who could take on Radahn. And she's the goddess of rot. And there's rot everywhere. And you can see it well before you even get close to seeing her. Honestly, don't show this tier list to anybody, but I agree with most. Okay, well, clearly I showed it to you and you agree with most. So there you go. But like, you go in, she has this epic intro. She has a whole monologue. You know, she's cool and calm with it. She just has very, like, simple knight moves. And it feels fair, it feels balanced, it feels like you can learn. I try not to show your face in public for a while. Tier list might be straight up illegal. And then she has a phase transition, and she has another cutscene, and then she flies and blows everything up, which is a little bit of an L, but it's so easy to dodge once you know. It's just like, come on. The bitch wakes up from a coma to fight you. She can fly. She has rotten butterfly. She has her bloom spell. That is amazing. And she's blind doing it all. She is the GOAT. Exactly. She is the blueprint. She is the blueprint, bro. Horaloo is connected to the Boogie Beast. Is that so? I need to watch the next lore video to understand that. I just showed this to the FBI. You're banned from living. Well, I'm ordering the angry mob. Guys, let me look over it. Yeah, 4 sex is definitely, you know what? Nah, that's crazy. Fire Giant being a bottom of D tier, is that fucked? Yeah, no, I'm sticking to it, I'm sticking to it. Probably that. Probably that. I know because everyone puts Moog as S tier, blah 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 blah. But I feel I said, what is Placidusax doing in C tier? To be fair, Placidusax should be, he's not in C tier, he's in D tier. He should be at the bottom of D tier. Because every dragon, no dragon should ever, oh wait, that's Forsax. You're right, he is in C tier. He should be at the top of D tier, because no dragon should ever be above D tier. I said that at the start, and I think I stand by it. No dragon should ever be above D tier. That is a good point, Dark Money. That is a good point. You like Fire Giant as C? Okay, I'm with you. Oh, you like it as C. Moog is B tier. You think Moog's too high? FBI just said get good. I don't think he's that bad. He's definitely here. He's not just above this guy. He's like significantly above this guy. I'm just gonna have to take deep breaths. Dude, how are you? Moog, he's tough. He has just such cool moves. That is truly my, like, that's truly where I'm at with it. He's just, like, he has cool moves. As a character, you know, and as a guy who keeps yapping, F. But he's the fight is hard, and I hated every minute of it. But in hindsight, compared to some of these other ones, I think this is where he sits. Okay? Right. Are we locking it in? Share on Twitter? Should I get, you know, they're gonna come over here and just start, like, calling me slurs? I think that'd be fire. Okay. I want to go back to Horaloo's lion. Dude. Have you ever considered that maybe the lion's just not that impressive? He's an S tier, bro. He's literally an S tier. What more could you want? I know you want him to be an M tier, but nobody is an M tier. That is literally Melania only. Because she is out of the league of these people. Like, she just is. I'm sorry. I remember the good old days of this tier list didn't exist. I turned that lion into a rug, bro. That's so fire. Dude, what's wrong with it then? Okay, no, if you're gonna be specific at the very least, you said you agree with most of it. What is crazy on here? What is so crazy on here? Alright? I'm not gonna accept the Horaloo one, because he's an S tier. Like, I'm sorry, he's not moving. He's not moving. You agree with most of it? Alright, okay. Okay, that's good. I think I'm happy with that. We'll do a... Okay, let's do DLC one. Yeah, let's do DLC. There you go, you're cooking. Alright, let's do DLC. Let's see if we can get one here. Oh, this one puts the names of them on the fucking thing. That's so fire. Okay. I think this one will do. Placidusax is A? I'll move him to top of C tier. I think that's acceptable. Godric is F. I think that's fair, but I think it's kind of cool. I don't know. He can stay in. Where did I leave him? C tier. I think bottom of C tier is acceptable. Renala is D. That's fair. I accept that. However, I liked Renala's fight. Moog is S. Godfrey. Godfrey's visage is high B. Brother, I don't even remember that guy. Do not put Godric in F, YouTube chat. Yeah, exactly. The Iron of Stomach, his design, at least, his design bumps him from an F to a D. His design alone is what saves him, because otherwise he would be in F, because his fight was ass, and I hated every minute of that fight. I'm sticking with that for now. Let's move on. We'll come back to it. Ancient Dragon Man, is this the guy at the start who's in that, no, that's not the guy who's in. There's gonna be a few of these who I haven't killed. These include all the side bosses as well, so there's gonna be quite a few of these who I haven't killed. I don't remember half of these guys. Black Knight Garu, who even is you? I definitely killed this guy, but I don't remember him. I'm gonna put Simp. Oh, okay, that's not then. Simply do not remember. Is that even gonna appear on the thing? Simply do not remember fire. Ancient Dragon Man. I vaguely remember that. Just do the ones we know. Alright, let's just put yeah, I'll probably should put a Y on the end of that. Ah! Okay. This guy, I don't even think I fought this guy. But he's a dragon, so he's E tier. I needed that F tier. We're skipping E. No E tier for us. Bale? Nah, let's not do Bale first. Like, let's do the goat first. Let's do the goat. You know, guys, have you peeked the shirt for those who haven't seen it yet? Peep the shirt, peep the shirt. Yes, Midra. Okay. We'll put Midra in, like... Midra's A tier. Never again? Why don't you like the Midra shirt? Yeah, see? A tier, see? It's a respectable place to put him. I'm just gonna cut out this fucking advert. Because it's just... I don't care about the fucking Gymshark advert. Okay. Yeah, A tier. Yeah, it's acceptable. Dancing Beast we'll go with next because I fought this guy pretty early on. See? Very cool design. I actually really like the design of the dancing lion thing. I really like the design of Boogie Beast. I didn't have too much trouble with him, honestly, but I don't remember it being that fun. You put B? You guys are saying B? I just don't... it could be. It's definitely, if not high C, then low B. We'll leave it there for... We'll leave it in bottom B for now. Not C tier? You guys really like this guy? You really like this guy that much? I'll put him bottom B tier, but it depends who else is coming up next. It depends who else is coming up next, okay? I love Boogie Beast. Well, Boogie Beast is B tier. That's not even bad, bro. I do not like this guy. Yeah, see, Gino doesn't even like him. I think he's fine. I think his design is cool, and I like the way he moves, but he fucks up the camera so bad. I think the second version of him is easier because it's not enclosed in a boss arena and you can have a bit more freedom. Bale, I can't really, for the, you know, for the validity of this tier list, I don't know if putting Bale in a high tier simply because of the summon you can put in there is like, you know, is right. Yeah, Bale. I don't think it's right to put him higher up just because you can get a funny intro. His curse is... he's just explosive. Yeah, he is explosive. He's fucking annoying as hell. Honestly, like... I just don't like dragon fights. That's true. Well, the fight is more cinematic than a Renala fight, which I praise for being cinematic. Yeah. Where did I put Renala? In C tier? Or did I put her at the bottom of B tier? I feel like he gets bottom of B tier. He wasn't like, you know, he wasn't giving. He wasn't giving. No. I don't know. I agree that the getting to him is cool. Like the whole like storyline of getting to Vale is fire. To be fair, he is cinematic. Sure, fine. I'll put it there because he's cinematic. I liked the sort of how like weird and kind of creepy the start of the Renala fight is with the intro cinematic of that like weird student like looking up at you with their weird sharp teeth. And then I liked the sort of Rani coming in, like the story elements really like, you know, coming in. Since Files was going, yeah. A, the letter A. I'll put him above Divine Beast. How about that? Is that acceptable? Okay. There's a lot of Black Knights here. Black Jail Knight. I don't remember these mofos. Commander Gaius. Bro, fuck this guy. Is that controversial? To put Commander Gaius in C tier? Is that controversial? Acting like Vale isn't a bad mother. Bro, he's a dragon! I just don't like dragon fights. It's always just sitting there fucking crotch and wave your sword about and then like... You know? Commander Gaius was best buddies with Radahn and learned gravity magic with him. That makes a lot of sense, to be fair. He does have that gravitational vibe about him. Gaius is D tier. We'll see where the others place and I might move him down to D tier because that fight was... I mean, it wasn't giving. It just wasn't. I'm sorry. It really just was not all that. Count Emir. I remember fighting him. I just don't remember how the fight went. So because I know I fought him, he goes into simply do not remember. Queen Mariga. Hello? Falling Star Beast buffed. Did I kill that? He's only cool because he's a giant pig. True. Furnace Golem I did not fight. Rolana was cool. I liked Rolana. I remember Rolana being pretty chill with it. That's controversial, isn't it? I feel like I liked that fight. Did I like that fight? I just know. I remember not liking it. We'll come back to it. Don't get too freaked out, alright? Rolana is really good. Rolana is rough. Okay, we've got some mixed messaging coming through here. Oh, there are some real stinkers on here, bro. There are some real stinkers. Is Putrescent Knight in D like crazy or nah? Is it too high? Is that too high for Putrescent Knight? That's the real question. D is kind? Yeah, I thought so. I thought that might be a little bit too kind. He's like right on this cusp of D and F. I'll put him in F for now. But yeah, kind of just a weird guy. Ramina? Let's put Ramina somewhere. I like Ramina. It's not the most amazing fight ever, but like, I just like that one move. And I like that like all the little flowery like butterfly thingies that she puts everywhere. It's kind of cool. No, I like Ramina. I don't know. We'll put it there for now. B is supposed to be the one that has, you know, the most people in it because it's like the average, if you will. Like, you know what I mean. Unless that's C, I guess. I don't know. Ghost Flame? I don't remember any of that. Golden Hippo. I feel like that... Oh, that's the guy. Yeah, Golden Hippo is the guy in the black castle, right? That when you first walk into the black castle thing and then there's a hippo. Am I correct in that? Like right after that town. I use her weapon and Rotten Butterfly spell. They're cool. You can use her sweeping skill and inflict Scarlet Rot. And you kind of fly. It's cool. Yeah. I just got her little spear thing. It's pretty fire. Spiky Hippo's D. Oh yeah, the Hippo Porcupine. Yes, I remember. Yeah, D. Kind of forgettable, but was fine. Didn't cause me much grief, but nothing to write home about. Hate that guy. He was, yeah, uninteresting. Let's put Metir somewhere. I don't know why, I just really didn't like this fight. The design of Metir is very cool. I like the design of this boss. I just didn't like the fight. Is that controversial? I don't know. Bottom of sea? Just for the design, bringing you more love, but other than that... Yeah, the design isn't, like, nice, but it's, you know, it's cool. Mother of Fingers can go perish. Dude, I just really didn't like that fight. I remember just being like, this is just ass. Mainly because I was getting impatient, but... Is Bottom of Sea, like, kind? Cool design. Cooler than the Golden Hippo design. Slightly less enjoyable fight. Actually, just less enjoyable overall, but whatever. F tier for the Mother of Fingers. It was significant. I'll put him above Golden Hippo and D tier. The two tree sentinels. I don't even think I killed them both. Oh, I did. They were fine. They were like fine. Okay, we've got some big boys down here. Let's do Shadow Tree Avatar. I like this one. I do like this one. I'll put you A tier. Low, like bottom of A tier, below Midra though. Just because it was a cool... It kind of gave me like Cuphead vibes. I felt like I was doing the like the garden thing on Cuphead, like the one where you're fighting the carrot and the sunflower. I think that's reasonable. D is fair, yeah, I think so. I think that's cool. I think Shadow Tree Avatar was cool. Okay. Jagged Peak Drake, that was just a fucking dragon. I hate dragons. And it was not even that enjoyable because it killed me even though it was fighting somebody else. It was just lame. Loser. I remember Dryleaf Dane. I don't think I fought this one. Yori Rakshasa. I feel like that rings a bell. Alright, fine. Let's just get on with it, shall we? Let's do... I'm pretty sure I did kill this guy, but I just don't remember. So... Anybody else? We're done. I didn't kill Senesax, I don't think. I literally said I'm just not going to bother with that guy because I don't want to kill another dragon. Okay, we only have 2 more. Damn, I did not kill that many bosses in this, did I? Oh, Lamenters. I feel like I did that. I don't remember though. Maybe I didn't. Whatever. I feel like I did that as well. Alright. Mesmer? See, he's not... Mesmer is not M tier. Mesmer's not M tier. It could be... Could be top of A. Could be S. He is a good fight. He's cool. Once you get, you know, used to his moves, you can sort of seems reasonable. 8, yeah, high B, A tier. I feel like A tier. I feel like A tier. I don't think he's that crazy, but his design is freaking cool. He has cool cutscenes. I like Midra though, so I have to put him below Midra. Okay. Radahn, Consort of Miquella. This one, I fear, is going to be very controversial. It was epic. Had a great intro cinematic with Miquella. You know, I finally got to see this Miquella character after all this time. watch the lore video for them eventually. Yeah, I think I will. I'm gonna try and watch as much lore as I can. It might be something that I do, like, yeah, as I say, at the end of Dark Souls streams, or maybe in between when I don't want to get owned by a boss for a while. I just want to chill and watch some videos, maybe. Okay. Radahn and Miquella. Wait, consort of Miquella? Doesn't that mean they're married? Or does consort not necessarily mean, it just means like guardian / right hand man with weapon and killing abilities? Because that doesn't seem right. If Miquella's, you know, destined to be a child forever, that seems a bit sussy to me. Yeah, they're pretty much married. God, everyone's a fucking criminal in this game, aren't they? Bloody hell. Miquella is the god and Radahn is the lord, yeah. Okay. Sure. Let's chuck Radahn in. Ooh, God, we're gonna have some controversy today. I don't think... Is that reasonable, putting Radahn? I'm not sure anyone hits S for me in this. Maybe Radahn, because he is a good challenge. It's controversial. The entire game was building up to that fight, that is true. Okay, fine. Fine, you know what? He makes it, he makes it. Maestro stamp of approval. What, for A tier? Or for S tier? It's tough. Oh, I agree. It was anticlimactic. I thought you were trying to say that it was like... Okay, I agree. That was how I felt about it as well. I thought you were trying to say that I should put him at S because it's like... You know... It was all leading to this moment. And therefore it should be S tier because this is the final countdown. It's the final battle. It's like bang, everything comes to an end here. I agree that it was anticlimactic. He's not S tier. Maestro is mad about this. What do you mean it was anticlimactic? Lasers, explosions, big ass swords. I agree. I don't think the fight itself, like the mechanics of the fight, were that anticlimactic. I think the mechanics of the fight were fine. I just think it was like... Oh, bro, I don't know. It's just like, the theatrics weren't there, bro. The theatrics were not there. Yes, you have Miquella climbing onto his shoulder and being like, meh, you know, whatever. Like, it's not giving. The fight itself was good, it was challenging, it was rewarding in parts. The theatrics were the beams of godly light. Yeah, but as you say, like, yeah, as Gino says, but Bale did some crazy shit. Even you said that. Bale's doing nuking the planet and whatnot, and it's like, that doesn't mean that he's the GOAT, though. The arena is absolutely beautiful. Yeah, there are some beautiful arenas. Bro, Renala's arena is beautiful, but she shouldn't be, like, a fucking A tier, you know? Final boss should have made me felt completely blown away. Instead, I was less impressed than I was with Bale. Yeah. Yeah. I think okay, hold on. Nah, I'm not gonna put him. I'll put him above R'hllana in terms of he had a good lead up. It was fun. The whole experience as an overall, he puts him above R'hllana because R'hllana was a good fight, but just kind of boring overall in terms of, you know, theatrics, let's say. Like, Midra is low-key the GOAT though, bro. The lead up to Midra is so good. You're like in a spooky forest with things that you can't even kill, and you have to sneak around and they can just like insta one-tap you or like two-tap you. So fire. It's just such a like, and I know that's like, you're like, but that's not the boss. That's the lead up to the boss. It doesn't count. And it's like, true, but... It's just the vibe, bruh. The vibe. Okay, breathe in, breathe out. Man. Does PC have Egon? Yeah, there's your answer. That's true. He doesn't have Egon. I need to chill. Are you losing it, Maestro? I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Final boss Radahn is all about cheap tactics, hiding behind flashing lights. Woo! Here we go, here we go. Do you hear that, Maestro? Yeah, I think this is where I'm feeling, how I'm feeling about it. I'm not gonna lie. It's tough. Cheap tactics don't make it better but worse. I do agree, I do agree. It's tough because I like Radahn's first phase because it feels very like reactionary. You see him about to make a move, you click the button. I like that. That's kind of what I'm into. Remember, you're not watching a movie, you're fighting a boss. I know, I know. Or are you talking to Maestro? Whatever. Both of us. Radahn could have been a lot cooler if it was a movie. Yeah. Yeah. I just... Oh, it's so tough, isn't it? It's so tough. In terms of like straight up moves, I do feel like this is where I put these though. I did really like that one Romina move. Hiding behind flashing lights, explosion, laser, arena, aura. It's like a movie and I love that. Well, yeah. Maybe it's fun to watch, but to play, it's there. It's nothing is hitting S tier for me in this. If there were, I don't know what makes that last fight S tier. I think second phase for me was a bit just like underwhelming. JW, told you got addicted to Elden Ring, didn't you? Hello JW, welcome back. I may have a problem, you might be right. Even when the game's over, I can't let it go. You cooked me. Rellana is S tier? Do you think? I think the fight itself, like the Rellana fight itself was very good. I like the Rellana fight, but not super interesting fight. Yeah, cool as fuck. Like the moveset is fire, and the swords, heat. The actual, just like everything else about it is like, okay, it's a night fight, it's, you know, there's not like a cool cutscene, it's just like, okay, it's just, you know, it just is. And it's good, solid B. I could, in theory, shift everything up, apart from Putrescent Knight, and maybe Meteor Fingers, and Jagged Peak Drake. And the, okay, apart everything from C, okay, everything from B upwards. No, that's not true. I would leave, if I were to move anything into S tier, I just can't in my heart of hearts. Yeah, she gets no cutscene of proper build up, and the lore behind her is better. Exactly. The fight is most comparable to Melania. She's a good fight. I really like her fight. I do really like her fight. But again, Melania has all the rest of it. If Melania was just Melania without the rest of it, she'd be S tier, not M tier. Yes, so JW, this is what you missed. This is the base game tier list. So you've got... Oh, okay, hold on, my face is in the way. You can see it there. There's Melania, Hoaraloo, Malekith, Radahn, Morgott, Mohg, Margit. Is that Margit? To be fair, Margit's a good first boss. He's good for where you are at in the game. I'll give him that. So this seems a bit dodgy, but I also kind of owned Radagon really quickly. Wait, did I... Wait, I thought this is Morgott. I don't know why they added fire to him. This is Margit. Last boss. Elden Beast and Radagon. If they separated Elden Beast and Radagon, Radagon would be in A tier, and Elden Beast would be in C tier. This is, yeah, just because I think she's just cool. I think she's cool. Placidusax, he's a dragon. He's never making out of C tier, bruh. He's destined to be C tier below. Rykard, he's very cool. He's just a bit boring in the fight. Godric is kind of boring as well, but he's fine. So C tier for being fine. the others, like whatever this other dragon is, boring. Estelle, kind of just uninteresting, but very cool arena. I would put him actually. No, let's do that. Yeah, no, let's do that. Okay, and let's do that. Dragons suck to me. Is that crazy? These tiers, quality or difficulty? Both. Horalu got S tier. Exactly. You should be. That's what I'm saying. You should have been happy enough. She did disappoint me. No cutscene. Kind of mid arena. Her lore is bland. Yeah, she's pretty. That's why she's not. That's why Rolana's not super high up on the list. I think I'm happy with this. Yeah, tiers are quality of everything, fight, cutscene, lore build up, etc. Yes. M tier is made up. M tier was called S plus, but it's called M now for Melania because she's the only one who lives in this tier. Because she is above all else, a different league, just a different league. But yes, she is at the top in all of the above. Yeah, and then you've got yeah. I don't feel like she's consistently difficult. Well, now that I've learnt her, I feel like I wouldn't find her anywhere near as hard, obviously. But I just like the boss. I think she's cool. She's just a very cool boss. And I like her story, like the way she introduces herself and like everything. It's cool. These ones, yeah, they're obviously down here because, you know. Flower power. Yeah, flower power makes it pretty high up, to be fair. Flower power is cool. I like the 3-parter. It's kind of unique. It's funky. Good in my books. Bale is cool. It's just not enough for me. Meteor was a kind of a bitch, but a very cool design. I think I'm pleased with this. The fact that Commander Gaius is the only guy in C tier is crazy. The fact that many people made it into D tier is nuts. It seems kind of... Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, I don't know. This seems about right. Guys, stop beefing, gosh. Everything's fine. Dude, Gino. So intense. Alright guys, let's stop arguing, shall we? Dude, Maestro, you're missing out on all the freaking drama over here. Gosh, bunch of drama queens. Alright, let's see. Let's see what the other one is. Right, so here we go. This guy... I remember him, but I don't remember the fight. Who is this guy? He's a dragon, right? Is he just one of the basic ones? He ain't got nothing going on, nothing special. Let me bring this back down so you can see everything. If you only had a mod to squabble their fighting. Yeah, you're not even on YouTube, bro. Dragonkin, yes, you're right. That is Dragonkin, Soldier of Noxtella. I like that one. That was cool. You get a solid B for now. It might even... You stay at B. Godskin, this one... See, I like that they separate these now, so I can look at them as separate Godskin hunters. Let's put, they're both, like, B tier. They're both kind of funny. They're, like, I'm not even putting that out there because I think they're good. I just think they're funny. They're just silly. Like, these are the guys who are supposed to be killing the gods. And they're rolling around, stretching them out like Mr. Frickin' Fantastic, bro. Like, hello, is it Mr. Fantastic? Is he a strong one or is he stretchy? Or am I thinking of Mrs. Incredible? Okay. So is he It was a good attempt though. Oh, what, to try and get upgraded to mod? You can be mod with Twitch chat, but there's not really any dramas in the Twitch chat. It's the only problem. It's the only problem. Okay, so... Is this Queen Maggie? Or whatever her name is? Is it Queen? Is she a queen? I don't even know if she's a queen though. My hair is like caught in my headset, it's fine. Whatever. Okay. Oh yeah, the magma worm. Brother, magma worm is fucking... I mean, he's fine. I don't know, he might move down if I'm feeling crazy. I don't think this conversation has anything worth moderating in it, lol. We're arguing about tears and Elden Ring. Yeah, no, I have no reason to silence any of you. You can continue fighting. I enjoy it. Okay. You see, these guys are mid as hell. Is this Erdtree Avatar? Dude, I like don't have strong enough opinions about any of these. Oh, Magma Worm is... I don't know. I don't know. Where's the frickin'... Oh, do you know what I do actually quite like? The, Where is he? Yeah, you know what? You earned a high spot because you were such a challenge. It forced me to get better. It just forced me to get good. Imagine getting a ban because you argued about an Elden Ring tier list. Put that on your resume. Watching the YouTube chat be like watching Emmerdale. What's an Emmerdale? I mean, it's like a soap opera. It's like a drama soapy show thing. Red Wolf of Radagon. He was pretty boring. He wasn't serving. I kind of just I was too high level at the time that I fought this wolf. I just brute forced him and he died. It was not difficult. Fair City better? Is that like some unknown soap? Queen Maggie, I don't know about you. Is this the one with all the minions around it though? I did not like the minions. If that's who I think it is, a fuck you for the minions. Just that. Is this Loretta? Loretta's... Ooh. Unknown, sorry. I just don't know what it is. I've never even heard of it in my life, I'm gonna be honest with you. It'll be so real. The Giant. This Knight Rider? Oh shit. Who the hell is Knight Rider? I don't remember you. That's not Loretta. Is that Loretta? Dude, where's Loretta? She's on here somewhere, surely. There's so many horse people. Not much happens in Emmerdale from memory, just the occasional drama. Well. Delicate renegades in this chat. Okay, so now we're rocking this guy. He's alright. He's fine. He's fine. Yeah, he's fine. This is a dragon. Who is this? I don't remember any of these guys. I need the names. Basically the countryside version of Coronation Street. Oh, is it? I didn't know it was a countryside thing. Dude, is this not the guy that I just... Are these not... Oh. What? Is this not the same guy? Black-bellied kindred. This guy. What's this then? Are these not the same guy? There's multiple. Okay, well they both get the same spot, like... Okay. Oh, are these the guys are the... Who are the guys? The bell-bearing hunters. I don't remember what they look like. Oh no, I think this is who I'm thinking of. You get there. You might be the... I don't remember. I think this is who I'm thinking of. This is Maggie though, right? And then this is like... Who's that person who's next to that NPC, next to that bonfire, under like a bridge, and then there's like loads of minions, and they're just really fucking annoying, and they shoot all of them, the minions like shoot magic at you. It's just so ass. Like the blue liney magic. That's so ass. With the flail, the one you asked if it was a bell bearing house. Oh, that's another Knight Rider. Jesus Christ. Did I even fight these? I feel like that the flail rings a bell though. I must have fought him. Must have fought him. You get bottom of D tier. Most dragons get bottom of D tier. Nah. This is the one that runs away or flies away, isn't it? Pussy boy. Knight's Cavalry. Oh, really? Okay. I feel like, you know, you get bottom of there. These guys are annoying as hell. I don't remember who this guy is. Yeah, maybe you get there. These guys are pretty chill with it. They're fine. You're a dragon, so you go there. Oh, this is the freaking ice dragon. This is the big ice dragon on the ice lake. Yeah, you're at the bottom of that. Sorry, mate. Another one of these. They're fine as well. Okay. So none of these are Loretta. Oh, was Loretta a remembrance boss? Because she wasn't on the first tier list either. Don't remember who this is. Who is that, dude? Who are these people? That's the Bell-Bearing Hunter boss version. The Element of the Briar you just put in. Don't remember. Oh. Oh. Yeah, I remember fighting them, but yeah, I don't remember what it was like, so I guess they have to stay there. Oh, oh, I knew he looked familiar. Okay. Right. Yeah, you were alright, weren't you? He just had annoying minions, though. He was actually really kind of boring once the minions were dead, but you get up there, that's fine. That's fine. You guys... yeah, no, that seems reasonable. Yo, what's up, Splasher? We're doing a tier list, if you couldn't tell. We've done the ones for the first two. This is the base game. This is the DLC. And there's a nice advert at the bottom there. And this is the... Did I watch Lore? I did watch a little bit of Lore. We're going to watch more in a second. But I watched like I watched like an hour of Lore. Then we're doing our tier list. Then we're getting back to some Lore. Please make your Lore requests right now. Obviously, Gino's made a few. Very passionate about the lore over on Gino's end. I don't remember who that is. Some of these do look familiar though. Anyone on a horse is not making it out of D tier, apart from the Street Sentinels. They're pretty cool. Melania lore request. Okay, I'm with you on that. Did I find out something interesting? I feel like I found out a lot, dude. It was a lot of information. Back to back to back every millisecond of the videos. So I found out who is the parents of who. Yeah, Melena's lore would be good as well. True. Yeah, so we did a demigod lore video, and we did the main sort of overarching of like what I found the most interesting was the outer wills, like the outer gods, those powers, and how they're like, it's not just the Golden Order, they're all like competing for power. That was interesting. Don't forget to like the stream, dude. I remember, you know, I've you know what, Splasher is the goat. I mean, sometimes when you're not, you know, pressuring me to download some scary files to make Radahn impossible and blow up my computer. How's my ear since the piercing? Oh, thanks for asking, Maestro. My ear's alright. They've healed up pretty nicely, but then definitely still on the road to recovery. Definitely. But no, they're feeling okay. They're not sore or anything. They're just, yeah. The other day they like bled for no reason, which was really weird. I must have caught it on something in my sleep because I woke up and it was just bleeding. I must have like rolled onto my side and like knocked it quite hard. Caught it on the pillowcase or something. Yeah, that was pretty gross, but other than that, pretty good. Okay, so will I? No, I'm not doing that, Splasher. I'm not playing pre-nerf Radahn. I'm not that invested. I'm not that emotionally invested in my own turmoil. When am I playing new game? After Dark Souls 3. After Dark Souls 3. That's my answer. Also, peep the shirt. Oh, hold on, let me go. I know Gino's gonna be like, stop showing the Midra shirt. Let me live my life, Gino. Okay. Never again. Well, too late. Dislike the stream? No! Comment, like, and subscribe! Don't do it. Never listen to Gino. Those are the rules. Okay, so... yes. Let's get active, shall we? So, we've got this tier list, this tier list, this tier list. You know, I'll put these in the Discord after. I'll screen grab them and chuck them in the Discord after, so you can reflect and insult, etc. Whatever you wish to do. Alright, so you guys, my voice is relaxing, really? Gino will disagree with you on that, I have no doubt. Let's do... You know what's relaxing is the music. It might be tricking you into a false sense of relaxation. Let's do... Wait, does he have a Millennium Lore video? Oh yeah, he does, doesn't he? Okay, let's cue this up, because I know there's an advert. Let's see if there's a Melina one. 2 years ago. No, it's not. There's not. Okay. To be fair, the Melania one is long as hell. It's an hour. We'll watch it in 1.25 speed. Wow, dude. Okay. That's cool, but it's old. Is this one new enough? 1 year ago? Oh, Smo Town or Wise Turtle. Not Smo? Oh. Yeah, Glowmide Queen is... No, Glowmide Queen isn't Melina, though. What? Oh, wait, the Glowmide Queen, whoever she is, has the Godskin Apostles, and they are relate... Is there some relation, or are they... Oh, is she Melina? Dude, that's crazy. Why would... You know what, there's so much to get through. Oh my god. Good god, man. What time is it where I live? It's the early morning. Yeah. And have theories only. Okay, yeah, these, to be fair, this one, is this one? Hold on. Oh, fuck off. This one was 1 year ago. December 2024. Is that recent enough, or was it not out then? The DLC. Why would he need to be alloyed if he doesn't have the rot? Or is he just called that? Where did you watch this in this lore, bro? Where did you get this lore from? Ooh, I like this. The most evil character in Soulsborne and Elden Ring. Gotta get through those first. It was out. Surely then. Surely that's the best option.
January.
Stop it. Oh man, I thought I was gonna life hack it. That's tough. Okay. I watched just 2 hour lore video full story. Golly. Dude, I've already watched an hour of lore and it was like just a tiny chunk of lore. Okay. We'll try this one. Oh, a small segment from the main channel video. Oh. I think it's a re-upload. Oh, damn. It's a re-upload. On his second channel. That's sneaky. That's sneaky. Mikola the Divine Paradox. Is that one... 2 hours enough? I mean, yeah, this is long as fuck. Consecrated lore field, that's so fire. No, I don't want to watch this fucking advert. Dude is spitting fire, someone can find him and top a mountain, that's heat. Alright, let's do the Melania one first. Okay? Let's get in there.
The Scarlet Rot is one of the deadliest things in the lands between, for it has no real cure, and famously, even the demigods could not stave off its effects. I guess no one told them about preserving boluses. Anyway, what's really interesting about the Scarlet Rot is that it's actually a very old legend, one that predates Melania and all of the horrors found in Caelid. And so, to understand where it all began, we have to go below, to the Lake of Rot, where we can find a few item descriptions that speak of this time. For example, here in the southeastern corner, we can loot a crown of mushrooms that forms this towering headpiece, and it reads, "Long ago, great lords served the Scarlet Rot. Perhaps such fungal bodies served as their crowns." And the rest of this set is made up of the mushroom set, which are considered holy vestments for those enraptured by the Scarlet Rot that root them to the earth. So already we have this hierarchy of mushroom lords that served the Scarlet Rot back then, as well as worshippers who venerated it. And you might think it's strange that these beings might worship or serve a sickness, but the Scarlet Rot is so much more than that, because the Scarlet Rot is no mere disease. No, for proof of that, one only need look at the Crystallian. Crystallian are inorganic beings, and yet they can be afflicted by the rot just like any other.
Oh, I didn't know that.
There's even some Crystallians that are infused with rot and can spread it to others as well. Because it's not really just a disease. Instead, the map for the Lake of Rot calls it the divine essence of an outer god, something that was sealed away long ago in this underground world. And if you've been following Elden Ring lore for any length of time, you should be no stranger to the concept of an outer god. They are these indeterminable, abstract beings that impress an order or a will upon the world through their avatars, their servants, and their vessels. And in the case of the Scarlet Rot, its order is one of decay, where beings are put into a progressing state of death, with the intent to achieve this glorious rebirth that will follow that process. The poison armament description tells us this, saying that those who dwell within poison know rot all too well, the death that begets life, that comes to all equally. That is to say, it is the cycle of rebirth put into...
Yeah, see, like... Those who dwell within poison know rot all too well, the death that begets life, that comes to all equally. So they try and make it sound like a, you know, a cycle of rebirth put into practice. That almost makes it sound like a positive thing, which is kind of what he was saying in the last video. I don't really...
practice.
Yeah, I don't get how
a great
that
example
can
of
be
this
seen as
is
something
Nicholas
beautiful.
Halig tree, which might be completely dead were it not for the fungal growths that have sprouted upon the tree.
Well,
and of
okay.
course we also see this in Caelid, where flowers of the rot are on the very precipice of budding, despite all the decay. Of course, it's debatable whether this type of life is even desirable at all.
Yes, this is what I mean.
But you can't argue that it is life. And
Okay.
the agents of the rot god certainly find it desirable, so they do their utmost to spark this sacred cycle of rebirth in others, infecting them with poison and rot, and putting this cycle of rebirth into practice. On that note, there is one extremely curious item that you can find down in the Grand Cloister, and it's called the Scorpion Stinger. This is a dagger that's glistening with scarlet rot, and it's called a ceremonial tool, which I think means that any ceremony that used this dagger would have been a ceremony to stab and infect another being with the scarlet rot. It would have been a ceremony of spreading their treasured affliction to others. But what's really interesting about this dagger is that it's fashioned from a great scorpion's tail, and it's also specifically said to have been crafted from the relic of a sealed outer god. And when you consider that phrasing, it makes you realize that it's saying that this dagger was fashioned from a relic of the rot god, who was also a great scorpion. That's what it sounds like it's saying. Anyway, I mean, many historical relics in our history are often the physical remains of deceased saints or holy persons, so the god of rot might really be, or at least might have manifested as a great scorpion. So I guess this scorpion stinger is kind of like the eye of the fell god, or the three fingers of frenzy, or the whole winged theme that death has going on. It's a small remaining hint at the visual identity of these ephemeral outer gods that is intended to stimulate the imagination, even if we never truly find out what these outer gods look like. And whatever rot truly is, it and its scarlet rot essence was eventually conquered, or sealed at least. This was done by a legendary figure known as the Blind Swordsman. As the story goes, the Blind Swordsman was favored by a fairy called the Dancer in Blue. The fairy bestowed upon them a flowing curved sword, which was patterned after flowing water, and with this sword the Blind Swordsman sealed away an ancient god, a god that was rot itself. There's quite a bit to unpack in these descriptions. First, who or what was the fairy called the Blue Dancer? Well, I think that the warrior's blue cloth set gives us a clue. It reveals that the blue color of its fabric symbolizes brisk waters, and the cloth doll that represents the Blue Dancer is styled to look just like water. The description goes on to say that just as still waters turn foul, stagnation leads to decay, so warriors must remain ever drifting. It's essentially saying that flowing water is the very antithesis to rot, which thrives in stagnant water. And I think, and this is just speculation, but I think that the Blue Fairy might essentially be a sort of river spirit.
Although, is there not a rot waterfall? I feel like in my heart of hearts that I took a coffin down off of rot waterfall. I think the Blue Dancer fought Ramina. As stated, the dancer fought off the very god of rot. Oh shit! Dude, I completely forgot. Scorpion, yes, Ramina is a scorpion. Holy shit. Dude, when he said scorpion, I was just thinking like, oh, okay, cool. For some reason in my mind, I'm like, Melania came before Ramina. But, because I feel like I asked at the time why, when I was fighting Ramina, I was like, how come she's got Scarlet Rot? And I assumed that, I feel like I vaguely remember something about her being inflicted with Scarlet Rot, and I just assumed that Melania had something to do with it. And not that Ramina would have come before Melania. Yeah. Dang. I do feel like there was a waterfall with Scarlet Rot in it though. Which would have been running water. You know what I'm saying?
If you've ever seen Hayao Miyazaki's Spirited Away,
I have.
Then you might know what type of being I'm talking about. In that movie, just quickly, a stinking sludge monster comes to the bathhouse, where it is eventually revealed that it's actually a river spirit whose river was bogged down and corrupted by pollution. But once his waters are unblocked, the river spirit is restored. And Elden Ring, by comparison, does also have two legendary rivers called the Shifra and the Ainzel, which just so happened to flow underground next to and around the Scarlet Rot that was eventually sealed all that time ago. So I don't think that it's a stretch to think that the Blue Fairy might have occupied or might have been a supernatural extension of those underground rivers.
And yes, there was a rot waterfall, directly contradicting the stagnant statement. Yeah, I was going to say.
I think it's a fun theory, and I think it helps to explain the Blue Fairy's relationship with water and why it might be a natural enemy of the Rot God. So, the Blue Fairy gave the Blind Swordsman a flowing sword, and he fought with the power of flowing water to seal away the Rot God. But what's unclear here is how exactly the Scarlet Rot God was sealed away by the Blind Swordsman. Did he, sword in hand, battle a great scorpion boss in one-on-one combat and just seal its essence away? Or was their battle more of an abstract one, where the Eternal City dams were built and rivers were rerouted to encircle the rot and
I take it this is before the DLC, so before Ramina was even before Ramina was even a thing. There you go then.
Ain't it underground or something like that. These details are left to your imagination, but one way or another, the Scarlet Rot God was sealed away, but it was not defeated, and eventually
it is now.
would return. And this time, it would do so in an Empyrean vessel, corrupting Melania,
Whoa,
a demigod,
okay.
at the very moment of her birth.
Wow. Romina, you bitch. I'm so glad I killed you.
Like her brother Mikola, Melania was born an Empyrean.
Honestly, it does feel kind of bad that, like, Melania is an optional boss and you specifically go out of your way to kill her. Like, maybe that's why they made her so difficult, to be like, look, I mean, I would say as a deterrent, but that doesn't really work that way because you just wouldn't, that would, to make a deterrent to killing the boss, it would be like to make her boring. But maybe as a punishment to doing something so cruel to a woman who's already just like, I mean, she is pretty bad for, like, you know, spreading Scarlet Rot and stuff, but you know, Romina would just pick another Empyrean to do that if Melania dies. So it's like, you know, obviously Romina's dead now, but back then, it's just like you go out of your way to kill her and she ain't even, like, involved in anything. She's just chilling on her ones, like, having a sad little life. Maybe we're putting her out of her misery, to be fair. Like, she doesn't seem the most happy gal, I gotta say.
Empyrean meaning she was essentially a valid candidate to replace Queen Marika as a god, and as such it seems she was a ripe candidate for an outer god's meddling. And it's unclear how the Rot God afflicted Melania as soon as she was born, but it did, and that's a shame because Melania's Great Rune does state that it should have been the most sacred Great Rune of them all, were it not for what I assume was the Rot God's meddling. And speaking of Great Runes...
Raven, if you were born with an affliction and a need to protect your brother, would you sacrifice your life or keep living while affecting everything around you? Tough choice. It's tough, but I'd probably do what she's doing and sit in a little basin doing nothing and rot away. That's probably what I would do. Is Romina the Scarlet Rot God? Not sure where that's come from, because he said that the Scarlet Rot God was a scorpion, and she's a scorpion, right? Or she's Scorpion-y. And this was before... True, she's Scorpion of the Bud. It's not necessarily... But, like, what's the coincidence that this is the only Scorpion boss that you fight? Although, then again, you never really... Like, in this game, you don't fight a god. Not like a... Okay, you know what I mean. You don't fight an outer god. The suggestion is that the Scorpion... Is the Scorpion the embodiment of the god, or the Scorpion is the outer god? Because if it's the outer god, that's like... I don't think it would be that. Is it a scorpion or a scorpion? I mean, it has a scorpion tail. She's a normal priestess. Maybe she's the child of the rot god. Because what are the chances that you've got another rot scorpion who's, like, that powerful and isn't, like... She's a normal priestess prior to events that led her to rot. Oh, really? She just happened to be... Maybe she's another Empyrean, like Melania, that was built in the body of, you know, like, with the image of the outer god in mind. Is Metyr and the Elden Beast not outer gods? Is Metyr an outer god? I mean, possibly. Elden Beast is, like, the embodiment of the outer god, though, right? Because it's the embodiment of the Golden Order, right? It's like, it's not the outer god, but it's what the outer god sent to the far lands, or whatever this called, the lands between, right? Hold on, this is just like, there we go. But that's what I thought anyway. I could be wrong. I don't really know, I'm confused. Romina isn't afflicted, she's an embodiment, she's not like Melania, so we can't be sure. Yeah, that's what I mean. And Radagon founded the Golden Order, so it doesn't sound like an eternal Lovecraftian entity to me. Did Radagon found the Golden Order? Oh, Maybe he founded the Golden Order, but maybe... Oh, I don't think Radagon founded it. I think Marika founded it, or like... Yeah, they can't interact you without an embodiment. Yeah, weak motherfuckers. Yeah, exactly. I think that's what I've gathered from the previous video. They either have an Empyrean or they have an embodiment, which is like the Elden Beast is the embodiment, and Marika's the Empyrean that like built the presence of the Golden Order and spread the fucking, you know, the gospel of the Elden Ring, you know? I don't know. I don't know at this point, bruh. I'm doing my best. I've watched 2 videos, okay? I'm not him yet. I'm not him.
In the sister video to this one, we talk about how Miquella was essentially the flip side to Malenia in many ways, especially in cut content where the twins were born.
Radagon's their will is basically their body can't attack you, they only enforce it with embodiments. Yeah.
Of an inseparable fate and said to hold the runes of both abundance and decay between them. And to reflect this duality, it seems...
I mean, that's kind of unfortunate. She was born with decay and he was born with abundance, bro. That's just like symbolism for a patriarchy. Okay. Oh, Radagon founded the Golden Order fundamentalism. But Marika came up... Well, I guess it's tough. Nerfed on spawn. That's tough, man.
Constant state of overflowing abundance, while Malenia was...
I want to fight pre-nerf Malenia, bro.
is in this constant state of...
Yeah, that's so bleak.
Death, essentially. We sort of see this tragedy unfolding in a few statues of Malenia, since you can see back then she did actually have all her limbs once upon a time,
wow.
Until the rot continued to take hold, moving her inexorably towards her inevitable death and rebirth as well. And that must have felt inevitable, for it seems like in these early days there were few known ways to ward off the rot. Fire was probably the obvious one, and then there was also the act of consecration, which was used, which is essentially the act of declaring something as sacred, which was done to the weaponry of Malenia and her knights, and apparently it helped their armaments, at least, to resist the rot. But their flesh was still susceptible. Malenia's knights were therefore called the Clean Rot Knights, and they vowed to fight alongside Malenia despite the inevitable, if gradual, putrefaction of their flesh. And it was this fact
wonder why
that
they were
made
called
these
that.
warriors so fierce, for they had basically already accepted their terrible fate, and so logically they had nothing else to lose in battle. These knights were bestowed the winged sword insignia, given only to those who fought alongside Malenia the Severed. Interestingly, this is the only item that gives Malenia the title the Severed, and I assume that it's referencing a time where Malenia was known for her prowess despite her fragmented body, as it's called in the Japanese. And I guess it's possible that she wasn't yet known as the Blade of Miquella at the time, though that's just my own speculation. At any rate, Malenia Blade of Miquella is her most common title, and it's easy to see why she would dedicate herself to her brother so fully. For her brother was so dismayed by her condition that he dedicated himself to finding a treatment for the rot.
As he should. I would like to add, bro dedicated himself to finding treatment for the rot. I found that shit in like 10 minutes for her daughter, bro. I mean, it's not a cure, but it just like pauses it, I guess. But like, I'm just saying. And
this search for a cure dramatically...
I guess he probably made it though, and I just picked it up off the ground somewhere.
...affected Miquella's worldview. For instance, he was formerly a faithful fundamentalist of the Golden Order, with all the
Miquella created it, yeah.
Magic to boot, but he would abandon those practices as they could do nothing to treat his sister's accursed rot.
Why did she take it out then? If he gave it to Malenia originally, why did she remove it if it actually did help her?
Instead, he pursued a path of unalloyed
gold. Well, we'll find out, I'm sure, in a second.
He crafted for Malenia a needle that could be inserted into her flesh, granting relief.
cure her of her affliction. Curing Scarlet Rot and curing someone from a god's will are completely different. That's true. You can't, just because she's not, you know, getting owned by Scarlet Rot doesn't mean that the Scarlet Rot curse isn't still in there. Mikola found penicillin, you just found it on a shop shelf. That is true. That is true.
From the rot.
And she didn't even appreciate it. Oh, she removed it while fighting Radahn. That's true. She released her Scarlet Rot as a last-ditch effort to kill Radahn. True.
And preventing the progression of the rotting sickness. If you're interested in why unalloyed gold was able to do this and work that way, then I'd recommend you check out this video afterwards, which talks at length about Mikola.
He didn't even die. Yeah, well, I hope he's dead now, bro. He's been killed, like, or he's, you know, he's had a hit on his life at least 3 times.
Specific effects in game when we give it to a character called Millicent, who is also suffering from Scarlet Rot. Millicent is this great parallel to Melania that teaches us so much about what Melania might have felt or experienced. So Millicent too has lost a limb, and she is also losing her memories, and when we find her, she is unable to even move. But as soon as we give her the needle, she's able to function and fight once more. Therefore, it's fair to assume that similar benefits were conferred upon Melania when her brother gave her the needle. It's also worth noting that the multiple needles that we find in-game...
No, he's going to steal Rykard's body next, probably, whatever the priestess lady didn't eat. So I guess my question is, when we killed Radahn in the big ceremony, what do you call it, the festival, he's dead there, right? And then Mikola goes and takes his body from that fight? Yeah, the priestess lady did eat... Well, actually, Rykard's body ate the priestess lady, if anything. They'll take Tanith's body after she consumes Rykard. Yeah, that's who I'm talking about, Tanith. Yeah, but he started eating her. Like, the serpent, like, started consuming Tanith. It wasn't Radahn's body, it was just his soul. Okay, sure. Oh, yes, Mohg's body. It was Mohg's body. Yeah, it's true. That's true. Where was Mohg's body, then? Because I didn't see Mohg anywhere after that. Yeah, she started eating his corpse, yeah, but then... when you go back to her, she's like kind of, her head is like in his body, unless she's just like somehow eating him without breathing, but you know. I don't know, he vaporized. Tough scene, I hate when that happens. To be fair, what I liked about Millicent was simply that she told us more about Melania and like a lot more about the Scarlet Rot and how it works and her family tree, but other than that, she just pissed me off, which to be fair, I think at the end it's like, you know, you cure, it's exactly what you said, you kind of cure her Scarlet Rot, but you can't take away, I assume she inherits some of the curse of the Scarlet Rot that Melania had, not just ill with Scarlet Rot, but the actual curse itself, like the outer will or whatever. And so, maybe that's why she gave up at the end. He also portaled out of blood to begin with? What, in the fight, against Mohg, he portals in? I know, it's probably a projection, guys. It seems like 99% of the bosses I fought in this game are fucking projections, so...
They aren't finished. Even the final version of this needle can only be used in the storm beyond time at Farum Azula, where it allows you to cheat fate, essentially.
Oh.
And that makes...
Oh, okay. Oh, okay. So cheating fate. So if Radahn pauses the stars, does that also count as cheating fate and would help prevent this? At the start of the fight, he emerges from blood. I want an army of walking shrimp prawn things. Yeah, me too, man. Me too.
Here, because you're outside of time in this place, so maybe you can prevent these afflictions from the outer gods before they even happen.
Oh shit! I remember when I was doing the intro-y part to the Frenzied Flame, that people were like, you can reverse the Frenzied Flame ending, it just takes a long ass time. Okay, so that's interesting. That's interesting. If you chose the ending but then change your mind before being Radagon. Okay. Fortunately, we're humans, so we can buy aquariums. That's true.
Perhaps if Mikola
That's
had
true.
been able to imbue his needle with some time warping capabilities, he could have eventually undone the effects of the rot god entirely, but again, the needle was unfortunately never finished. The needle isn't all that Mikola created with unalloyed gold. He also crafted for his sister a prosthetic arm, leg, helmet and armor of unalloyed gold, which, again, like Millicent, surely allowed her to overcome her one-armed shortcoming and reach for newer heights as a fighter. So Melania's prospects were already looking up, but things didn't end there, for Melania would go on to meet a man who would become her mentor, and he would give
Everyone's
her
got a bloody
this
mentor.
final invaluable tool that could be employed against the Scarlet Rot. We see their meeting play out on this image of the prosthesis wearer heirloom, which depicts a scene from a heroic tale. You can even see Melania's prosthetic arm and leg in this image if you look closely, which is why I assume that this meeting took place after Mikola's intervention with all of the unalloyed gold prosthetics. So her mentor was, as you might have guessed, the blind swordsman, the man who first sealed away the rot all those years ago, the very same.
The Frenzy Flame ending saves Melina. Yes, I remember that. Oh, you burn the tree yourself? Oh, with the Frenzy Flame rather than just a fiery flame, because you become the Frenzy Flame Lord or whatever. And, okay, that makes sense. Yeah, because I remember it was like, save the Shabriri is like, save the girl. And I was like, bro, I don't want to save her. She don't want to be saved, bro. She don't want to be saved. Wise man once said. If you reverse... True, dude. That must be the actual best ending. Actual best ending is begin Frenzy Flame ending, reverse it before you fight the final boss, and then... You're right. It's why if you follow the water all the way down, you find the Rot Temple. Yeah, yes, I think I went there. Did I not go there? I definitely saw the Rot Lake and went into a building at the end of the several Rot Lakes. You did the evil opposite of my last playthrough. I might have to do that in New Game or whatever I do next in Elden Ring. I feel like I do want to get the perfect ending, the optimal best ending. I let Melina burn and did chaos stuff so she couldn't go after me. That's crazy.
And after encountering her mentor and his flowing...
You might be the most evil Elden Ring player. Actually, no, that's definitely not true, but you might be up there.
Blade, she gained wings of unparalleled strength. This meeting says a lot about the blind swordsman. He must have known that Melania was basically inhabited by his ancient enemy, and yet he doesn't attempt to kill her here. Instead, he takes her under his wing and teaches her the techniques that he...
I like these little recreation, like, you know, dramatic recreations, that kind of fire.
He himself once used to curtail the rot in the first place. It's a pretty wise thing to do, and perhaps we shouldn't expect any less from someone who was able to defeat an outer god in the first place. So this is why the skill on Melania's blade is called the Waterfowl Dance. This is why Melania recovers health by attacking during her boss fight. By moving relentlessly, like flowing water, the damage of the rot was offset, and Melania was able to achieve unparalleled strength and to maintain her pride. But it was that same pride that she would abandon in her fight with Radahn. Radahn was born of Queen
Waterfowl, though, is a real bird? I don't know, is it?
Nala, who was the Queen of Caria.
Watch Elden Ring fights. Oh, is that where bosses fight each other?
And King Consort Radagon, who was previously a great champion of the Erd Tree. Thus was the Order of the Moon and the Erd Tree conjoined. And while Radahn was a true Carian, and certainly proficient in the art of sorcery, we can see in his character an inclination towards another path.
Why does that, like, break
an aspiration to be like Godfrey, for example, who was the first Elden Lord, and also his father Radagon, who would become the second Elden Lord. Caria was, after all, a largely matriarchal society, meaning that power was passed down to the princesses
She takes
in the
flight
family.
like a bird and
So
swirls
perhaps
around.
It's no
It's true,
surprise
it's
that
true.
Radahn was not as motivated by his Carian heritage compared to his sister Rani, for instance. So Radahn's set was decorated with a golden lion that symbolized Godfrey and his beast regent, and it states that from his youngest years, Radahn was naturally captivated by the Lord of the Battlefield. Then his golden helmet was designed with his flaming red hair in mind, which Radahn inherited from his father, drawing attention to the fact that he was fond of the heroic implications of being Radagon's son.
Yeah, this was
Radahn
explained in
and
the
his
last one, I
knights were
think.
fittingly known as the Red Mane, which conflates Radahn's red hair with the mane of Godfrey's lion, and Radahn was even quoted as saying, "I was born a champion's cub, now I am the lord of the battlefield's lion," which borders on being a statement of complete loyalty to Godfrey and the Golden Order, but we'll get to that debate a little bit later. So,
Gonna go get some
naturally,
sleep?
This was a guy who reveled
All of
in the
Farum
arts of
Azula
warfare.
versus all of the Halig Tree. Alright, peace out, Maestro. Thanks for hanging out. I hope you didn't get too mad at my my tier lists. But yeah, good night.
Even in his youth as a Carian royal, it seems Radahn was already a renowned general. We can infer this because of a man named Jeren. The Eccentric's armor specifically says
Jeren?
that after spending time
Oh.
as a guest of the Carian royals, he became a guest commander for General Radahn. Therefore, Radahn must have still been in close contact with his Carian family, as Jeren met Radahn through these Carian royals, and when they did meet, Jeren and Radahn seemed to immediately share a certain bond. For despite Jeren
Everyone's got a
preferring
bloody
to have
mentor,
a
ain't they?
nomadic existence, he decided to become a guest commander.
No, he's
for
not a mentor, I
General
suppose.
Radahn. And then, despite the temporary implication,
Why's he
of such
dressed
a
like
title,
that?
Jeren, this restless tumbleweed, as he was called, would become bound by honorable oath, and he and Radahn swore a vow of honorable death to one another, promising that they would die honorably in battle, even if it was death by the other's hand. So, it's not stated which battles that Radahn was fighting at the time, nor which war he required a new guest commander for. But then the world is very different at the time, and there's so much of the Lands Between's history that we don't know about. So I guess it's possible that the battles were being fought for distant lands like Limgrave and Caelid. The Limgrave East map does say, after all, that this path here was trod by many a soldier in the past. Maybe Radahn's forces took this path as well? And this was before Caelid was even afflicted with the Scarlet Rot, so things might have looked really different here, although admittedly we do have this shot from this trailer that shows that it still kind of looks a bit like a red hellscape here, with the red sky.
That is true. It looks
This
pretty
was
rotten.
technically before the Scarlet Rot took hold. Caelid did still have some culture to boast of, though. For example, in the very middle of Caelid, there is, or was, a town of sorcery called Celia, and despite Radahn's relationship with Caria and Raya Lucaria as well, presumably,
Oh,
it was
yeah.
here in Celia that he studied, learning gravitational magics that likely could not be taught anywhere else. He did this, as the story goes, all so he would never have to abandon his beloved but scrawny steed, for gravitational magics could
I love
relieve
this horse.
the weight of Radahn and allow his scrawny horse to carry him evermore.
It's not
Also,
enough for
in
his
case you
horse to
don't
be
know, the horse's
smaller than
name
him.
is Leonard, according to the data.
He's also
so
scrawny.
That is the name that we're going to use going forward. And what's interesting about Leonard is that he's specifically called out as being
Oh, there
scrawny,
you go.
as if
Fair
that's
enough.
the reason why he can't carry Radahn, who is enormous. Shouldn't Radahn's size be the reason why he can't ride his horse? So I think, personally, that Radahn actually didn't become as large as he is for a very long time, and I think there's some good evidence to back that up. For one, his throne in Leyndell is of regular size. Two, his portrait is of a simple grown man, and lastly, we see a brief shot of Radahn fighting in this image where he barely even matches Morgoth in size. So personally, I think that Radahn probably only grew in size when he acquired a great rune. Regardless, at this stage anyway, it's clear that Radahn initially learned gravitational magic for the sake of his horse. But that gravitational skill set would certainly come in handy as the years went on. For one, these gravitational magics were passed on to some of his elite soldiers, like Ogre, who was the longest-serving member of the Redmane Knights, who studied techniques to manipulate gravity alongside Radahn. The equipment and the skill sets of the Redmane Knights really were very inspired by Radahn. For example, the surcoat of Radahn's Redmane Knights depicts a red-maned lion raising a sword in the image of Radahn. All of them proved that they were worthy of the Redmane name. Even their great shield's design takes that symbolism further, being shaped like a fang and featuring the crest of a red-maned lion. And these knights were strong, like Radahn too, with descriptions stating that they were reputed to be masterful warriors, and it was popularly said that the Redmanes knew no weakness. But for all of their prowess in battle, a conflict was coming that no military strength could ward away. And I'm not talking about the Scarlet Rot, I'm talking about the stars. But luckily, for this upcoming conflict, Radahn was able to solicit the help of an extremely knowledgeable teacher. According to the Gravity Well sorcery, Radahn's master was an alabaster lord with skin of stone, and these onyx and alabaster lords were a different race entirely to humans, and were said to have risen to life when a meteor struck long ago. And the meteorite sorcery tells us that the reason they were called lords was in reverential...
If we could truly roleplay in the wild before shattering, I'd be a Redmane Knight, really? I was gonna say I would be just like... I don't know, who's just like chilling? Is anyone just chilling in this freaking wild? I'd be Roderica. I mean, she had a pretty tragic life, but she's just chilling now. Maybe D. I'd just be someone who could just like, doesn't have to like do anything. Spirit tuners, exactly. Exactly. Yeah, I'd be a spirit tuner. Because you're just like helping, oh, you're just helping the cute little spirits, like little jelly. Come on.
Fear of their destructive power. And it seems like Radahn was soliciting their help because a similarly meteoric...
I'd roleplay as someone who got grafted to Godric. That's bleak, bro. Why do you think that I would be such a puny, useless individual? Like, come on. Don't answer that.
Destructive power was on its way to Celia. So earlier we established that he explicitly did learn gravitational magic so that he could ride his horse, but the Collapsing Stars sorcery also explicitly says that he learned gravitational techniques so that he could challenge the stars.
It's probably handy considering that feat.
I think suggests that there were two distinct periods of learning here for Radahn. Learning for the sake of his horse, and then learning for the sake of keeping Celia safe. And there's also quite a bit of evidence that suggests that Radahn's actions here were in defense. For example, the sword gravestone in Caelid specifically tells us that Radahn held Celia secure. The Star Scourge heirloom tells us that Radahn confronted the falling stars, as if they were the aggressors. Finally, this event was also called the Star Scourge conflict, suggesting that there was a clash of some kind here, like a back and forth, if you will. So Radahn seemed to anticipate that this event was coming, but I guess that isn't so strange when you consider that Radahn was of Carian lineage, who were renowned for reading fate in the stars.
And yet he was such a hater of his Carian side.
Anticipating a starfall would be pretty straightforward for them, and I think it would make sense that Radahn would want to intervene if it was headed for Celia, which is where he learned his magic from in the first place. So Radahn took defensive measures, and I guess you might argue that he even went a bit overboard, for he didn't just defend Celia from the falling stars.
No, he stopped the stars.
Sealed the stars' movements completely. So after Radahn challenged the stars, the fate in the night sky was said to be no more, and This manifests quite literally in Rani's questline, for example, where Radahn has to be killed so that the stars can be unfrozen, so that one of them can literally smash into Limgrave and open a path to Nokron.
Yep.
If not for Radahn, I feel like a star would have smashed through Celia instead and opened a path to Nokron that way all those years ago. The eternal city of Nokron is said, after all, to sleep below Celia. So
That is a good point.
Radahn really might have intervened here at the very last moment, since a star is released and hits Limgrave as soon as you kill Radahn. Though I'll admit that it is a bit strange that that star hits Limgrave.
Yeah, I was
not
thinking that.
Celia, which he was said to defend. I wonder why. Anyway, there's one more thing I want to talk about here, and it's that you could also make the argument that Radahn might have intervened at Celia and frozen the stars on behalf of the Golden Order. After all, the telescope item description literally says that the fate once writ in the night skies was fettered by the Golden Order, and
Because
Radahn
fate can
was
be
a
altered, yeah, I
fanboy of
suppose, but what
Radagon
would have
and
altered that?
Godfrey,
What
who
would have
were two
done that?
proponents of the Golden Order, so it's definitely possible that he did this on the Golden Order's behalf. Personally, though, I think that both things can be true. I think that Radahn was clearly motivated to defend Celia from Starfall, and I think that the Golden Order did stand to benefit from one of its vassals achieving such a feat. Radahn, and most of the demigods at that stage, for that matter, were technically on the side of Marika's Golden Order. So I guess technically Radahn was aligned with the Golden Order and could have fettered the stars on their behalf, technically. But the impression that I get from Radahn is that he has no real loyalty to anyone other than himself and his men.
Well, he definitely doesn't have loyalty to his mother. He's horrible, a horrible son. In order to alter fate, you need fate to be progressing in the first place. That is true. Altered by one of the sorcerers upon Radahn's defeat. Oh, so it probably wasn't going to hit Celia anyway, but he was just doing it as a preventative measure because one of the sorcerers was fated. Oh no, because if it's altering fate. Yeah, but then fate doesn't exist. Then it's just time. You're just pausing time, not fate. No, I don't know. Unless it's a source. I do say yeah. That is true. You are being watched like all the time. That is true. I guess if they saw it coming, they saw, oh my gosh, like they're gonna start the stars again. As soon as it starts, let's fucking move this because they know it's coming. I don't know.
This is my speculation, but I think this because he's not really hated by anyone in the current age or anyone in game. Even his brother Rykard has his picture up on the wall, and Rykard famously hated anything to do with the Golden Order. So while I think Radahn served the intent of the Golden Order, I don't think he was beholden to it, especially not in the later years when the Elden Ring was shattered. Because remember this cutscene with Morgoth?
Willful traitors. All.
Morgoth labels all of the demigods as traitors to the Golden Order, including Radahn, who we do see in a clash with Morgoth, suggesting that he might have abandoned his loyalty to Order and marched on Leyndell after the shattering.
Rani also altered fate by discarding her true body and entering a doll, but she still needed the stars to move pieces of the puzzle to fit. I didn't know that discarding her body and entering the doll was like a change of fate. Okay, that's fair enough. I mean, yeah, I guess that's probably... Yeah, I don't know. And if you can change your fate, then what is the purpose of fate?
For Radahn, like his demigod kin, had claimed a great rune. And it's easy to assume that a warmonger like him would have had great ambitions for power, and might have even aspired to become Elden Lord. And it's around this time when the demigods were clashing.
I like it shows us a video of Godric while he's talking about demigods.
That Melania enters the picture once more, because Melania, Blade of Mikula, was marching towards Caelid, past Godric in Limgrave, and towards Radahn.
I love the idea that, like, I'm not saying they ever interacted, But I love the idea that that Melania goes up to Godric and he stands his ground, like he stands his own. Like he holds his own, I mean. That like they have a little fight and she's like, oh, it's not worth it, and he survives. Like, that'd be so fire. I just don't think he is surviving that fight, but I just think it'd be funny.
Honestly, Godric's nothing more than a jumped-up country bumpkin.
Who the fuck is Kenneth?
Lord? Oh, don't make me laugh.
I like the idea as well that, because I remember Millicent saying that she was trying to find Melania and she knew where she was because she was going towards, I don't remember why she said she was going to Caelid, but I'm sure there's going to be, or that she was trying to make her way towards the Halig tree or something. And she like followed her through to the Halig tree. I don't remember why. I don't know why she went to Caelid. If she's in the Halig tree, why is she like pissing all over Caelid?
First, he hid
We'll
himself
find out.
amongst the womenfolk to flee the capital, then hid from Radahn in that castle. Then
That's
he
fire.
insulted Melania, lost to her in battle.
Oh, there we go. He survived though. That's so fire.
Only to lick her boots rather than die like a man. Huh. Has he no shame? The big girl's blouse?
This
That's
dialogue from Kenneth Haight is a great piece of lore as it tells us about this crucial late part of the Shattering War. At this point, Godric had just failed to usurp Lanedale capital and had fled with his tail between his legs to Stormvale. Here, he hid in fear of Radahn, who was a close neighbor in Caelid. And it makes sense that he'd fear Radahn, who was considered by many to be the strongest of the demigods. But while he was hiding here, a different army approached. From the north, not the south, as Godric must have feared. Melania and her Cleanrot knights were passing Stormvale on their southwards march from the Halig tree to Caelid.
Dude, I love how
And
this
event,
like
this
video
passing is march
is
from
like
the Halig tree to Caelid, passing Stormvale.
it's just people like they just put the bosses against each other and they like
on their
so
southwards
heat.
march from the Halig tree to Caelid. And this event, this passing, is marked at the Leonia Highway Sword
I love that Melania's getting owned by Godric in that video.
gravestones, which state, "Nothing will hinder the wings of the blade of Mikola and the Cleanrot Knights." These gravestones tend to mark points of battle, and Kenneth does state that Godric insulted Melania and lost to her in battle, so I assume this is where that happened. As to the nature of the insult, well, we have cut dialogue from Godric to help us out here.
Cut dialogue. Is this in the files then if it's cut dialogue?
Only one tree, and only its branches, that bathe in true rays of gold. Not the fool-omened king, nor the rank malformed twins.
Rank. He called them rank.
So Godric can
I'm sorry. Why does he sound so goofy without like background sound effects and processing?
Branches.
I mean, he's just a goofy guy, isn't he? He sounds like AI. That's what I'm saying. Like, why does he sound like that? All right, let me get that again. Hold on. Sorry, let me get that again.
There is only one tree, and only its branches, that bathe in true rays of gold. Not the fool-omened king, nor the rank malformed twins.
So Godric considered Mikola and Melania rank.
Oh, so he considers them to not be really true parts of the Golden Order. So they're not like really golden like the tree. They're just, omen or,
And so
have
I
their
assume
illnesses.
The insult was along those lines, which was not smart on Godric's part. Melania must have messed him up, but tellingly, she did not kill him. And that's a curious detail, because this was the Shattering War. We're supposed to believe that all of the demigods were fighting for power, but if Melania was seeking
Melania doesn't want
here
power.
and looking for others
She don't gaff.
runes to acquire in order to restore the Elden Ring and live up to Mikola or her own Empyrean promise, then you'd think that she would have killed Godric, that she wouldn't have shown him mercy.
See, we say like, oh, if Melania, if we give her the golden unalloyed needle, it like prevents the progression of her scarlet rot, but it doesn't prevent like the outer god from being in her head, But like, if she's done so much to sort of, as like he was saying, defy what the outer god would probably want for her to do as an Empyrean for their will, right? So she does seem to sort of like defy parts of it, and she just sort of forced herself to rot away so that she can't, I guess she doesn't want to engage in it. So I don't know.
But instead, she lets him live. So, to me, that suggests that...
Yo, what's up, RCA? Yeah, we are. We are indeed.
Melania might not have been on this southward march to take power. Because if she didn't claim Godric's Great Rune, then she probably wasn't here for Radahn's either. So, why then? Why did Melania come full force towards Radahn on this southward march? I feel like there are 3 options. 4 if you count the theory that Melania might have chased down Radahn in order to get control of the Elden Ring.
It's tough because the will is overarching. The Scarlet Rot gives her extra power to fight people like Radahn. True.
But as I've just explained, I feel like that's unlikely. Option 2, although it's still unlikely in my opinion, is that Melania might have sought out Radahn simply for the sake of fighting him. He was, after all, widely considered the mightiest of the demigods, as was Melania in many cases, so it's not ridiculous to think that both of them might have fought simply for the sake of pitting their strength against one another, but that's a pretty unsatisfactory answer, in my opinion. Option 3, I feel, could be because Melania was looking for her brother. At this point, Miquella could have already been stolen away by Mohg, so perhaps she was simply looking for him.
Why, I'm sure this would be explained in a different lore video, but why did Mohg take Miquella anyway? You know, like... Yeah. To tier list earlier, don't look at it. It might just be illegal, not sure. I think we broke? Yo, what's up? PvP Fanatic, what do you mean we broke? If I recall correctly, Melania already had a gold needle stabbed in her chest, but she removed an unleashed power that could, that matched Radahn's power in combat. Yeah. I think we just saw something about that. No. RCA, I'll show you. Okay, it's really not that bad, RCA. Just relax. Everyone relax a little bit, eh? Look, okay. This is base game. Melania is in her own rank because she is above everyone else. Melania, M rank is like S++. Okay? No one look? Guys, it's really not that bad. Look, Melania is the goat, okay? That's where she at. We've got Horalu here. Miquella's needle's in the game too. Is Melania's needle? Yeah, it's the one you give to Millicent. Yeah. I remember that. I remember the Millicent needle. If you close your eyes, the list isn't too bad. I mean, I'm literally speaking it out loud, so you're just saying that it's not that bad. Oh, okay, true. That's so true. Sorry. Hold on. Actually, you know what? Let me just fucking... Okay, fine. Let me, Okay. So, you've got Melania in S tier here. Well, S+. Okay? Then you've got Horalu, S tier. Because, obviously. The Millicent Needle's her own? Oh, really? Miquella's Needle's how you reset the Frenzied Flame. Oh, yes. In Faramazula. I know what you're on about. Finally, that weird face cam is on. Do you want to relax a little bit? Hello? Okay. We got Horalu, S tier. Malekith, Radahn, Morgott, and Mohg, A tier. We got Margit. This one's kind of crazy, but I have my reasons. Alone, I think that Radagon is A tier. With Elden Beast, it knocks him down to B tier. They shouldn't have lumped him together, okay? Oh, Gowry makes the needle. I thought he just knew where it was. But yes, I remember the Faramazula thing now because Gina was talking about it earlier. That's a weird sound I'm hearing. Exactly. See, it's weird without me here, isn't it? Take it back. Okay. And then you've got... Yeah, don't worry. I did all of Millicent's quest, RCA. You have nothing to fear. And Gowry's quest, I guess, in that way. Well, they kind of have separate quest lines, but yeah. Your list is whack, but I still rock with you. Oh, yeah, I remember killing Commander O'Neill. Yeah. You're right. Anyway, Renala's quite high up, only because I just think it's cool. I think her cutscenes are cool, and I think the boss arena here is cool. Like this area, I just remember looking so amazing. Placidusax, honestly, he's pretty high up. I don't know if he should be. Godfrey is D tier. Okay. True. Well, because he's just not memorable, bro. He's just not memorable. Thank you about the Renala thing. Oh, he mends it and gives it back to me. Oh, I see. Okay. Yeah. You've got Placidusax. You've got Rykard, which is a bit dark, but it's all things included. It's all like gameplay, theatrics, coolness. There's a lot going on here. This isn't like a difficulty tier list. This is like a cool, fun tier list. Okay? He's here because I just don't remember him, dude. I remember Godric, but Godric, like, you know, because Godric, like, puts a dragon's head on his arm and shit, like, you know? It's fun, man. Exactly. No, I agree with that. I agree with the Astel thing. No, I agree with that. I'm changing that now, because I actually do agree with that. Alright, relax. Yeah, and Godfrey is fucking S tier, so relax. Anyway. Yeah, Astel, but Astel also has a really cool boss arena. You got this guy because he's cool, the boss fight sucks, dragons just suck. Here we go. This has a cool boss arena, but the fight is just, it just outweighs how like, it becomes unpleasant. This guy's a freak, follows you everywhere, his boss arena's lame, and he's just easy. These guys are just fucking worst. You love Fire Giant. I think he's very cool. Did not like the fight. I mean, compared to the rest of them. It was fine. There isn't a letter for him. Your tier list should have a disclaimer about using summons. Have you noticed the bosses you didn't summon for are at the top of your list? I summoned for this guy. I don't know if you recall. I think because my summon died almost instantly, but I did summon for this guy, I'm pretty sure. I'm pretty certain. I think the only main bosses that I didn't summon for was Melania, and I didn't summon for Mesmer, but that's in DLC, and I didn't summon for PCR. So I'm pretty sure I actually did summon for everything else. I'm not even joking. Yeah, those are the ones I did not use summons for, Melania and PCR. The rest of them I did use summons for. I mean, I used the jellyfish. It's really not that serious. Yeah, but he's a... where did I put him? I put Radahn at the top of my list because he's supposed to be the GOAT. Dude. And also Mesmer, I didn't summon for. He's not on the top of my list. Actually, Midra is above him, so there. And I'm pretty sure I summoned for Midra, so there. Okay? Godric said win as Lord Godfrey. Trying so hard to impress his idol. Yeah, he's cringe. He's cringe as hell. Him and Moog are having a cringe off. It's crazy. Okay, fine. This is the, is RCA even... Oh yeah, you're still here. The screams of agony in his cinematic, also poetic, since he's literally the last guy alive from his own kin. Everyone he once knew is dead now. Okay, that's pretty dark, to be fair. Yeah, you're right. Way better than Godric and Rykard. Yeah, no, I get you. I don't understand why I have this advert on here, but I don't have it on the other ones, but it's fine. Okay. So you've got... this guy is fine, but... Honestly, the first phase is why this guy's so high up. I like his first phase. I wish there was more of it. It ends quite quickly. I like his combos. His combos are fun. That's why he's A tier. Not because he's actually, like, fucking cool as hell. He's cool, but he's just like, I mean, do you know what I mean? Like, it's just a bit, it's a bit crazy. She doesn't like dragons for some reason. Is this about Bale? Why is Creepy Sunflower better than Bale? Dude, because it's unique. I mean, I just don't like dragons. I'm sorry. Fine, Bale can be at top of B list. You fucking chipped him up to top. He's never making A tier. He's never making A tier. Okay? Get over it. Yes, the dragon prejudice is crazy because their fights are literally just like, you just stand at their ass and you just hit them. Yeah, he has Egon, I know, but it seems like such a cop-out to put him so high up just because of Egon. If Egon was on here, bro, he'd be S tier, but he's not. Okay, he's not. It's not racism, bro, it's speciesism, okay? Get it right, Gino. Never played Dark Souls 3? Dude, I'm trying to remember what the dragons are in Dark Souls 3, and I don't like those either. Osiris, I mean, he's like a wyvern, I guess, but he's just annoying. The fucking... Oh, dude, those 2 dragons in the DLC I'm so scared of. I'm not even gonna lie. I'm not interested. PCO is a cool get good fight. His lore kind of sucks, but his OST and aura is unmatched. Yeah, that's why he's at the top of A tier. He doesn't make S tier because, like, I mean... I guess the question is he on par with Hoaraloo? Yes, you're right. He is on par with Hoaraloo. He is. And if Hoaraloo is S tier, Radahn and Mikla are probably S tier. I don't know. I'll think about it. I made even Gino agree with something that's rare. Okay, no. He should be S tier. I could be convinced, because now that I'm going back to this and seeing that I've put Hoaraloo in S tier, I could be convinced. I could actually be convinced to put him up there. Almost as good as Melania is fucking crazy, but I'll put him in S tier because Melania is above S tier, so I think that's acceptable. No, I do agree. I think that's acceptable. Fine. You're not going to care much about this, but these are my side bosses. Yeah. It is what it is. These are the side bosses. Yeah, I do agree. I think I had to move him up into S tier. I think that's fair. It's valid. I'm with you. Dude, I think as well, because I was so powerful. I mean, I was only like, I say only, this isn't like difficult by any means. I was like Shadow Tree level 14 or something. But I was probably like Shadow Tree level 12 when I fought Bale. If not, yeah, something about that. And I feel like I was just really strong. He just kind of got owned. I don't know. I don't remember it being that incredible. I don't know what to say. I'm sorry. Anyway. I love Hoaraloo, but compared to PCI in terms of difficulty, yeah. That's why I've put him up, because I do agree that I mean... He's just funky though, bro. He literally, like, I don't know, he's just funny. He just, like, suddenly he's just like this weird half-naked guy running around with blood all over him. It's just like, come on, how are you not putting that in S tier? Can we do the rest of the stream without facecam? Why do you hate me so much, Gino? That's not even a stray. That's just direct. Yeah, it's more vibe. Sorry, it's not a difficulty list. It's like a vibe list. It's vibes. I mean, the difficulty isn't like... it's not necessarily like the difficulty puts it higher. It's more that if the difficulty feels good and fun, they will be up higher. Like, Melania's difficulty is good and fun, and that's why she's at the top. Okay? But... you know what I'm saying, though? Do you know what I'm saying? The reason why Moog is lower down is because, like, I don't know, his difficulty was just kind of like, I didn't like it. It's not even that it was too hard or too easy. I just didn't like it. Like, the difficulty. Does that make sense? Sorry, Gino, I'm fucking back. Just deal with it. Do you know what I mean? Like, the difficulty is more about the difficulty being fun rather than actually being more difficult or less difficult. It's like, did I like how difficult they were in context to the game and stage of the game and, like, how important they are to the story? And I don't know. You know what I'm saying? Radagon and Elden Beast is not a vibe, though. And The moment Elden Beast appears is crazy. That is true. It is cool. Elden Beast is cool, but also Elden Beast is kind of weird looking. No? Like, he's just kind of like a weird guy. You see Moog and Godfrey equal in terms of aura and vibe. Dude, Moog is cringe as hell. Thoughts? I wish Moog wouldn't talk. If Moog didn't talk, his aura farming would be off the charts, and he would be on the top of A tier. But his aura farming is not there. There's zero aura to be had. This is so controversial. Why do you think he's cringe? He's mind controlled by Mikola. Okay, in all fairness, I don't know that, alright? I didn't know that. I just thought he was like obsessed with Mikola. I didn't think he was mind controlled by him. Alright? So get that first thing straight, alright? Oh, F4? Dude, listen. Moog is cringe because he says cringe stuff. He just says cringe stuff. His moves are fucking sick. And like his fit is decent, like his arena's pretty cool, his air, like Mogwin Palace is cool. He's just fucking weirdo. He's mind controlled to capture Milika, but he's not mind controlled to be evil and cover everything in blood. That was all Moog. Yeah. And I didn't like the difficulty of his fight. It's not that it was necessarily even too difficult or too easy. I just found it like frustrating and in like an annoying way. He addresses you as honoured guest because he's a guy that grew up with Morgott, being children to Godfrey but stripped away from the grace of the Erdtree. And lived life as losers from the start, yeah. But he lived his life as a loser and tried to turn it around. I almost like Morgott more in that fact. I mean, actually I don't, because Morgott lived a very sad little life. I know other things that are cringe. I'm sure there's lots of cringy moments. Yeah, Morgott kind of found his way. He kind of just got Stockholm Syndrome. Became like, you know, people liked him, but it's just kind of sad. The Formless Mother. Or a Soldier of Godric on this tier list? Blasphemy? I mean, Soldier of Godric would be on this tier list. Not this one. This one. To be fair, where is Soldier of Godric? You're right. Nah, I'm writing a petition. That's what he started watching Fallen Sun like that's why I saw Dynasty things going on. Yeah, I mean it makes sense. You can't put him in a tier list. He's the Soldier of Godric. He's the Soldier of Godric. Like he literally cannot be tamed. Dude, I just think, listen, I have my reasons. This is based on my overall experience, not how difficult it was, not how cool he was, not how much swag he's got, the overarching experience, just like everything combined, you know? He's Adam for the vibes. How do I even find people? I don't know how this website works. Oh, I can add additional images. Ah, CBA. I agree though. If I could add him easily, I would. What's the point of calling me honoured guest if I go there in the first place, join his dynasty, and he starts fighting me? I wish we could talk to Melania in Millicent's questline. I know, that'd be freaking sick. It's a FromSoft game, you have to get kicked in the butt. Exactly. I mean, what good things. Yeah, I agree. Moog was Mikolested. Listen, in all fairness, I didn't know that he was being, like, controlled. I'm sure he wasn't controlled to say every single word, though. I think those were Moog's words in the fight. Melania isn't calling me honoured guest. There's no point joining her failing army. Exactly. And that's why she's on M tier. One thing that Millicent says is very important, though. I liked Millicent's questline until she pissed me off at the end. That's all it was. We'll probably hear more about it in this video, to be fair. Yo, what's up? Project A. It has been a while. It's been a minute. Welcome back. As you can see, we're causing quite a stir with the tier list here. I didn't think it was going to be as controversial as it clearly is. I've caused some problems. She says she needs to see Melania in order to restore her will to live. Oh, that is what... Oh! just she was before fighting Radahn. Yeah, but why does she give up? She could still see Malenia by the point that she gives up, or does she just run out of will? She's like this close. She lost the will after that fight because she's been left on red for ages by Miquella. Well, she couldn't have willed it for like another 5 minutes, bro. She was right there. She literally made it so close. What, you wanted Moog to be an S tier, Project 8? It's just not gonna happen, unfortunately. It's not meant to be. The emote he does when he dies, the exact same one you get when you die to Radahn's grab attack. Oh, I didn't even think about that. Let's go together, duel me Raven, I yearn to fight. You always yearn to fight. It's kind of, I don't know if it's on the cards. I said maybe after stream, but it's like, do you know what I mean? I have to boot up the game, I have to get prepared to like, I don't know if I'm feeling it today. Oh, come on. Ah, sorry. Oh, so she could bloom into the Goddess of Rot, yeah. I don't think Malenia is the one. Well, she's not. She don't want to do that shit. Miquella didn't need Malenia. Malenia wants to protect Miquella, simple as that. Yeah. She wants to protect him because he's nice to her. Because she wants to protect her, if anything. Well, not protect, but save, potentially. Oh, so he... Oh, I see. Well, he needed Moog to create Radahn. Why did he need Moog to create Radahn? I'm sorry, PvP fanatic. You know how it is. It's late as hell. And I know that it wasn't late when you joined, because you joined pretty early, actually. I'm quite impressed by that, but... it's just like, fighting, come on. I'm a lover, not a fighter, guys. You know what I'm saying? Thing is, the Rock God basically thought one of Malenia's children would become the Rock Goddess. Oh, because Malenia already bloomed, it did not turn. That's what I was saying earlier. I was like, clearly, Millicent could still be like afflicted with the actual will of the Outer God. It's as simple as Miquella no longer needed Malenia's help or her existence as a whole for his goal. Malenia didn't know that. Oh, like he actually just straight up abandoned her ass? That's tough, man. That is a tough scene, I have to say. Oh no, keep it a buck. Impressive. If she dies the rot, she dies, but if she dies in combat, she could bloom. Oh. Oh, I didn't know that. Moog was a sample to reincarnate the promised consort. Oh. No, by force. I mean, he's just a sample. Serves a little bit more credit. Yeah, but I didn't know that when I was fighting him, bro. It didn't make a difference to me. Didn't make a difference to me. Guys, don't forget to like and subscribe. I mean, most of you have subscribed already, but don't forget to like the stream. Don't forget to subscribe if you haven't already. I need Splasher here to do the promo. Okay, so this is what we're working with. Let's get back to it. We're halfway, a little over halfway through this video about Malenia, but it's also about, like, you know, all the things that make Malenia who she is, so other stuff as well, including Millicent. Right after Millicent's questline, even if when she dies she blooms but doesn't become a goddess, the Rock God didn't plan for Malenia to become the Rock Goddess, then why didn't Millicent like try so hard to get to Malenia? Like, at what point did she figure that out? I'm offended. Jarvis, unsubscribe. Jarvis, resubscribe.
She pretty intentionally makes
Let me turn this music off.
Beeline towards the south and towards Caelid.
Yeah, see, this is what I was wondering. Why did she go to
Moog's
Caelid?
palace is essentially underneath Celia and underneath the area where Radahn and Malenia fought, so I guess it's possible that Malenia had some intel leading her here in a search for Miquella, but again, this is only speculation. But my favorite theory is the fourth one, which is that Malenia and by extension, Mikola may have wanted Radahn dead for the same reason that Rani eventually does, so that the stars could resume their movement, bringing certain fates back into play. And you might be asking, but why would Mikola want the stars to resume their movement? Well, perhaps Mikola's own fate was locked in stasis. We do find a demigod's amber starlight shard in Mikola's hideaway, after all, and I feel like it should be concerning that his fate might have fallen like this. But the best answer, I think, is that Mikola wanted
Turn off face cam, distracting. Dude, it's about me reacting to the fucking lore. If you wanted to watch the lore videos, bruh, you wouldn't need me here. Golly. The Raging Wolf, the first tarnished. The Raging Wolf? Who's that?
So that the moon could properly eclipse the sun. This was a ritual that Mikola seemed to believe would revive Godwyn the Golden, his brother. And we talk about this a lot more in this video, and I can definitely see how the stars being in stasis would prevent the moon from eclipsing the sun, so I really like this answer. But I'd love to hear your theories. Surely there's more than just these 4 options. But in the end, there's only really one answer that I'm confident in, and it's that we can't confidently say for sure why Malenia fought Radahn. Not yet, anyway. But whatever the reason, it must have been a good one, because it was during this battle that Malenia sacrificed everything.
I like how he's like, there's one thing I am confident about, and it is we can't be confident about why they fought each other. Raging Wolf in his armor. Raging Wolf said what you have. Wasn't the official trailer of the game. Oh shit. The carrier of the armor with the little grey hair in the middle of his helm. Oh, I see. This video was before DLC. It's revealed at the end of the DLC why Mikola wanted Radahn dead. Oh, true. Yeah, okay. You know what? It's a good point, because this video is like 2 years old. So yeah, I do. It's hard to find. I don't know. I'm sure it's on here. It's going to be like things that we didn't know before Shadow of the Erdtree, blah, blah, blah. I feel like I need to watch that video before I continue watching these. Because there's so much that I feel like, yeah, would be answered. Radahn the GOAT. Imagine stopping the stars and being the best in battle, and yet he waits for her to put back her prosthesis, a true champ. He wants to, you know, if he's going to go down, he wants to go down with honor, or, you know, whatever. Wants her to go out with honor.
There is something I must return to Malenia.
Oh yes, this.
The will that was once her own. The dignity. The sense of self. That allowed her to resist the call of the Scarlet Rot. The pride she abandoned. To meet Radahn's measure.
In Elden Ring's story trailers, we see this legendary fight play out. Cleanrot Knights finally arrive with Malenia, facing off against the Redmane Knights, and manage to plunge a ton of spears into Radahn during their clash. You can actually see these spears still sticking out of his back to this day. Then Malenia and Radahn appear to be the only 2 left standing.
I wonder why they choose this fight to be the trailer fight. Yo, what's up, nobody in particular? Oh, you're catching up on my Elden Ring journey through the VODs? Oh, thanks. I'm so glad that you're enjoying the playthrough. Thank you. That's a very kind message. Brightened my day compared to Gino. He keeps telling me to put my face cam away because he thinks I'm ugly or whatever. Like, damn, bruh. You really need to be saying all that? But yeah, no, thanks. Thanks, nobody in particular. 3397. You might be the GOAT. Love this line from Millicent. Wish we saw it happen. Yeah, it's interesting. Promised Consort Radahn's is basically Mohg's body. Yeah, see, that's what I thought. But somebody said that his body just like disappeared, but I thought it was something like that. And Radahn's soul. Yes, that's what I thought. Yes, yeah. I get what you're saying. Mohg, my boy. Jarvis, give RCA a golden ingot for the GOAT opinion. Because it's 2 most powerful demigods that could stand a chance claiming the shards of the Elden Ring. Yeah, I guess that's true, RCA. It's a very important fight. Yeah, but it was somewhat inconsequential though, no? Because neither of them wanted to claim the shards of the Elden Ring, no? Is that crazy? Is that controversial for me to say? Unnecessary stray. I did nothing. It was completely necessary. Bro, I thought it was your favorite dude to duel. I see you've been talking to others. Dude, I'm literally not... I've never dueled another person ever. I think you're chilling. I enjoy the reactions in the context of learning to the edited version. I like your style. Oh, fair enough. Yeah, I feel like I definitely get like... I would say a lot of people watch the VODs compared to the edited ones. The edited ones is mostly so that I can put them together in one big long video at the end, but I also just thought I'd release them on their own as well as I go along, just to keep something ticking over on the YouTube. But yeah, no, I get what you're saying. I definitely agree with that. On to some degree, I like watching the unedited versions of playthroughs as well. But I'm glad that you're enjoying it, because that means that hopefully some other people might be enjoying the unedited stuff as well and the live stuff. So I'm hoping that means that people still want to watch me play games like that they like, you know, like Lies of P or whatever. I know that people have mentioned that a few times. And Dark Souls 3 next. You can have a flag. Her nose could be used as an umbrella to smoke a cigarette in the rain. Dude, Gino, don't make me talk about your teeth, bruh. Don't make me go there. Melania has different goals, but she wanted Mikolas to become a god. Yeah, exactly. I want to consider changing the rating for Moog now, please. Dude, I'm not changing it like retrospectively because of the lore, okay? Them's the rules. Jarvis, don't touch the tier list. Mikola wanted a more healthy consort, so to say. Didn't think Melania was truly chosen, and that's, yeah, and strong. Radahn basically wants to become a god because he worshipped Godfrey in Marika. He was a son of Radagon and Renala, but was proud of the Golden Order. To be fair, he was a bit of a fanboy of Godfrey, as I've keep hearing from these videos. This Radahn guy literally has lion as a sigil from the influence Godfrey had on him. Yeah, but I just feel like, okay, I'm not gonna base it on feeling. I feel like he wasn't going for the but why would he feel the need to defeat Melania for the shards? She's not got them and she doesn't want them. If you use the shackle, your PC will explode. You're crazy. But yeah, like, they say they don't know why this fight happened, which is why I'm like, maybe they know at the end. Maybe if I watched one after the DLC, they would explain. Maybe people do know. Does she have a shard on her? She's a shard bearer. Where does she keep it and why? Oh, it's written in the PCR Remembrance. Did I read it? Maybe I didn't read it. That's my bad, bro. I don't remember. What, Melania whispers to Radahn's ear? Oh shit, I didn't read the Remembrance. I thought I did. I must have, it was a long day. Could you go to the story trailer? Where's that? Look at when she stabs Radahn. Oh, because she whispers something. I knew she whispered something in his ear, but I didn't know what she said. I didn't know it was written in the Remembrance. I'm watching you finally defeated the putrid tree spirit. I love your accent. Best wishes, keep on streaming. Thank you so much. I really appreciate that. Nobody in particular. Yeah, the putrid tree spirit messed me up for the longest time. She said, Mikola awaits thee, O promised consort. Oh. Is she fighting so that he can prove himself to her, so that he can be chosen as Mikola's promised consort? Marika had Malekith as her holder of the Rune of Death. Then Rani yeeted it and killed the first demigod. Yeah. She killed Godwyn. Yeah. I saw that bit. Okay, so RCA, my new theory then, based on that Remembrance text. She fights this guy to just determine if he is capable and suitable as the consort for Mikola, because she wants to make sure her brother has the best consort. Apparently Radahn promised Mikola when they were children. Oh, okay, well, I don't know, maybe I'm wrong then. But then why are they fighting though? Bro, if he's dead, she ain't... Oh, because he needs... Nope, don't tell me. Because he needs to be dead in order for his spirit to... Well, because he could... Yeah, but he could do it when he was alive, though. He doesn't have to be dead for his spirit to become his consort. He could just do it when he's alive. After the shattering, he had a change of heart and wanted to fix the Golden Order himself. What, Radahn? I thought he didn't gaff. I thought he was just going up into the stars and pissing off. Radahn had to die to fulfill his promise. Did he have to do it as a spirit, then? He can't be consort for some reason without being a spirit? Much to think about. I don't really get it. I'm sure I'll figure it out shortly.
Malenia sacrifices her prosthetic arm to get close to Radahn, grabbing her blade and plunging it into both of them, giving us a close-up view of the two characters. Here, Radahn looks monstrous, which I theorize could again be because he's tainted with the madness of a great rune, though that is just speculation.
I didn't know that.
And we can also see Malenia's lips moving here, muttering some final words, or perhaps the incantation for the Scarlet Aeonia, which envelops herself and Radahn, putting an end to their fight. In this video's first chapter, we talked extensively about Malenia's battle against the Scarlet Rot within her, but...
My name is Chino, do you really want to be friends with me? That's a good point, dude. Mikla would grant him life, and Radahn would fulfill his promise. Grant him life how, though? He has life, or would have life if he didn't fucking die, I guess.
Fight, maybe intentionally, and she allows the Scarlet Rot to take hold. Millicent, who is a great parallel to Malenia, says that this is when she sacrificed her dignity, her sense of self, her will, and her pride.
For what? For
Malenia
Mikla?
did all of this just so that she could meet Radahn's measure.
But why
Thus
is she
did
fighting
the
him,
Scarlet
bruh?
Rot explode outwards, infecting Radahn and the very land itself, as their battle came to a horrific standstill. In the end, neither party was
they
in a
state
state
fight to
continue
death.
fighting. So technically, Malenia didn't lose, so she was technically still undefeated. Few survived the Battle of Aeonia, but one who did was the Cleanrot Knight Finlay, who, in an unimaginable act of heroism, carried the slumbering form of Malenia all the way back to the Halig Tree. They managed this alone, fending off all manner of foes along the way. But back at the center of Caelid, Malenia's scarlet bloom remained. A nearby phantom's dialogue reads, "Sublime, I tell you."
Oh, so that's why her Scarlet Bloom is in Caelid and not in the Halig Tree, because, well, not primarily in the Halig Tree, because she fights Radahn there and releases it into the Caelid fucking wasteland, okay?
The very first flower of Aeonia bloomed on this very spot. Malenia, may you blossom into a goddess. In the present day, Caelid features at its center a giant tree that spirals in a similar manner to Malenia's first Scarlet Bloom, so it probably is the same Scarlet Bloom. As the Phantom says, this was the...
Oh, it's her destiny to bloom after death. Is that the same for Malenia then? And she technically, like, died here? I don't know. She died? Scarlet Aeonia is an incantation from Malenia, by the way. She blooms when she dies because of her scarlet rotted blood. Oh, so when he said she might be whispering the incantation, that's not true. She's basically a bud that grew into a person. Oh, I thought she was like a kid. What about all of her sisters then? Are they the same? Join the Discord, chat with me there. Yeah, see, Chili got your ass, bro. Chili got your ass. The Discord, get in the fucking Discord, dude. Get in the Discord. Anyone who's not in the Discord, bro, I'm gonna link it right now. I think everyone here is in the Discord. I probably should have posted it when that new person was in here, but you are getting cursed to be in the Discord. For that is the curse you bear, or whatever. Hold on. Ooh. Alright. Invite to server. Wow. We got there in the end, gamers. Get in the Discord. This Gino, this is for you. Gowry's not a person, it's an entity. Yeah, Chili, I'm catching strays left, right, and center. Holy. Nice save, Gino. Nice save. So in real life, the same practice happens. When a flower dies, it spreads seeds around, fertilize. Oh, I see what you mean, I guess. Oh, that's interesting. That's freaking weird. And Melina and how close she is to Marika. Oh, like, oh, releasing golden seeds. Oh, I see what you mean. Yeah, but the golden seeds, well, they don't operate in the same way, though, right? Oh, it died? I didn't realize the Erd tree died. Some of the seeds have been fertilized. Oh, I see. What, Gowry is the rock god? Is that kind of freaky, though? He goes around fertilizing seeds? What the fuck? He is not just some guy. I didn't know he was a fucking god. I don't know, they kind of might. The Erd tree has those poisonous golden guys, the spear halberd things and masks, the one flowers growing on them. Are you attacking the game? He turns into kindred of rot and just disappears. Oh shit. Is that how you found that out?
The very first
I assume there's more to it than that.
And the beginning of the Scarlet Swamp in this land. And at the very center of that is
Gary's mission is
thing.
to engulf the lands between into the influence of the rots. Then, oh my gosh. Okay, so he wants to save Millicent so that she, no, because, if she rots away, won't she die eventually and then bloom? Is he just not willing to wait that long? Because she doesn't, like, she just sort of sits there and rots away. Like, she probably would rot and die if I didn't save her so that she can make the decision for herself. Greater Will tries to control Marika into gaining control of the lands between. Yeah, he wants Millicent to die in battle so she could become a goddess. Oh, she's to die in battle. In battle. That's the key part. Yeah, sorry, I thought she just needed to die. I didn't know she needs to die in battle. Yeah, but wait, hold on. Wouldn't that mean then? Okay, but then I assume she's not the god. She doesn't have the power then because... Yeah, but if he's the god, why doesn't he just give her the power? Oh, she is revealed to be the true goddess of rot. I was going to say, because Millicent, if you have the chance for her to die in battle because she fights her sisters and you can choose to fight against her. I guess that's why she has a seal around her. When you try and attack her in the church, you can't attack her because he's protecting her. Gowry. Because they can only gain access to that power by metamorph. Oh. Exactly, that's why you can't attack her. Holy shit. I like to call Melania the Scarlet Witch. I mean, yeah, that adds up. Rodrika also has a seal protecting her, and Raya too. Why?
There's a boss called Commander O'Neill,
who
carries the Commander's Standard, which reads, "Even after his lord was fled, Commander O'Neill continued to brandish this flag in the devastation of the rot-eaten field of battle, the sole veteran who remembers this battle with pride." And it's hard for me to say exactly whose side O'Neill would have been on. He summons the spirits of exiled soldiers, who themselves have no real affiliation to speak of, though I will say that you can summon one of Millicent's sisters to help you in the fight against
O'Neill, I didn't know that the Millicent sisters
might suggest that he's
I didn't know that.
opposed to the idea of rot, and that he might have fought for Radahn, although I feel like you could go both ways on this, because the Commander's Standard says that his lord was fled, and both Melania and Radahn fled this battle. Anyway, when you defeat O'Neill by luring him into the guises of Scarlet Rot because it's funny, He doesn't
I didn't know
just
you could do
drop
that.
the commander's standard, he also drops an heirloom of the Battle of Aeonia, a broken needle of unalloyed gold that was once buried within Melania's own flesh, repelling her scarlet rot until it snapped. A really interesting question here, considering the needle is broken, is whether Melania snapped the needle intentionally when she plunged her blade into herself and Radahn. Perhaps she knew that it would cause the rot within her to flare up worse than ever if the needle was broken, and allow her to defeat Radahn. Millicent does explain that the explosion of rot in her is worse after she takes out the needle, almost as if it's been building up inside them all this time.
I paused to even tell you, but I took out the needle myself. The scarlet rot writhes now, worse than ever.
So it's pretty clear that this is where the final moments of the battle took place.
See, without the context, that just annoyed me, because I was like, bro, I did all this shit, and it only took her up until this point. See, I want to know what when the realization happened. When did she realize that she doesn't even want to bother trying to live anymore because she doesn't want to become what Melania becomes or whatever, anything like that? When did she realize this, bro? Oh, they aren't in cahoots with Gowry, Roderica, and Rhea. Only one of the sisters that is as strong as Melania herself. Oh, the sister that you can summon there? Or Millicent. Seal protecting them means that they play an important role in the story, therefore can't be killed because law would change if you killed them at that point. Oh. I didn't know. I thought in FromSoft games you could just kill anyone. Or that they would take multiple hits, like many hits if they were important, or that they wouldn't fight back or something. I thought, honestly, when I tried to kill her at the start of the game, I thought it wanted me to, because I was like, oh, she's suffering. Let me kill her so she doesn't have to suffer anymore. That was my original plan. Obviously, it was wrong. Well, kind of. I mean, it kind of wasn't. I probably would have. Oh, no, because then she would have bloomed. Is that really battle, though, if I just execute her? You kill Rhea and Millicent at the end of their quest lines and Roderica becomes a vendor, so, well. For Millicent, there's a lore explanation. For Roderica and Rhea, there's no lore explanation, just divine intervention from the devs. Lore-wise, she becomes a prisoner to the Round Table Hold as well, providing spirit ash tuning forever for the Tarnished, yeah. I mean, essentially. If they die at that point in the game, would have so much controversy. Rhea's only good for side content. You should check out the lore behind ancient/often broken statues depicting the bearded guy holding the tablet. Where would I find that? If I just Google that, you think it'll come up? Millicent dies because she doesn't want the rock goddess to appear. Oh. But if the... what, Gowry? Or... Ramina? She saw what the Scarlet Rot influence did to Melania. She doesn't want to continue the Rot legacy. When Melania can't choose to die because the Scarlet Rot does not kill her. Bro went straight to Schedule 1. The Rot God lost faith in Melania simply because she bloomed twice already and didn't turn into a goddess. That's why they thought the daughters would be the next goddess. It turns out the promised goddess for the Rot was Melania all along. When you first meet Millicent, she can't remember her past. True. True. So Melina is like the strong, like, is just as strong as Melania? And she doesn't die in battle. I just sort of let her get burnt alive, I guess. I don't know. She could die in battle, though, in theory. But she doesn't know that. They're buds that grew into people. Shit.
And we even find Clean Rot Knights.
Wait. Theoretically, yes, Melina is a different story. They budded into people. What about Ramina of the Bud? Or whatever, God of the Bud, whatever she is?
This is where the final moments of the battle took place. And we even find Clean Rot Knights able
Millicent starts to remember.
To rise outside when you're near, even now. But then we don't find Radahn anywhere near here. Instead, we find him closer to his former home at Redmane Castle. In a nearby catacomb, the spirits of the war dead actually continue to clash, refusing to
Dude, this is the fucked up putrid tree spirit, bro.
surrender, even in death. And outside, Radahn.
She remembers what Gowry really is, then denies him of the fate chosen for her because she has a choice. Ah, I see.
Is exactly the same way.
Okay.
While witless,
I clearly didn't pick that up in the side quest because she just pissed me off.
he's still alive, even managing to keep the stars in stasis, even now.
If Prusa's plans were
Possession
wrong.
of his great rune, which itself started to burn to resist the encroachment of the Scarlet Rot. His feet have rotten off.
And he was a goddess all
Spears
along.
of clean rot knights remain in his flesh, but he fights on.
Oh shit, yeah. Oh my god, it literally genuinely just occurred to me that the only time she blooms is when you fight her. It's literally just occurred to me that the Scarlet Blossom or whatever, bloom blossoms once more, whatever the fuck she says. And then she becomes the goddess of rot in your fight. It literally just occurred to me. Why did that just occur to me, bro? I don't know, man. I don't know. I don't know why that had to be the fight to do it, but you read a lot about it and watched tons of videos. Yeah, I'm trying to get there. She already bloomed twice before you fought her. Oh. Then why did he not think it was him? Oh, thought she was a lost cause? Why? Oh, she had the wings of rot, which she didn't have in the fight against... Oh, yeah, that's right, Gino, that's right. I was harder for her to fight than Radahn. Well, I mean, Radahn's dead twice now, so that makes sense.
Simply using those spears in his back as arrows to fight off any...
That's why they thought her daughters would take her place. Oh, I see. Okay, so I caused her to truly become the goddess of Scarlet Rot, to truly bloom. She didn't bloom properly before me. She bloomed, you know, because I'm the goat. And then she died shortly after. Am I getting all this? My noggin not hurting after all this information revelation? It's hurting, but I think it's processing, hopefully. Hopefully.
Who threatens him, refusing to give up and die in anything but an honorable
Wow, this is
death.
a good... That was cool. It is just revealed that her third blooming would be the final. Oh, really? Oh, he didn't believe she... Why would he not believe that? Because she just, like, was rotting too much? For real, a lot of info to take in. Dude, there's so much going on. Honestly.
Are you...
After the end of this video, I'll have watched, what, 2 hours of lore?
One for festivals?
She thought she would die eventually.
Flowers. To the south.
Oh, because of Marika's order.
A grand festival to make the stars turn.
I see.
To the east, the heart and bud of a flower to be. But dare you enter into the heart of the Scarlet Rot?
As the rot takes hold,
Well, she should have become the goddess of rot the first time she bloomed, but she actually had to bloom 3 times for some reason, unbeknownst to the gods. I guess she just didn't have a hard enough battle to really bloom properly until she met the goat. From Gowry's eyes, Melania couldn't be the chosen one because of how her blood comes from another outer god. Oh, okay. That makes sense.
Caelid becomes a fresh hell, and
I like how
the
it
land-
senses
as the
hell.
rot takes hold, Caelid becomes a fresh hell, and the land itself becomes a threat. Even the dragons in this place were forced to flee, and they would make a new nest on a plateau that would be dubbed Dragon Barrow, and no one since then has dared to enter it. That said, a few
That's why her
dragons
descendants
did
was
not
his
make it
target.
away unscathed.
Makes sense.
The dragon Exekis
Because they don't have any of her blood, because they're not actual daughters.
the Scarlet Rot, though he did not forget his hatred, and sadly, Grail, the mother of all dragons, who dwarfs them all as well, can be found on death's door.
Is that the one that you kill for like a bajillion runes?
Surrounded by her children, and completely blighted by the Scarlet Rot. Kind of sad. Thanks for the 50k runes, though. And in the end, it was Melania's Scarlet
Oh, they
Rot
do share her blood? Her father's the rock god. A better mix for a goddess. Well, yeah, for her... I guess it's not actual blood, it's like genetics. So they don't share his blood, but they share his genetics. So I guess maybe that's different.
Not really Melania herself, that would eventually drop.
I mean, they didn't really share her blood. I mean, they once did, I suppose.
Radahn's Redmane Knights to defeat, according to their...
Haven't you noticed how weird Gowry is when he's talking about stuff? Yeah, I just thought he was like a weird Elden Ring guy.
armor. When they were driven to defeat by Melania's scarlet rot, the Redmane Knights burned off the crest on the left breast of their armor to indicate their resolve, stating, "Alas, dear home, I shan't see you again, for our duty is to remain here, a bulwark against the blight." The knights using fire to burn away their own crest in this...
He calls Millicent a babe for some reason. Yeah, don't love that. He also sells you the Pest Threads incantation. Stringy spell cast with Kindreds of Rot. Those little
This way is such a great symbol for
like
fire
cockroach
was
creatures.
their one and only weapon for fighting back against the rot. And interestingly, according to the Armorer's Cookbook,
Millicent is his daughter. Huh. Yes. Yeah, because he like, you know, fertilized the seeds or whatever. Millicent is a babe, okay. Yeah, Melania blooms equals release seeds. So, yeah, I guess they... Yeah, no, I guess that's a good point. They don't have any of Marika's blood. But then if Melania has Marika's blood, then surely the seeds have Melania's blood, which has Marika's blood.
His tools and techniques to do with fire were passed down.
Maybe it's not enough. It's not enough. It's trace amounts.
An armorer who served the great General Radahn, as his books contain knowledge of dealing with rot, the application of fire, and
I would never. Good. Gary's little freakazoid.
And so
Don't like that.
This flame of the Redmanes clearly became a large part of their identity henceforth.
Oh, dude, I don't want to go back
Corpses
to
of
these
rabid
guys.
Wildlife were piled high and burned. Long smouldering walls of flame were built in order to prevent...
Yeah, Melania's father is Radagon, Marika, and her mother is Marika. Yeah, exactly. So she's Marika'd all the way out. A perfect and imperfect Empyrean. True, she's like super Marika'd. She's like hella Marika core. That's why she was tainted with a curse. Yeah, that's true. Well, she was tainted with a curse of another outer god. How would that be because she's an abomination? Surely she would just be tainted with some weird Golden Order curse. But like... Was a destiny itself planted by another outer god? Yeah, but how did that just happen because she had so much Golden Order in her? They wanted to undermine the Greater Will's plan. Oh, I see. Okay. Whole existence of Radagon is to control Marika. Why would it be to control Marika? Wouldn't it be the other way around? She doesn't want to become a slave to the Greater Will. She has her own vision. Wait, what did I say? Okay, relax. It wasn't meant to mean anything other than, you know what I mean. They create Radagon to try and enslave Marika. Oh, so the Golden Order create Radagon, not Marika? Holy shit. I thought Marika created Radagon, because they're like the same person, are they not? That's true. Surely they must have put something... Because Radagon clearly existed before. He must have existed before, though. Perfect embodiment of the Golden Order. But he must have existed before because... he isn't fully in control. That's what I mean. He was just a champion before, right? Is the Nox's perfected attempt to create a lord? Well, clearly it wasn't that perfect. Fucking owned him like 5 shots of the heavy hammer. This can be understood from Melena's speeches in one of the churches. I feel like he would have told me this in this video, though. He's been telling me all sorts of different stuff. He's like a chimeric, like the misbegotten. He is chimeric. Yeah, a chimera of what? Of a champion and a god? Lord Radagon, you're strong, but you're not me yet. Yeah. He said that in the video as well, but it's like half of the people feel that they are different people and half the people feel they're the same. Oh, you're not still superior. Oh, yeah, but in the end, when you go to the statue of Marika, Radagon fucking comes out. When you fight him. He's trying to mend the Elden Ring, yeah. He'd be similar to Silver Tear, shapeshifter. He gave the golden egg to Renala. Yeah, but why would he do... So he's chimeric like the Misbegotten. He's like a shapeshifter. But he doesn't do it out of his own will. He's willed to by the Golden Order. But then why would he bother marrying Renala and not just go straight to Marika? Marika died? What the fuck did she die? Perfect imitation of Elden Ring strapped to his chest. Yeah. If he was created by the Nox. To defeat her and learn magic. Oh, yeah. Damn, that's fucked up, bro. Holy shit. Yeah, but he didn't defeat her. He just, like, conjoined them. Like they became friends. Or was the moon more powerful than the Golden Order at that point? Because I feel like that can't be the case. He wanted to study sorceries and incants, and he needed to go to the school. But he couldn't go to the school because... That's so fucked. Fuck this guy, bro. The British jokes, you could say, the chaos you can assume. What kind of British jokes, huh? All possible ways to the moon? Because they couldn't beat her with their army. Yeah, that's what I was going to say, because he was losing. Damn, that's so sad for Renala, bro. I'm team Renala. He is the embodiment of the Golden Order. Oh, I thought and that's why you fight him and then the Elden Beast. I thought the Elden Beast was the embodiment of the Golden Order.
The rot from spreading to neighbouring lands, these same walls border their own castles.
Renala has a weird looking hat.
And they even managed to commandeer some
fire
flame chariots to help in their fight. They utilized torches, fire pots, arrows.
The Nox the same race as Marika, it says. Yeah, the ones from that village. Marika didn't die. Controlling the lands between did. She cannot truly die. I was going to say, she's not dead. She's like locked up she's like, locked away because she broke the Elden Ring.
Everything. And fittingly, Knight Gerren's beloved sword, a flamberge, became the symbol of the castle itself, thanks to the flame-like undulation that gives this sword its difficult to pronounce name. And Gerren himself remained at Redmane Castle to regularly host a celebration of war, calling champions from far and wide to deliver death. A death for his friend, who is now festering with rot and crippled by madness, who now only wishes for an honourable way out.
It's quite fun when you think about it. Like, I very much like this backstory. She was also punished by the Greater Will. That's why we see her on an arc at the start of the fight. Yeah, that's true. That is true. Yeah, no, that's what I mean. She was imprisoned and punished by the Greater Will. Yeah. If Elden Beast lands the grab attack on you, he puts you on a golden arc and shoots 20,000 golden beams at you. I don't remember that, but that makes sense. She's impaled with the same red spear thingy that the Elden Beast can execute you with. Oh. It shows us that she was punished. Yeah, no, I see what you mean.
Meanwhile, amidst Melania's Aeonian butterflies, pale pests emerge from the swamp of Aeonia. And though they appear to be mere bugs, they're not. These creatures are intelligent, with a quote-unquote keen intellect that allows them to craft uncanny weaponry from sharpened shell. They can incant...
Oh, Marika sends Melina to us? How do you know that? How do I get an Elden Ring butterfly? That's what I'm saying, bro. Guys, who's going to donate an Elden Ring butterfly to me?
And spells as well, and they can even tame wild beasts. That said, they are ultimately creatures.
How about you get infested by a god, and then you will get yourself a little butterfly? How about that? Melina tells you her mother instructed her. Oh, shit. How can she instruct her, though, if she's locked away and fucking shackled up? In order to... I mean, she's got magical powers. I'm sure she found a way. In order to free her from her fate and banish the influence of the greater will from that between becoming next god. Kind of depends on the endings. Oh, yeah. Next Elden Lord, yeah. I see. And that's why she wants to be burned with the Erd Tree. Or why she wants to be the one who burns the Erd Tree. Melina was also a bard, yeah. Yeah, oh shit, yeah. Well... Oh, what, so her mum isn't Marika, it's Melania? So... she's a projection of Marika? Which is revealed at the frenzied flame. Oh. She's the heir to the gloam-eyed queen. Yes, I watched the Frenzied Flame ending. I thought Melina looked a bit different, but I don't know who the gloam-eyed queen is. How long are you planning on streaming? Not for too much longer. Not for too much longer. They make Marika seem so bad when she tells the kids to become great or they'll sacrifice. I think she's warning them about the fingers and Elden Beast, yeah. Yeah. Marika, that's why she has pink hair. Why is she Marika's kid if she's a bud from Melania? A rot bud. Gloam-eyed Queen was the #1 Empyrean standing in the way of Marika becoming the one and only god. Empyrean for who? Melina, not Millicent. Yeah, but Melina was a bud from the Scarlet Ionia. She got defeated by Malekith, and she owned the rune of death, destined death. Yeah. Melina's also intangible. She appears and disappears the same blue lights that Torrance uses. That's true. Melina operates on a different dimensional level. That's true. She lives in multiple timelines or some shit, right? She was born at the foot of the Erd Tree. Oh, yeah, that's... Oh, you're talking about... Who are you... RCA, who are you referring to? Yeah, because I was going to say, she was born at the foot of the Erd Tree or whatever. She wasn't a bud from the Scarlet Ionia. She said, remember, she's a bud. Yeah, multiple timelines, timeline traversal, scaling, yeah. That is true. It's never stated the Gloam-eyed Queen died, so it never revealed that Marika actually died. And then it levels you up, yeah. That's true. Millicent is Melania's kid, yeah. I'm referring to Melina now. Yeah, I think it was the bud wording that confused me. But I got you now. Because you said, remember she's from the bud, or she's a bud. Remember when I said Melina was also a bud, just like Millicent is? That's the bit that confused me. I didn't think she was a bud. Unless she was a... I don't know, in one of the timelines. Yeah, because you said that she starts to remember... No, she doesn't remember her origin. Melania, Mikla, and Melina are likely siblings. Melina isn't from Marika, she's a curse with a flame. Yes! She's the flame, yes. So she's a curse with the flame. You've got Midra, who's a curse with the fucking madness. Marika, who's a curse with the Golden Order. Melania, who's a curse with the rot. Any of that correct? I don't know.
And Gowry actually calls them witless, which admittedly does contrast with them being described as intelligent in this item description. Regardless, the pests are also called the abandoned children of of the goddess and servants of the goddess of rot who have been forsaken, and it's not hard to see why.
Naraka owns the flame. She sealed the fell god in the furnace. Oh, I haven't heard anything about that.
Not only was Melania carried far away at the very moment of her bloom when these pests allegedly emerged, but she resents and resists the scarlet rot inside her unless she's pushed to the absolute brink. So, of course, these pests are abandoned in that sense as well. And who wouldn't hate them, honestly? Is there anything more annoying than this bloody attack? Nevertheless, the pests persist. They even have a quotable line of dialogue in the Kindred of Rot's exaltation talisman.
Left the flame alive as a backup plan. Because she's becoming a god, she knew the risks and the greater will tried to enslave her. Well, they seemed almost successful.
Scarlet goddess, O scarlet blossoms flourish in distant lands and return to us, the unwanted children.
It's kind of sad, really.
Which brings us to the phrase scarlet blossoms.
I'm gonna be back, gonna eat some pizza and watch some football. Hell yeah, I want some pizza, bro. Holy. Somebody order me a pizza, will you? Here's my address. I'm kidding. No, it's fine, guys. I'll live. Yeah, enjoy the football. I'm probably not gonna be live by the time you get back, depending on how long you are, but enjoy. Thanks for hanging out. Let's not even talk about who Messmer's dad is. Bro, let's not get started on the DLC this stream. That's the next stream problem, or stream after, whatever. Guys, don't you worry. We are getting through this pizza, huh? Yo, what's up, Daniel? Daniel the 420. What a fire name. What is up? Yeah, bro. My YouTube chat won't order me a fucking pizza. I mean, you can take the piss. Do you know what I mean? But yeah. How are you? How are you, Daniel? I've never seen Daniel spelt with two A's. That's very cool. You saw me on YouTube? What's your username on YouTube? Or did you just prefer Twitch and come straight to the Twitch? Moved over here? Sweet. It's, yeah, you get a little bit less delay on the Twitch. Guys, the Twitch is where it's at, but for some reason everybody wants to watch on the YouTube. Whatever, guys. It's like an Arabic spelling. Oh, cool. That's very cool. And what about the 420? Is that Arabic as well? Oh, thanks for the follow, Daniel. Sorry, it didn't appear because I'm like in full screen mode, but I'm sure that was you, so I appreciate it. Shout out to Daniel the 420. It's easier to find people on YouTube. Yeah, it makes sense. It makes sense. I believe Melina was a seed that spread from the Ur tree when the shattering happened. Basically a part of Marika. Yeah. Okay. Oh, Ur tree have seeds. I see what you're saying. I see what you're saying. Gods reproduce weird. Like, I mean, what the fuck is that egg that Renal is holding, eh? How goes the Elden Ring? It's going well. I recently, in my last stream, fought Promised Consort Radahn, and I killed him. So I completed Elden Ring, and I completed Shadow of the Erdtree. Now I'm reviewing the lore. However, the unfortunate thing is these videos, a lot of them, are from before the DLC was released, and so they're a bit outdated. Also, I have Midra on my shirt, which Gino hates, but whatever. Gino's someone in the YouTube chat who hates me. So yeah, now I'm watching lore videos. I'm doing tier lists, which have caused a lot of controversy. More controversy than I was expecting. Yeah, that's where we're at. Yeah, if you want to see the tier list, I'll give you a quick glimpse. I know that Gino's not going to want to see this because he's upset, but whatever. Here's the tier list. So you've got... Melania's got her own rank because she's the best. So this is like S++, but I've called it M for Melania because she's on her own. Horalu in the S tier. Malekith. We've got Radahn here. This is a weird picture of Morgott, but it's just Morgott, believe me. Moog, A tier. We've got Margit, Elden Beast, and Radagon. Renala, because I like her vibe, B tier. This is not based on difficulty, it's based on like overall enjoyment of the boss in every aspect, all of the parameters. C tier is Placidus Axe. Probably could be lower, but whatever, he's there. We've got Rykard, Godric, Goldfree, Astel, Fire Giant, and this guy, whoever that is, in D tier. Spectral Beast, or Ancestral Beast, whatever it's called, Gideon, and the duo in F, because obviously this is, for some reason there's a big advert on this one, I don't know why. This is the DLC one. We've got, obviously, Radahn at the top, just because, I don't know, his first phase is fun as hell, and to be honest, I couldn't put anyone else in S tier, so he just has to go up there. Midra, who's on the t-shirt today, Mesmer, and Shadow Tree Avatar in A, and then you can see the rest. I mean, they're just whatever. So yeah. And there's a side quest one, side boss one, but it's not that interesting. That's where we're at. There's your update. Oh, here we go. You're doing a fresh playthrough too, chilling. Down, I'd put Placid and Bale in S. You put Placidosax in S? Dude, the YouTube chat is gonna eat you up for that. They'll like the Bale one though. They'll like the Bale one. Guys, over Mother of Fingers. Dude, she is annoying. I don't like Matir. I mean, Gaius is annoying as fuck, actually. He could also be lower. But the freaking Mother of whatever, she's annoying too. I like fighting dragons. See, I'm not a big dragon gal. Sorry about that. I do apologize. Dragons for me are on almost consistently like below C tier. So Bale being that high is pretty good going for him. Osha's born with the rune of death stolen, like part of GQ escaped. That's my thought as well. It's all speculation. True, and even this guy in this video is saying it's all speculation, even though this is from like 2 years ago. Glowmide Queen was Empyrean, chosen by the Two Fingers. Which Marika was as well, wasn't she? Which means she's granted access to the Erd Tree, true. I come from Dragon's Dogma, so it's just dragon combat. To be fair, you know what? It's weird because I really like Monster Hunter, which is almost, well, not almost exclusively dragon combat, but a lot of dragon combat. So, I don't know. It's just not for me. I did want to try Dragon's Dogma, though. I do want to give that a go. I've heard a lot of good things, but it's quite an old game now, isn't it? Unless they've revamped it, or whatever you call it. Remastered. Box questline would have led him to Renala to get rebirthed as a regular-looking human, but it fails and he dies? Dang, that's dark. When I think of Bok, I just think of Wicked. If anyone gets that, then, you know. If you know, you know. It means her soul didn't die. It's also only mentioned that Glowmide Queen was defeated by Malekith, not killed or felled. There's a different ending where you save him, though. I like how you mentioned that after. I guess if this is starting to get very complicated for thousands of new info, honestly, it's so confusing. But I'm trying to like piece it together. I'm trying to put it together. Best quest in the entire game. I can't believe I missed that one. I must have missed it like at the start and not been able to do it later on. Short and sweet. Yeah, no, that's good stuff. I like a short quest sometimes. Melina calls herself burned and bodiless. It can't be for nothing. I should try Dragon's Dogma 2. I forgot there was a second one, you know. I forgot they just made one. You don't need to play the first one? Oh, really? Oh, you can save Bok by using your beautiful stone? Oh, that's quite sweet, actually. The your beautiful stone? Dang. Leans towards it all being astrology, how much evidence supports so many contradicting ones, yeah. Yeah, there's a lot of contradicting things. I think that's why it's like difficult, because I'm watching this guy talk about stuff, and then you come in and you're like, oh, what about this, this, and this? And I'm like, oh my god, what? But
talking about
it's all valid.
Flower buds of the scarlet rot, but instead
demi-humans are weird.
Actual people. I think it's talking about these.
I like how this frame is amazing. Why are they in front of Melania? Dude, honestly, at this point, should I have... I'm excited to see what he has to say about the sisters, because I was debating after Millicent's quest if I chose the right team in that fight, you know? If it's her or the sisters. You wish they revealed some new stuff about Glowmide Queen in the DLC? Do you think they'll ever do an Elden Ring 2? And don't say they already did, it's called Night Rain. Don't you dare. Melina has failed her goals and reset different timelines many times. Yeah, I remember you saying that. They're in Gelmir Mountain. Bok kind of seems similar to Radagon in some ways. Dang. I like doing Rogier's quests so I can tell Rani, I know what you did, and watch her be like, damn shit. Well, I know what she did now.
Sisters, I think these are the Scarlet Blossoms. They are Pollyanna, Maureen,
Ooh, we
Amy,
get some names. Let's
Mary,
go.
and
Oh, to be fair,
Millicent.
you do get their names in the fight because it's above their heads, isn't it? Damn, she got a chin on her for real. I mean, so does Millicent. To be fair, they're chinned out. Why has she got her eyes and they don't? Well, kind of.
The girl, Millicent, she is a bird.
Oh,
Green
yeah.
and undeveloped, waiting to flower into magnificence. What a wondrous day that will be. In truth, before her, I'd never seen a bud of such superior quality.
I'm seeing what you're saying now about Gary saying some weird shit. Excuse me, guys. I'm still a bit unwell. I'm seeing what you're saying about the weird shit he says. I guess I just didn't clock it at the time. Also, I had no context of what the buds were, so I didn't connect the dots. He explains things in a concise and kind of superficial way. Almost everything he explains is cool, but there are way better and deeper lore researchers. That's probably true. Yeah, he says she's a bud. Yeah, but he says it in front of our eyes, but I didn't know what a bud was at the time, so I was still confused, man. Alright? Radagon has his golden tailoring tools.
She might very well outshine her sisters.
So it seems like these pests, including Gary perhaps, have a keen interest in cultivating these Scarlet Blossoms. I'd prefer to talk about Millicent's questline in a future Prepare to Cry episode, so subscribe and turn on notifications, but I will hold off for now. But essentially, Gary does all of this in anticipation of these daughters becoming...
And he uses AI voice, but this guy's cool. What, this guy uses AI voice? Is this AI voice? I didn't even realize. This can't be AI voice. I mean, it can be. I wouldn't have clocked it if it was. Some Elden Ring characters are incapable of metaphors or something. I mean, he does... I'm surprised he goes straight into it, considering how much people don't like the Scarlet Rot. I thought we were talking about Wise Turtle. Oh, I was going to say, I was like, surely not. They are cinematic with good storytelling. I guess that's why they got all the views.
Scarlet Valkyries, who he believes might one day serve Melania when she ascends as the goddess of Rot. At this point, Melania hadn't been seen for a long while, not since she was carried off to the Halig Tree, and the Halig Tree's location itself was a mystery to many. But there were still those who venerated and worshipped her, and they weren't all pests. Some of them were human, like Melee Marai, the Castellan of the Shaded
I would argue that a lot of humans could be pests too, guys.
Castle. Melee wears the Marai
Melee does
mask,
not ring a bell
which
at
is
all.
something only worn by the
Oh,
head
wait, maybe.
of House Marai.
Oh, maybe actually.
It bears the likeness of the first of their line, and it describes this long dual history of the Marai family, who served as both executioners and castellans of the Shaded Castle. So fittingly, their storied sword is the Marai Executioner's Sword.
It's a buggy guy hunting
broad-bladed
amongst
weapon
humans.
that would eventually be used against them. For one day, they made the mistake of capturing a
Doing bug
Elden
stuff.
hunter
Real. Yeah, I think somebody said that they think he's the rock god.
named Elima. But Elima... who knew
Elima. He's in the Halig Tree. Correct?
battle skills that allowed him to move objects with his very own will, snatched the
I remember
sword
you.
from the site of
Vaguely.
his looming execution and overthrew
I put
his
him in the I don't remember you in the tier list. Hold on, let me move you to I don't know, you're probably about there. I still don't really remember him.
captors.
I'm basing it off of this
It
clip.
doesn't seem like he wanted to rule over the castle in their stead.
He's in the Shaded Castle. Oh, does he has a place in the... There's a place in the Halig Tree called Elima something? Or is it not called Elima? Is it something else beginning with E?
Instead, the castle
yeah, I
falls
don't know.
into ruin, and when we find him, Elima is just standing and staring at an enormous portrait, which is
It's an
a
Altus
picture
Plateau.
of Melania, who some believe is to blame for the fate of the castle.
Oh,
A
he's the
nearby
Bell-bearing
phantom
Hunters.
laments the state of things.
Yeah, I
and
remember
saying,
I remember that castle. I do remember that castle. It's kind of annoying.
House Marai is
I just don't like
ruined,
swamps,
just deserts.
which makes this game a bit, you know. Some of it's just a bit annoying. Although the swamps in this game aren't that bad. The swamps in Dark Souls 3 are a bit more annoying.
For falling for that severed harpy. No surprise that guilty cretin took the castle and our story sword. In the outskirts of the castle,
I remember getting that sword and playing with it after I killed him. Or got it.
Actually find and
It's obsessed with Melania. He made tons and tons of prostheses as well.
fight Malie Marai.
Oh, that's why you get one there for Millicent? Is that where you get the one prosthesis for Millicent from?
Of the castle, who has now been ousted.
Using sheer will alone? Are you serious? That can't be... What? He wills it to be in the air and it works?
The ant spur rapier, which is a weapon that evokes the scorpion dagger that we mentioned at the start of the video, as it's also a blade fashioned from a chitinous creature. In this case, it's the spur of a giant ant. Fittingly then, its description reminds us that Scarlet Rot is an old legend, and goes on to state that Malie Marai of the Shaded Castle was a private believer in the Scarlet Rot, and indeed, he eventually found his own personal goddess.
Well,
the Marai robe explains why he was so enamored with her, stating that the sons of House Marai are all sickly born, and so Malie Marai was beguiled by the beautiful and fierce goddess who was born into rot. Melania was, after all, a powerful and fierce figure in spite of her affliction, so it's easy to see why Malie Marai looked up to her. Though I guess it's possible that he took this veneration too far, as the castle is found sinking into a poison swamp, and the throne room is filled with prosthetics which mirror Melania's own. Indeed, it's possible that he even found Melania's very own prosthetic, as you can loot the Valkyrie's prosthesis here,
that's the one you get for Millicent.
Golden prosthesis once used by the one-armed Valkyrie, a masterwork of craftsmanship. With practice and skill, it can be used as proficiently as a real arm. When Malie Marai, Lord of the Shaded Castle, embraced this prosthesis, he claimed to feel the presence of his personal goddess. Now, I'm not really sure if this is Melania's actual prosthesis or not.
That's in the lore? Why does he just have that ability though? Hello? I don't know how he does it. When I do it, it costs like 15 FP. Yeah, what the fuck? Tool itself does magic damage. That's so suspicious. 20 prosthetic legs. Yeah, he's a creeper. He's a creeper.
For and against that, but regardless, it drives home just how much of a fanboy this guy was.
Yeah, no shit.
But in the end, the castle is not much more now than just a home for some surviving Clean Rot Knights who would understandably feel at home in such a place. And I guess they have nowhere else to go, as Melania slumbers back at the Halig Tree, where she does very little else until you arrive.
And I respect it.
Trigger what I think is her second transformation.
He thinks it's her second transformation. Is it revealed in the DLC that's her third, or is he just wrong, or what? He's Sekiro's dad boss. Close enough, at least. What, he looks like a boss in Sekiro? Guys, when are we playing Sekiro? God.
Wait.
Does anybody want to see that shit for real?
The scarlet bloom flowers once more. You will witness true horror.
True.
Now, rot.
Rot, girl.
Now, I got some bad news for you guys in this final chapter.
So the first was her quinceañera. So Raven, it's up to speculation. Oh, okay. Okay. She's either bloomed twice or 3 times. First was her quinceañera. That's fire.
So, you know how difficult Melania was to defeat, right?
No, I don't actually. She was easy. Nah, she was actually easy.
I told you that wasn't her final form. It might not be, for the Scarlet Aeonia description reads, each time the scarlet flower blooms, Melania's rot advances.
Girl, this says it right there, dude. It says it right there.
And with the third bloom, she will become a true goddess. So, it's known that Melania's first bloom was in Caelid, and we know that she blooms in a fight against us, so the debate becomes, is this mid-fight bloom Melania's second bloom, or her third?
There you go.
Some would argue that this is Melania's third bloom, and that she's already become the goddess of rot. She does, after all, literally have goddess of rot.
Yep, that's what sold it to me.
And there is a bloom right outside her boss room, which could have been the site of her second bloom.
Yep,
so
that's
how do
true.
you argue against that?
Also, how come when she blooms it just like rips her clothes off? Is that normal? Is it because her clothes aren't made of metal and she burns? I'll allow that, little freakazoid who designed this character. I guess I'll allow that if that's what your argument is. I don't know though. Her clothes rot away. Okay. Yes, the giants. Yes. I see what you're saying now about the flower. You believe it's her third? Her clothes were sent back to the tree. To be cleaned and sent back again. I can't fault that. After 100 years of fighting, yeah, I mean, she finally got her laundry done. She probably was stankin', bruh. Just coated in blood and guts and whatnot.
Well, for starters, the bloom outside might not be hers. For one, it'd be kind of weird if she had a second bloom that is never described right here, when she's slumbering in just the neighboring room. But not only that.
Also, that bloom doesn't turn into anything else. It doesn't turn into like mushrooms or anything. It just stays as like... And how come it's just like in the concrete? Surely the concrete would rot, because the scarlet rot affects everything. Or is that not true? Because she's wearing just regular clothes here, so it can't affect everything. But somebody said that... He said that the clean rot knights are coated in scarlet rot on their weapon, not on... or coated with gold or some shit on their weapons and shit. That's why they're called clean, but they're still rotting on the inside. Bro, fucking... Oh, understanding the actual, like, the science behind the rot is what's throwing me, bro.
In front of this bloom, you actually loot the Traveler's set, which is the same set worn by Millicent and her sisters, and Melina as well. Considering Millicent and her sisters are buds of Melania, and considering Millicent also leaves behind one of these blooms when she dies, it's not ridiculous to think that one of these sisters might have flowered here already.
Wow.
And I don't think that Melania having Goddess of Rot in her boss title means that much. Many, like Gowry and the Pests, already believe that Melania is the Goddess of Rot. The Scarlet Aeonia description instead specifies that the third bloom will make her a true goddess.
So you believe that she's already, that this is her third bloom in this fight? That's crazy, because I don't know, I'm kind of sold on the side of it being her second bloom. Why her third bloom in the fight doesn't coat everything and rot around you? So this is what I was talking about. If you kill Millicent, she leaves that flower behind. I feel like I remember her. Did she do that? Did she do that? Do you remember when I let Millicent lay there and die? She's blooming though. Yeah, but is this not her second bloom? She been blooming for the second time or what? Bruh. I let her die? Oh yeah, that's what happened. I like go sit a Grace and come back and she's dead and she's a flower. Is that correct?
And I think anything before that is just a brief flash of the rot god shining through. But the biggest piece of evidence that Melania hasn't...
Did I kill her? I don't think I did. I think I let her die. I genuinely don't remember. No, I let her die because I fought for Millicent. I fought with Millicent. Yo, welcome back, Daniel. Yeah, I fought with Millicent. I didn't fight against her in that fight. Washing dishes? Oh yeah, someone's got to do it. I respect it. Okay, why there's flow left over when she dies? Yeah. Yeah. A true death, no blooming. Yeah, because that's what I was saying, bro. Oh, okay, so no, she won't bloom in that... Yeah, no, she wouldn't have bloomed then, because I didn't think she left a flower behind. I didn't remember that. Because she doesn't die in battle.
But bloom yet, in my opinion, comes from Gowry, who goes to extraordinary lengths.
I did talk to her. I did talk to her. But she didn't die in battle, she died her own accord. She ripped her needle out and just laid there and perished. I did talk to her, I don't remember what she said, but I did talk to her.
The biggest piece of evidence that Melania hasn't
Do you think you guys in chat would have let me walk away without talking to her? Half of you motherfuckers were here.
yet reached her third bloom yet, in my opinion, comes from Gowry, who goes to extraordinary lengths to nurture Millicent, encouraging us.
If she died to the curse, that's a good ending. Yeah, that's what I thought. Because you wouldn't want to continue, you know, yeah. The curse. She's free, exactly. She's free and it was her choice. And this is what I did to Melina as well.
To kill her even, just so this betrayal can turn her into a Scarlet Valkyrie that will serve Melania.
It must be done by your hand, no other.
Wow.
Millicent trusts you rather deeply.
That's horrible. I forgot he said that. That's horrible.
That trust, nurtured by betrayal, her bud will flower most vividly. When Melania ascends to godhood, Millicent too shall be reborn.
Do you know what's so crazy? Is people were like, when I was like, guys, is there a massive difference in the options I choose here? And somebody was like, this one you get a talisman, this one you get a sword or some shit. I don't know, something like that. And I was like, surely that can't be the only difference. And I was like, oh, I guess I'll defend Millicent, even though the talisman or whatever it was would have been better for me. I probably still wouldn't have used it. So I was like, I'll just save Millicent, it's fine. But like choose Millicent's side. But yeah, apparently it was greater stakes than I thought, man. Kind of like I foreshadowed everything mentioned in this video. You must have seen this video before, surely, or have you only seen like the deeper dives?
Valkyrie.
Scarlet Valkyrie is a fire name, bro. This really is like the Marvel universe. Okay.
Dies, she flowers, with Gowry's expectation being that she will be revived after this. So considering that there's a bloom in Melania's boss room as well that appears after you defeat her, I feel like it's possible that Melania could have another revivification after
Revivification.
This as well. And one final piece of evidence was actually pointed out by you guys in the comments of my recent Oracle short. In that video, I argued that the oracles might be there to herald the return of Mikla as a god, as their spirit ashes state that it is said that when oracle envoys appear playing their pipes, they do so to herald the arrival of a new god or age. But I completely neglected to mention that they might be here to herald Melania's ascension as a god instead. So thank you guys for pointing that out. If you haven't already, I'd appreciate if you tried out some of my shorts content. It's extremely difficult to fit everything within 60 seconds, but it's a fun challenge and I'm pretty happy with some of the stories.
Good God, there's so much lore, dude. Every single tiny little thing, every creature. Sorry guys, I'm still just like dying of cold. But every single creature in this frickin' thing has some, like, apart from I guess like Rolana, but everything else has like crazy lore, it would seem. Just so much, man. So much. You've seen it for sure. Every tiny thing has a story. That's what I'm saying. The two arguments about Melania's blooming. First, is she supposed to become the goddess at the third one, but she became the goddess at a second. And the other theory is that she bloomed a second time after Kaled, before our fight, and the blooming in the fight was a third. Oh, so the point, those are both arguments for she is already the goddess of rot. By the time you've killed her, she's the goddess of rot, is what you're suggesting. And that there's no chance that that could just be her in like a lesser phase, not the full goddess of rot phase. Suspicious. Their motives versus the forces of the world, as if it's a real world instead of a story, is crazy. Yeah, no, that is crazy. They literally thought of everything. Maybe even Goblin the Golden, but of course it was fucking Radahn, because he's the only one that brings the most hype to people. Yeah. Dang, bro. That's crazy. Hold on. That is actually wild though, honestly. There's just so much, dude. Don't worry, we'll do another Elden... There's so much lore. I'll do another Elden Ring lore stream, but as Jono has previously mentioned, it is rather late / early in the morning. And yeah, I'm gonna have to get up very soon for work, so I don't really want to delay going to bed any longer. Of course it was fucking Radahn, yeah. Promise Consort is such a forced lore piece, don't you think? It should have been Godwyn. In the base game, Mikola's mentioned a lot about Godwyn's fate and those who live in death. Yeah, that would be cool. I would have liked that, to be honest. I would have liked that. But I don't mind either which way. I didn't really know who Godwyn was that much before. So, obviously, I'm watching it all now and getting all the info now. Alright. He was close to Godwyn as well. Yeah, yeah. Okay, that makes sense. Okay. I don't know if Daniel, if you're still here, but join the Discord. If you haven't already. Oh, you are here. Yeah, what's up? Here it is. There's a link. Join. You might have already, to be fair. I don't know. There's a lot of people in there from stream. You want to know what's funny? Yeah, what? There's no lore implications basically tying Radahn and Mikola together as consorts too. Nah. Somebody said that that Radahn had promised Mikola when they were kids. You are? Okay, I thought so. I thought you might be. It's weird to repair the rune. You only fight 2 shard bearers. Yeah, you only need to fight like 2, don't you? It's weird, isn't it? Yeah, because... Well, that you only need to fight 2. Yeah, I said that, but it's an info added in the DLC. Oh! It's added in the DLC. Okay. Yeah, I see what you mean then. For it to make sense, yeah. So she didn't really whisper to him, or she did whisper to him in the trailer, but they just made it. They were like, "Huh, it kind of looks like she whispers to him. Should we just make that the reason that what she says here?" We wanted to bring Radahn back, I suppose. Maybe they thought Radahn was really cool, but you don't get like a proper fight with him because it's such a weird fight. They were like, "Let's give Radahn a proper fight here." Yeah, the other shard bearer is optional. Yeah, I was gonna say that. Because I was like, oh yeah, Melania is a shard bearer, right? But she's not. She's obviously optional. Because remembrance weapons have scalings all over the place. One of the weapons have physical scaling. This skill of the weapon deals holy damage. Like, that's BS. Fair assessment, honestly. But yeah. RCA, you've been typing like a madman. Like, you've been typing essays, bro. I appreciate the passion. Holy damage from the skill can't even be buffed with faith. But that doesn't make sense. But yeah. Like, you've been going sicko mode on the keyboard, bro. You know your stuff. I've entered the Discord. Let's freaking go. Let's freaking go. That's the goat right there. Welcome, welcome. Anyone else who's not in the Discord, get in the Discord. Gino, you know the drill. But yeah, this has been a very information overload stream. Next time I stream and do Elden Ring Souls stuff, I'll do... So basically my plan currently is I'll do like maybe like a variety stream in the week if I have time. But I'll do like... I'll keep the Sundays to Elden Ring / Souls. So every Sunday, it'll either be like Elden Ring lore or it'll be Dark Souls, because I'm doing Dark Souls 3. I'm going to start doing Dark Souls 3. And when I do that, I'll also throw in some Elden Ring lore stuff as well, because there's so much to catch up on, so much I haven't seen and don't understand, so we'll still be doing that. And yeah, that's the plan. So rush boss in general, movesets, boss is cool, but the lore and remembrance reward's kind of weak. It's a topic you're interested in? If that wasn't obvious, yeah, I kind of figured you might have a little bit of interest in Elden Ring lore. But yeah, if you have any, like RCA in particular, since you're so invested, if you have any recommendations for lore videos that I can watch in the next stream where I do Elden Ring lore review, then please link them in the Discord, and I'll bookmark them so that I can save them for next time. I think the next stream will either be, as I said, variety, or on Sunday it will be Dark Souls 3. So I think Dark Souls 3 will be Sunday. Here is the link to the Discord. So there you go. But yeah, get in there, link anything that might be useful. Raven's Nest, you know it. You know it. So yeah, it'll be good. So yeah, next Sunday, Dark Souls 3. And in the week I might do some Elden Ring lore, or I'll do some variety, or I don't know if I have time to stream, that is. And then the week after it will be, again, either Dark Souls 3 on the Sunday or Elden Ring lore. Basically Souls Sunday. It's like a Souls Sunday every Sunday. Soulsborne Ring Sunday. There's no Born. I haven't played Bloodborne. Souls Ring every Sunday. Be there or be square. After all that talk about Gowry and Millicent. Hey, put some roles in here, man. Like what? There is one role. It's the Jules role. You can add yourself to it in the Jules channel. It means... What is this called? Everyone is grey? What am I supposed to put them as? What am I supposed to put them as? You know, I can't have a hierarchy. I can't pick favourites, RCA, can I now? Come on. Come on. Maybe there should be a donor rank. People who donate to me. This is gonna give you some incentive to donate, guys. Guys, give me money and you might have a colourful name in the Discord. That is the incentive. Huge day. And also I'll be able to buy the DLC for Dark Souls 3. Give everyone some rank. What's the point, man? They can, or maybe I could just make it so they can change the colour of their own name. That's probably a thing. I don't know, we'll see. Like, pick a colour. Alright, fine. I'll pick a colour and I'll put everyone as that, okay? A member colour. Alright, RCA? You win. You win. Alright, you got your wish. Okay. I'll send what I can find. Appreciate it. I also let you guys know what I'm streaming and when I'm streaming in the Discord as well. So it's useful. If you don't want to watch the Minecraft streams, you don't have to watch them because there'll be a Souls stream every Sunday / Elden Ring. So yeah. Yeah, I appreciate you sending the lore videos and all your talk about the lore. You know your stuff. I just appreciate how everyone is so invested in this and like you having debates about the lore. It's so fire. It's so heat. I enjoy it a lot. Yeah, I'm not surprised, Arcia. You've been going sicko mode. Yeah, I'm impressed. Very impressed with your knowledge. But yeah, thank you. Thank you everyone who has listened to me yap and watch videos for several hours. I'm very grateful to you all. And honestly, this Elden Ring playthrough has been so fun and I've actually just like loved it so much. And I'm so glad that I can continue with like other Souls games and the lore and all that sort of stuff because, you know, when New Game Plus, after Dark Souls 3, I'm doing Dark Souls 3 because I want to do the DLC because I've never done it. Then maybe I'll do New Game Plus and then maybe I'll try, I'll do a boss rush and then maybe I'll try Dark Souls 1 or I don't know about 2, we'll see about that one, but maybe I'll try Dark Souls 1. Ring City and Ariandel. I haven't got either of them, so I need to buy them first. But yeah, those ones. So if you guys want to support the stream, you could always, you know, send me a code for Ringed City. DS1 will be easy peasy, yeah. I'm hoping. I need some relief after this one. I need some relief after Promised Consort Radahn. So yeah. Thank you so much, RCA. I hope you have a wonderful rest of your evening or day or whatever time it is for you. And yeah, I'll catch you all in the next one. Oh, hey. What's up, Daniel? Before I leave, you've put hey in all caps. Better be serious. I'm a member of the Church of DS2. What does that mean? Oh, you're a DS2 enjoyer. I'm not hating on you. I'm not hating on you. I'm not hating on Dark Souls 2, bro. I just don't own the game. See, that's the problem. I don't have Dark Souls 2. I don't have Dark Souls 1 either, but then I would have to buy another game. Do you know what I'm saying? Think about it. I'm not made of money, Daniel. This is the thought process. This is the thought process. Dark Souls 2 would be fun to watch if I ever play it. I have a feeling it's going to be a painful experience, but I will do it. If I get through like Dark Souls 3 New Game Plus and then do Dark Souls 1, it just makes sense to do Dark Souls 2 at that point. Like, I'll just do it. But in that order, I'm not doing Dark Souls 2 anytime soon. I threw some shade. Not shade, just like maybe DS2 caught a little stray. Maybe DS2 caught a slight stray there. I'll give you that, Daniel. You know what? I take it back. I look forward to when I ever eventually play Dark Souls 2. Try a no complaining / yapping run for Dark Souls 2. Dude, what are you trying to say? You don't like my complaining and yapping? It teaches patience to a person. I don't know. I might like explode if I don't get the chance to complain though. You know what I'm like? No, I like it. Okay, good. I was gonna say, I'm yapping right now. Are you telling me you're hating this? In which case, I'm sorry. That game will have you yapping for eons. Yeah, you might be right. You might be right. I have played a couple of hours of it because I used to have it in a shared library. I've played a few hours. It's an interesting one. It's quite different in a lot of ways, but I like the level. It's very colourful. I like that. I do really like that. And I like that it feels quite different from like Dark Souls 3. So, I don't know. Maybe there are positives to take away. We'll see. What about Demon Souls? Honestly, I forget that Demon Souls exists. I've heard that it's like not massively worth it, which I don't know anything about it, so I can't comment on that. But I guess if I complete all of the Souls games and I think, I still need a bit more, I'll do Demon Souls as well. Why not? Isn't there a remaster of Demon Souls? If there is, then yeah, absolutely. I like Dark Souls 2 a lot as well, but there's some gimmicks just to make your life hell, which can be annoying. Yeah, some things like that, they do get on my nerves, but I guess that's the point, so I don't know. I'm sure I could get into it. I'll give it a go. When I play Elden Ring, I install a mod that makes a round table medulla. Yeah, that's cool. I do like the, as I say, I like the design of a lot of the places. It's just like colourful and nice. Which, coming from Dark Souls 3, is like really nice, because Dark Souls 3 is so like grey and dreary, which I think is the point, because it's supposed to be like, you know, depressing, falling apart land, but, you know, it's a nice switch up for sure. Oh, the remaster's only PS5. Okay, maybe not that. That sucks. Hopefully they bring out another PC port by the time I get around to it. I find that unlikely, but you never know. Alright guys, I'm gonna have to head off now. My throat is getting sore and I ain't got no water left, so it's gotta be the time. The fan base hated the colours of DS2? That's quite surprising. Wow. That's quite surprising. I finna raid? Should I? I don't think I've ever raided. You'd be the only raider, Daniel. It'd be like 65 Raven raiding with one viewer, and they'd be like, why the fuck are you raiding me? You're one person. I don't think I've ever raided before because I just don't really get that many viewers that I think people would find that, you know, useful or helpful. Or they wouldn't appreciate it maybe so much. I don't know. I'm sure people appreciate it regardless, but I feel like, I don't know. Only when it was first released. It's not uncommon now that people like Dark Souls 2, but back then most of the fan base disliked it. I'm not surprised. I don't mind. Yeah, I probably, just because like I really don't have that many, like, I mean, it's just you in the Twitch chat, Daniel. I'll probably skip on that just because they might be like, raid someone I know, so they'll be like, what the fuck? They'll be like, who the hell is 65 Raven? That'd be so funny. Alright. I'm gonna head off, team, but stay tuned in the Discord for when I'm next going live and what I'm going to be doing. It'll either be Dark Souls 3 or lore, as I said, or there'll be a variety stream, but if you're not into that sort of thing, then you don't have to watch if you don't want to. That's totally cool. I mean, you don't have to watch anyway, but if you want, you can raid Cobalt Puppy. Is that someone you know? Hold on, let me see. Who's Cobalt Puppy? Cobalt Puppy. Why's my Twitch not open? Twitch. Cobalt Puppy.
It's an old game, bro.
Oh, they're live. They are live. They have more viewers than me. They're gonna be like, why the fuck are you... Yeah. Are they not just gonna be like, that's well weird? She's a long time friend. If you don't want her, sure. Raided. I don't think I can accept I don't think I can take the embarrassment of raiding with one viewer. Like, you're a great viewer and everything, but I just feel like if that appears, people are gonna be like, why the fuck does anyone raid with one viewer? Don't you think? Or do you not agree? No worries, RCA. Thank you so much for hanging out, and thank you for writing your essays. I actually really appreciate it, and the conversation was fire. They won't. Should I just do it? Super nice. It would be quite funny though. It would be kind of funny, Loki. Oh, it's so cringe. So cringe. I'm just gonna do it because I think it'd be funny. How the fuck do you even raid? Do I have to do /raid in this chat? /raid. Cobalt Puppy. How does this work? One viewer is ready to raid now. Let's go. All right, thank you so much, Daniel. Thank you for hanging out. Let's do it. All right, peace out and enjoy Cobalt Puppy's stream. I'm sorry that it's just you raiding. It might be a bit cringe, but I just think it'd be funny, wouldn't it? It's meant to connect more than anything. That's true. It's not a football trade. I know, but it's kind of like, it's like, oh, you only have one viewer. Like, it's just kind of like embarrassing, isn't it? Is it not? I don't know. I'm with you on that. Let's just do it. Let's just do it. All right. Well, thank you so much, Daniel. It's been a pleasure having you, and thanks for joining the Discord. So ready. All right, let's do it. Peace out.